My online romance partner is a celebrity. Zhang Yun, who traveled to a parallel world, was feeling frustrated about his sudden transition. To relieve his mood, he downloaded a social media app that everyone is familiar with, and through it, he met a woman. With the thought of, since I don't know her anyway, there's no harm in sharing my thoughts, Zhang Yun confided many things he shouldn't have said to the woman. Then, one day, he realized that the woman seemed to be right next to him. And that woman was a celebrity. Chapter 1: Why am I still a screenwriter after crossing over? Damn. I only slept for 4 hours. If this continues, I'm definitely going to cross over again. At 9 a.m., the capital city, Beijing, was fully awake and running. Workers rode buses and subways across half the city to begin their daily tasks, while shops opened their doors to welcome customers. The streets were bustling with traffic, and everything was in perfect order. Our protagonist, Zhang Yun, hung up the death-threatening call and squinted his eyes, half asleep, as he climbed out of bed with messy hair, yawning. He brushed his teeth, washed his face, and rinsed his hair. After doing so, he felt a bit more awake. However, the 2 dark circles under his eyes and huge eye bags still made him look like a seasoned master of time management, always sleep-deprived. Looking at his exhausted yet handsome face in the mirror, Zhang Yun cursed, "Damn it. Why the hell am I still a screenwriter after crossing over?" Yes, that's right. As the protagonist in a typical web novel, Zhang Yun was one of the many people who had crossed over. About a month ago, Zhang Yun, a moderately famous screenwriter, crossed over into this parallel world. After crossing over, his name remained the same, Zhang Yun. However, what really made him despair was that in this world, Zhang Yun was also a screenwriter, one with the dream of becoming a screenwriter, who spent tens of thousands to take screenwriting courses, only to think that he had already emerged from his cocoon and become a butterfly. Zhang Yun vaguely remembered why he crossed over. He had been working late on a script for a New Year's movie and, after several sleepless nights, his body finally gave out. And just like that, he died from exhaustion and crossed over. The original owner of this body, who was taken over by Zhang Yun, had died from overworking as well. He, too, had stayed up for several days straight to meet deadlines, overworked to death, and thus, the lesson here is, staying up late may indeed prevent Alzheimer's, because those who stay up late rarely live to be old enough to get it. When Zhang Yun first crossed over, although he was confused and helpless, there was a sense of relief inside him, that relief from no longer having to rush scripts all the time. He had been a screenwriter for over 10 years in his previous life, and it was exhausting. Zhang Yun thought that after crossing over, he could take up a new job and live his life again. But to his disappointment, after crossing over, he was still a screenwriter. He was perplexed. Why do all these crossovers keep doing the same job after crossing over? For example, Ningyi was a businessman before crossing over, and after crossing over, he continued helping his wife with business. Xu Fei was in media before crossing over, and after crossing over, he remained in the media industry. Huang Donglai was a commentator before crossing over, and after crossing over he was still the same toxic commentator. And here he was still writing scripts day and night. Why was this happening? After a 3-second deep thought, Zhang Yun figured this setup actually made sense. After all, the only thing he could do was write scripts. It was precisely because of script writing that Zhang Yun, who had just slept for only a few hours, was woken up by a call from the director at 9 a.m. Normally, once a script was finished, the screenwriter had no more work to do. In fact, Zhang Yun had been living off the royalties for about half a month already. The reason the director called him today was that there were some script revisions to make. To be honest, after inheriting the original owner's memories, Zhang Yun wanted to advise the original owner not to pursue this career anymore. Not all worms can turn into butterflies. Some are just maggots. The original owner of this body had no real talent as a screenwriter. He spent tens of thousands on screenwriting courses, studied for a year and a half, and only managed to learn the basic theories like the 8 elements. He had almost no real-world experience. After graduating from the screenwriting class, he wandered around for half a year, repeatedly hitting dead ends, until he finally landed a job as a screenwriter for a third-rate web series. This web series had a low budget, a rookie director, and actors who were also fresh new stars without any previous work. The only advantage was that, perhaps because the investment was so small, the investors didn't really care, so neither the director nor the screenwriter were ever harassed. Because of this, the original owner thought he could freely showcase his talent and prove himself, so he worked day and night to revise the script, leaving Zhang Yun with an opportunity. However, the script that the original owner had rewritten countless times was still a terrible one. The script that the original owner wrote was called Starpath, which told the inspirational story of a female lead who grew and eventually became a big star. On the surface, it sounded decent, but the plot was cliché and filled with melodrama. It was perfect for being roasted by YouTubers like Lao Xie and Liu Bai. Like most melodramatic dramas, Starpath had the male and female leads meet and fall in love due to misunderstandings. The misunderstandings piled up in the beginning, but then suddenly, the female lead realized that the male lead was actually a kind-hearted and righteous man, and she began to develop feelings for him. Then, the two would keep meeting due to various coincidences, and as the coincidences and hardships piled up, they eventually ended up together. The general plot was similar to shows like Rui is Flying Away and Love in Divisions, full of melodramatic clichés. When Zhang Yun crossed over, he curiously looked at the original owner's script. But when he saw the scene where the male and female leads accidentally fall and kiss, he almost couldn't catch his breath and nearly crossed back. Falling and kissing? How long is this ridiculous trope going to continue, poisoning the innocent hearts of young girls? Although Zhang Yun had written such cliché tropes before, it was always because he had to. He never wrote them on his own. But the original owner? No one was watching, and yet he still managed to write something this bad. With a grateful heart, Zhang Yun had intended to rewrite the entire script. But unfortunately, before he could make any changes, the director rushed him to submit the revisions. Left with no choice, Zhang Yun submitted the original owner's script. The result was that Zhang Yun, who had only slept for a few hours, was now called to the set to revise the script. "Director Liu, I'm here. What's the situation?" Zhang Yun walked through their busy set and approached director Liu Mingyang. Liu Mingyang, with a square face and a somewhat old-fashioned look, appeared much older than his age. But in fact, he was only 30 years old. Starpath was his debut film. The advantage of youth. Cheap labor. It was similar to how the original owner had been chosen as the screenwriter. When Zhang Yun finally arrived, Liu Mingyang waved at him, greeted him, and showed him the script. The lead actress thinks the plot here isn't good. She wants to make some changes. Zhang Yun glanced at the scene Liu Mingyang wanted to change, and it was the one where the male and female leads fall and kiss. "When I submitted the script, you all approved it," Zhang Yun said unhappily. "Well, we didn't expect Ms. Lin would dislike it. Could you help us change it?" Liu Mingyang knew this was a bit unreasonable and spoke in a calm tone. Ms. Lin Xinyao, was the female lead of Starpath and was very beautiful. "No," Zhang Yun shook his head, rejecting it. "If this scene changes, many other scenes will need to be altered, and that would mean redesigning the second half of the script. This will not only increase my workload, but it will also delay the entire production. How about I add 2,000 yuan? Liu Mingyang suddenly said. "Director Liu, it's not about the money. 3,000. Really, it's not going to work. There are too many changes to the later parts. 5,000. Deal. What does Ms. Lin want changed?" Liu Mingyang. After a long silence, Liu Mingyang said, "Ms. Lin's request is simple. No kissing scene. Anything else is fine." Zhang Yun raised an eyebrow. He thought she was unhappy with the plot, but it turned out she just didn't want to film a kissing scene. In this day and age, how can an actor refuse to film a kissing scene? Just a small-time star, what's with the innocent act? But, looking over at the female lead, Lin Xinyao, who was flipping through her script, Zhang Yun shrugged. Who said she was just a small-time star? Chapter 2, Script Revision. The female lead of Starpath, Lin Xinyao, was actually a rookie actress. Normally, a newcomer like her, even if playing the female lead, wouldn't have the right to alter the script on a whim. But in life, things don't always follow logic. The reason Lin Xinyao could freely make changes to the script was, of course, because she had someone backing her up. The investor of Starpath was Longting Film TV. This Longting was focused solely on film and television, not web novels. Longting Film TV could be considered one of the giants in the domestic film industry, investing in about 10 big-budget movies and TV dramas every year. But Starpath? It was just a low-budget web drama. The total investment for Starpath was only 3 million, with a set number of 24 episodes. Director Liu Mingyang, who used to work in print advertising, just switched over to directing this year, and screenwriter Zhang Yun, who was also a newcomer, had only recently started his career. As for the male lead, Wei Yu, and the female lead, Lin Xinyao, both were fresh faces in the industry. Wei Yu had just debuted in the reality show Create 100, ranking 7th, with a small following but not much popularity. Lin Xinyao had just returned from studying abroad and was picked up by Longting to play the lead in Star Path. On the surface, it seemed like a regular production. The show seemed to have no particular issues. But therein lay the problem. Longting was such a huge company that they looked down on web dramas. If they were going to invest in one, there was no way they would put only 3 million into it and cast 2 unknown stars. The true reason behind the existence of Starpath was Lin Xinyao. To put it simply, it was all for a small reason, wrapped up in a big show. Lin Xinyao was extremely beautiful. Among the many women Zhang Yun had seen, she would definitely rank in his top 10. But it wasn't because of her sugar daddy that she was chosen by Longting. It was because she had a biological father. Her father, Lin Guangyao, was the chairman and CEO of Huayao Media, a media giant that dominated in various fields like film, television, gaming, and even novels in China. If you can't imagine it, think of the head of a major platform like Chijin. Lin Xinyao wanted to be an actress, but her father wouldn't allow her to become a celebrity. However, her father couldn't resist his daughter. After returning from studying abroad, Lin Xinyao secretly joined Longting. Of course, her father knew all along. To discourage his daughter from pursuing an acting career, Lin Guangyao specifically asked Longting's chairman, Long Yu, to bring Lin Xinyao on board and give her a small-budget web drama to star in. This drama had to be as terrible as possible, with the ideal outcome being that both the male and female leads would die by the end. This way, Lin Xinyao could understand just how brutal the internet was, how critical the audience could be, and how tough it was to be a star. Their hope was that she would give up on acting altogether. Thus, the Starpath project was born. With minimal investment, a director who used to make ads, a rookie screenwriter, and actors with no real experience, this was practically designed to flop. Not many people knew about this. Only Liu Mingyang, the director, knew the truth. Zhang Yun found out because Liu Mingyang had complained about Zhang Yun's script being so bad, and while venting, he accidentally let the cat out of the bag. So now, Lin Xinyao wanted to change the script, and Liu Mingyang, as the director, naturally didn't dare object. Zhang Yun, enticed by the promise of more money, walked over to Lin Xinyao, smiling, and asked, "Teacher Lin, how would you like to change this scene? Can we remove the kiss scene?" Lin Xinyao asked after putting down the script, glancing at Zhang Yun. At this moment, Lin Xinyao was sitting upright in a red evening gown that didn't fit very well. The gown was a costume from the production, not custom made, and because Lin Xinyao was quite tall, it looked a bit small on her. But this was exactly why the slightly small dress perfectly highlighted her curvy figure. Every curve in the right place, every dip where it should be. Let us just say, the rest of the description isn't likely to pass any approval checks, so you can imagine for yourself. At this moment, Zhang Yun couldn't think of a better word than perfect. Admiring her briefly in his mind, he immediately snapped back to reality and asked, "How exactly would you like to change it?" "Well, I'm fine with whatever you can decide," Lin Xinyao replied. "Then what do you think about making the kiss scene less deliberate, like using a camera trick?" Zhang Yun suggested. Well, Lin Xinyao hesitated. Just then, Liu Mingyang pulled Zhang Yun away. "What's going on, Director Liu?" "I was discussing the script." Zhang Yun looked at Liu Mingyang, confused. Liu Mingyang glanced at Lin Xinyao and whispered to Zhang Yun, "What are you still talking about? If they ask for changes, just make them. It's not about camera tricks. She's the daughter of the CEO of Huayao Media. If she doesn't want to kiss, then no kissing. What's the difference if she's the daughter of the Huayao CEO? Isn't she just like everyone else, with one head and 2 eyes?" Zhang Yun replied dismissively. "Even script revisions should follow basic rules, right? The difference is, her head wears a crown, and her eyes have diamonds. Can you compete with that?" Liu Mingyang replied. Imagine that image. It suddenly got terrifying. Zhang Yun's mind involuntarily recalled the blind woman from Skin. Just hurry up and revise. Trust me, change the kiss to an embrace, and it doesn't matter how much the rest of the story falls apart, Liu Mingyang patted Zhang Yun on the shoulder. Zhang Yun was speechless. Director, you really don't trust my skills, do you? I know exactly what your skills are. Based on the kind of scenes you write, I can find a dozen similar ones from countless dramas, Liu Mingyang said. Honestly, that kiss scene was already overused. Changing it to an embrace might actually help salvage it. Zhang Yun. At this moment, he truly understood the frustration of the studio head. Even though I'm annoyed, I can't find any reason to argue. Because Liu Mingyang's words were the truth. Fine. But I'll just say this: if we're changing it to an embrace, I'll have to revise a lot of the following scenes, which might delay the schedule, Zhang Yun said. It's fine, just get this scene revised first. We'll worry about the rest later, Liu Mingyang said nonchalantly. Zhang Yun nodded. I'll get to work on it now. Liu Mingyang asked, how long will it take? Zhang Yun smiled, give me a song's worth of time. The scene was actually easy to revise, but as Zhang Yun said, if this part changed, many other parts of the story would need adjustment. The original scene involved the female lead and male lead at an awards ceremony. While walking on the red carpet, the female lead accidentally trips, and the male lead tries to catch her. In the process, the female lead pulls him down, and they kiss in front of everyone. If this scene was removed, the plot, where the female second lead turns evil after seeing the main couple announce their relationship, would no longer make sense. An embrace wouldn't cause such a stir in the media. So, the rest of the story would definitely need changing. But honestly, it didn't matter much. The plot was already cliché and predictable. Even if the kiss was removed, the awkwardness would be hard to notice in the grand scheme of the whole drama. Since Zhang Yun had intended to revise the script anyway, and now had the chance, he wasn't going to pass it up. Plus, the director added an extra 5,000 yuan. If he had to change it, then he'd go all in and eliminate all the cliched elements. All those melodramatic storylines, like the male lead's mother not approving, or the female lead's father disapproving, out they went. Half an hour later, Zhang Yun not only revised this scene but also rearranged the plot outline for the following scenes. What? You ask what song could take half an hour? Liszt's Faust Symphony, first movement, Faust. You can Google it. Well, it's still a bit of a cliché, but it's definitely better than the original kiss scene, Zhang Yun said, feeling fairly satisfied after making the changes. This scene, where the couple officially gets together, was given an extra scene and moved the most important part to the elevator. Basically, after the award ceremony, they both take the elevator down. The elevator breaks down, and the female lead, frightened, hides in the male lead's arms. To calm her down, the male lead recalls everything they've been through since they met. The female lead, moved by his words, gradually calms down. As they keep reminiscing, the male lead is about to confess his feelings when the elevator suddenly resumes working. In a rush, the female lead escapes from his embrace. Just as the male lead, disappointed, thinks his confession failed, the female lead suddenly turns back at the elevator door and asks him, from now on, you're not allowed to hug anyone but me. Okay? The male lead, realizing what she meant, instantly rejoices and replies, okay. And just like that, they end up together. Though Zhang Yun had tried to make changes, the setup was still quite formulaic. After all, how could a breakdown of the elevator be so conveniently timed for the couple? But within the scope of the original plot, Zhang Yun's version was a more subtle and tactful arrangement. It could be considered a success. Hey, this scene you revised turned out pretty well. It has a nice vibe to it. Liu Mingyang praised after reading the script. Hey, is that praise really needed? Zhang Yun just smiled profundly and sat down to relax. With the shoot resuming, Zhang Yun watched for a while, feeling bored, and then pulled out his phone, opening the Soul app to find that 3-day friend he'd been chatting with for a month. Chapter 3, Could It Be? Regarding their Soul app and the sleeping only twice in 3 days situation, this story dates back to the 3rd day after Zhang Yun's transmigration. In the year 2020, a lot happened. The global pandemic was still raging, and the situation perfectly aligned with the saying from Uncle Benshan, the scenery here is unique. As for the author, they had unfortunately ranked second in the civil service exam, falling short of the top spot. Among all these big events, Zhang Yun's transmigration could only be considered a minor one. But for Zhang Yun, this was a bigger deal than even if all the people in the United States were wiped out. After all, it was his own transmigration. On the first day after crossing over, Zhang Yun spent the whole day in a daze. He was both confused and full of expectations. By the second day, Zhang Yun felt a bit more at ease and handed the script over to Liu Mingyang. On the third day, Zhang Yun had fully accepted his situation. However, as a transmigrator and especially a writer, Zhang Yun really wanted to tell someone about what had happened to him, preferably in written form. Of course, the people around him were out of the question. Otherwise, Zhang Yun would likely end up being sent to a psychiatric hospital for scientific research. He would be the one being studied. After thinking it through, Zhang Yun came up with a brilliant idea using social media to turn these events into stories and share them with strangers on the other side of the phone. Thus, he downloaded an app called Soul and randomly started chatting with someone nearby. That someone turned out to be a stranger named Sleeping Only Twice in 3 Days. Zhang Yun wasn't entirely sure whether the person was a woman or not, but he chose her purely because the name hit Zhang Yun's G-spot. Every time he thought of how the novel great Double Harmony had only accumulated 800,000 words after over a year of updates, Zhang Yun couldn't help but feel frustrated. He really hoped that Sleeping Only Twice in 3 Days was a man, so the immersion would be stronger. But honestly, it didn't matter whether the person was male or female. Zhang Yun only wanted to tell stories, he wasn't after anything else. After greeting the person, Zhang Yun didn't waste any time. He immediately typed out several thousand words, explaining his situation and frustrations, breaking it into several messages to send to Sleeping Only Twice in 3 Days. Of course, he couldn't outright mention transmigration. He just turned everything into a dream. After sending it, Zhang Yun felt much better, casually tossing his phone aside. In his mind, the stranger would probably think he was crazy after receiving so many messages without context and would delete him without a second thought. But when Zhang Yun picked up his phone again, he was surprised to see a reply. Sleeping only twice in 3 days, you must be very lonely, right? From that moment on, the two started chatting day and night. They discussed everything from youth literature to hard science fiction, from retro classics to contemporary fashion. Gradually, Zhang Yun grew fond of chatting with Sleeping Only Twice in 3 Days whenever he had free time. And the other person never seemed to think about sending him to a psychiatric hospital for his odd use of words. Sticking to the principle of just chatting and not meeting up, Zhang Yun never told the stranger his real name or address, only mentioning that he was a screenwriter. As for the stranger, they never revealed their name either, just saying they were a girl who had just started working. The two chatted more and more, and the conversation grew smoother. Zhang Yun was a humorous person, or rather, a silly one. While the other person couldn't always catch his Earth references, they could quickly follow his train of thought. By now, Zhang Yun felt like he was in an online relationship, though he had no idea who the other person was and had never intended to find out. He treated it as a dream, one that would still leave him moved even after waking up. So, at this very moment, Zhang Yun, watching Lin Xinyao act on set, sent a sarcastic message to Sleeping Only Twice in 3 Days. Today, I met an actress who refused to film a kissing scene. Isn't he that hilarious? After sending it, he waited for a while, but there was no reply. Zhang Yun checked the time, it was just past 11. He figured the other person was probably at work. He reluctantly set his phone aside and began writing the script outline. Alright. This scene is good. Everyone take a break, we'll resume after lunch. Liu Mingyang clapped his hands and announced a break for the crew. The lunch boxes were ready, and Liu Mingyang grabbed 2 of them, walking over to Zhang Yun, who was still typing. Are you really rewriting it this much? Liu Mingyang asked, looking at the screen. Well, when you get paid, you've got to do the job. Don't you think 5,000 for rewriting a scene is too much of a bargain? Zhang Yun chuckled. True enough, Liu Mingyang said casually, but even if you rewrite it, I doubt you'll come up with anything good. Just make a few changes, no need to strain yourself. Such words. Even if I don't care about the crew, I still care about my own dignity. Let me show you what I've written so far. Zhang Yun, dissatisfied with Liu Mingyang's attitude, pushed his laptop towards him. Just write it, what do you need to show me for? If you ask me, eh? What the hell? Liu Mingyang glanced at the screen casually, but suddenly realized that something didn't seem quite right. He looked again. Something was off, for sure. The script suddenly felt normal. And it was even quite exciting. Liu Mingyang hurriedly put down his lunch and examined the screen closely. After a while, he suddenly shouted, the shooting schedule has changed. We're off this afternoon, everyone come in earlier tomorrow. The whole crew was stunned, and Zhang Yun looked at Liu Mingyang in confusion, asking, what are you doing? Liu Mingyang grabbed Zhang Yun and said, come on, I'm taking you out to eat. Tell me what happens next in Star Path. Xin Yao, you did a great job today. Meanwhile, the male lead Wei Yu, having learned that the crew was off for the afternoon, was walking toward the business car with Lin Xinyao. He smiled and complimented her. You were great too, your acting is even better than mine. Lin Xinyao replied politely. In reality, Wei Yu's acting could only be described as lacking, but Lin Xinyao had professionally studied acting abroad, so she didn't think much of it. But of course, she couldn't say that outright. Wei Yu didn't pick up on the sarcasm and happily responded, really? I thought I did terribly. No, you're a newcomer, it's already really good. As she spoke, Lin Xinyao pulled out her phone, which she hadn't checked all morning. Scanning the screen, she saw a bunch of app notifications, Weibo, etc., which she skipped over. Then she saw a message on WeChat from Zed on Seoul. Lin Xinyao couldn't help but smile sweetly. Xinyao, since we have the afternoon off, how about we grab a meal together? That smile made Wei Yu, who had been planning to ask her out for lunch, freeze for a moment. It was so sweet, Wei Yu felt like he had just eaten 10 years worth of sugar. What did you say? Lin Xinyao snapped out of it and put her smile away. Aren't you free this afternoon? Let us go eat together? Wei Yu repeated. Forget it, I'm a bit tired. I'm going to rest for now. Lin Xinyao said. Oh, no worries. You rest first, then how about dinner later, eh? Wei Yu tried to ask again, but Lin Xinyao had already walked away quickly. Left standing there, Wei Yu was lost in thought, his mind wandering. After leaving him behind, Lin Xinyao got into the business car and opened the message from Zed. The person named Zed was a stranger she met on Seoul. She started using the app about a month ago when a well-meaning friend thought Lin Xinyao, at 27, needed to find a boyfriend, so they signed her up for the app. With no real profile photo, no real name, and a weird nickname like sleeping only twice in 3 days, she received many unsolicited messages from men. But on the day she almost deleted the app, a message from Zed caught her attention. Zed had said, no matter if you're male or female, would you like to hear a story from me? It was a refreshing approach. She almost replied sure, but before she could, more messages from Zed kept coming. Then, she heard a tale of someone's dream. Zed said they had dreamt of being a screenwriter in another world, living a successful career. But when they woke up, they realized they were just a struggling rookie in the real world, no savings, no girlfriend, no close friends, utterly broke and lonely. For Zed, the dream world felt more real than this one, where they seemed like an outsider, alone and isolated. Reading those words, Lin Xinyao felt an endless loneliness emanating from them. Whether the story was true or not, she decided to stay and talk with Zed. And that is how their conversations began. They talked about history, romance, funny moments, and Zed's dreams. The conversations kept flowing, their thoughts aligned. This was the only thing that made Lin Xinyao happy since entering the industry. Filming was tough, and while she hadn't understood that before, she did now. But whenever she felt exhausted, she looked forward to Zed's messages. With Zed, she felt a joy and peace she had never known. Slowly, she began to wish she could meet Zed in person, maybe even pursue something more. Perhaps, even a romance. Even if Zed was lying or a little crazy. Maybe this was the love she had never experienced. Lin Xinyao, with a hopeful heart, opened the message from Zed. Today I met an actress who refused to film a kissing scene. Isn't he that funny? Really? Is there an actress in this day and age who won tea? Just as she was about to reply, Lin Xinyao froze. Wait a second, didn't she herself ask for no kissing scenes today? Could it be? She glanced back in disbelief and saw Zhang Yun, who was just leaving with Liu Mingyang. Chapter 4, Narrative Plot. As Zhang Yun gradually walked away, Lin Xinyao had a thought pop into her mind, one she herself couldn't believe. Zed is a screenwriter, and is writing for a third-rate web drama. Just now, the female lead wasn't satisfied with the kissing scene and asked for the script to be changed. This could almost perfectly fit her own situation. No way, it's too much of a coincidence. There's no way something like this would happen. Lin Xinyao shook her head, trying to shake off this absurd thought. But it seemed quite likely. What should she do? Should she test it? Lin Xinyao wavered, and finally sent a message. The female lead sounds like a big shot. You're not writing for some popular star, are you? As soon as she sent the message, she focused on Zhang Yun, who was almost out of sight. She wasn't sure if she was expecting a reply or not, but when she saw Zhang Yun take out his phone while walking, her heartbeat quickened. Beep. A reply came instantly. Zed, nah, it's just a third-rate web drama. But the female lead is actually the daughter of Huayao's CEO. Pretty impressive, right? Huayao CEO's daughter. I'm the only daughter of my father. Isn't he this talking about me? At that moment, there was no more need for guesswork. Lin Xinyao was immediately sure. The man she had been chatting with for nearly a month was truly Star Path's screenwriter, Zhang Yun. But how did he know my father is Lin Guangyao? Immediately, new doubts flooded Lin Xinyao's mind, and she had a bad premonition. 3 days sleeping only twice, no way, how could Huayao's CEO's daughter be in a third-rate web drama? Zed, our director said her dad didn't want her to act, so he had her do a third-rate web drama to make her quit acting without any big results. 3 million in investment, just to make her quit acting. The lives of rich people are really beyond our understanding. Clatter. The phone dropped to the ground with a loud noise. Lin Xinyao stood frozen, having just learned the truth. Your girlfriend, huh? Liu Mingyang saw Zhang Yun excitedly replying to messages and couldn't resist teasing him. Zhang Yun shook his head and smiled, just a net friend. Pretty trendy, huh? Online romance. Liu Mingyang raised an eyebrow and teased, got any pictures? Is she pretty? What does she do? No, we just chat, nothing serious, Zhang Yun said helplessly. Liu Mingyang immediately gave him a "you think I'm an idiot" look. You're making me out to be a fool. I swear, it's just casual chatting. I'm a decent person, Zhang Yun assured him. Yeah, decent person, Liu Mingyang said, seeing Zhang Yun didn't want to elaborate, so he didn't press further. So, what do you want to eat? I'm good with anything, Zhang Yun said indifferently. But I'm more curious why suddenly want to treat me to dinner? What's your agenda? Then let's go for barbecue, 3,000 miles of the moon, how about that? Liu Mingyang didn't answer Zhang Yun's question. Zhang Yun rolled his eyes. I'd rather go to White Day 5,000 years. Just get some stir-fried dishes. What the hell is White Day 5,000 years? Liu Mingyang burst out laughing from Zhang Yun's retort. I remember you're from the Northeast, right? Alright, I'll treat you to Northeast food today. Northeastern restaurant. When it comes to Northeast cuisine, it seems like the only thing people ever mention is guabao roux sweet and sour pork. But actually, Northeast cuisine has a lot of delicious dishes even better than guabao roux. For example, blood sausage, eaten with soy sauce and minced garlic so tender. Or sauerkraut stew with pork, with large bone cuts of meat and Northeast sauerkraut. Northeast sauerkraut is different from other regions. The sauerkraut in Southern-style beef noodle soup is Southern style. Northeast sauerkraut is made from pickled cabbage. Then there's the stir-fried pork, stir-fried fatty intestines, snow-covered red bean paste and many more that are all tasty. So, when faced with a full table of authentic Northeast dishes, Zhang Yun was already itching to eat. Here's to our miserable lives. Liu Mingyang poured a drink of Luzu Laojiao and clinked glasses with Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun took a sip and let Liu Mingyang drink the rest. Har. Liu Mingyang also didn't drink, sipping the wine and exhaling in satisfaction. I still don't get it, Director Liu, why the sudden dinner treat? Zhang Yun asked as he picked up a piece of meat, chewing and asking, you're not into any special fetishes, are you? Get lost. My kid's already 1 year old, what fetishes? Liu Mingyang shot Zhang Yun a glare and said, didn't I tell you? I wanted to discuss the upcoming plot with you. Nothing much to discuss, I've mostly figured it out. I'll have it ready for you by the time I get back. Don't worry, it won't delay tomorrow's shoot, Zhang Yun said. Hey, the dialogue can be made up on the spot, I'm not worried about that. Liu Mingyang looked at Zhang Yun. What I'm concerned about is the plot. Tell me, how are you planning to change it? Zhang Yun replied, since the kissing scene is gone, a lot of the plot points are no longer relevant. For example, the second female lead's dark transformation loses its original motivation. So, while my workload has increased, it's also given me a chance to improve. Chance for what? Liu Mingyang asked. When I wrote it before, I didn't have much experience, but in the past few days, I've learned a lot. It feels like I've suddenly unlocked some hidden abilities. Now when I look at the old script, I think it's absolute trash. Our Star Path script. It's really embarrassing when I look at it now. Liu Mingyang smiled. You know that, huh? Of course I know. But it's a shame we can't change what has already been filmed. But from today's scene onward, I'm planning to make major changes. Zhang Yun briefly outlined the direction of the plot he intended to write. Plot-wise, it naturally follows the scene where the leads confirm their relationship after the elevator accident. The original plot had the male and female leads accidentally kissing in front of the media, officially declaring their feelings for each other, which triggered the jealousy of the second female lead. However, since Lin Xinyao changed the kissing scene, that plot point couldn't be used anymore. But honestly, it was a good thing. The original plot was cliched, and now that Zhang Yun had the chance to redo it, he could have more freedom. The original plot was simple: the second female lead liked the male lead, so she got jealous of the female lead and started sabotaging her. Now, Zhang Yun was changing the second female lead's motivation from liking the male lead to being jealous of the female lead. The new plot went like this: after the main leads confirmed their relationship, the male lead helped the female lead secure the role of third female in his drama, a major production. Just as the female lead was preparing for the audition, another film crew invited her to audition for the lead role. Between the third female and the female lead chose the lead. Coincidentally, the second female also received an invitation from the same film. The two actresses met at the audition. The female lead originally planned to compete fairly with the second female, but the second female tried to take shortcuts by making a shady deal with the assistant director to get an easy pass during the audition. What the second female didn't expect was that the director, who had no intention of participating in the audition, showed up on the day of the trial and immediately chose the female lead. Unable to get the lead role, the assistant director arranged a minor role for the second female. As the female lead was surrounded by people, gaining all the attention, the second female, seeing how much the female lead had achieved, began to harbor resentment. Later on, the second female discovered the male lead and female lead's relationship and intentionally leaked the information to the paparazzi, not caring that the male lead would suffer from the exposure. The public disclosure of their relationship caused a huge stir, and the male lead's drama was halted. The female lead was also attacked by the male lead's fans, labeled as a wild bird trying to be a phoenix. At the height of the crisis, the male lead stepped up and recorded a video with the female lead, telling everyone about her efforts. After the fans and public learned the truth, they actually accepted the female lead. The relationship crisis not only resolved smoothly but also earned the female lead even more attention. Meanwhile, the second female's shady dealings caught up with her, and she was never able to recover. This was the general idea. By the final conclusion, there would be a showdown with those involved in the corruption, and the second female would expose them, disappearing from the public eye. Meanwhile, those behind the corruption would be brought to justice, and the main couple would live happily ever after. Honestly, the plot wasn't all that innovative. But it was much better than what the original writer had done. The original writer's second female lead was essentially just a tool to prop up the main lead's narrative. The second female liked the male lead, but he never even noticed her no matter what she did. She messed up, while the female lead always solved everything, making it seem like the female lead was a prodigy while the second female was a complete amateur. The second half of the original plot focused on clichés like family approval and the male lead fighting for recognition from his mother, only for the female lead to eventually succeed in acting and the story ending hastily. The original plot transformed Star Path into Love Path, which was utterly absurd. Now, Zhang Yun's version of the plot was possible, though still a far cry from those immortal works in literature. But after hearing Zhang Yun's story, Liu Mingyang remained silent for a long time. Is something wrong, Director Liu? Don't like the plot. Zhang Yun wondered if his new direction didn't quite hit the mark. Liu Mingyang shook his head, saying nothing. Instead, he took a sip of his liquor, sighed deeply, and asked, "Do you know what I used to do before?" Chapter 5. It's on fire. Liu Mingyang's question was a bit irrelevant, but Zhang Yun still answered, "I shoot print ads." Yes, I shoot print ads. Liu Mingyang smiled bitterly. I graduated from the Central Academy of Drama, and I wanted to make great plans on the set and revitalize Chinese film and television, but I didn't expect to shoot ads for 3 years. Do you know how I got through these 3 years? Zhang Yun hesitated and asked, play Tanwan Blue Moon every day. What the hell? Is there such a game? Liu Mingyang's face was full of black lines. I'm expressing my emotions. Can you be more serious as a screenwriter? Okay, go on. Zhang Yun sat upright. Liu Mingyang took another sip of white wine and said, although I have been shooting ads, I have never given up my dream of being a director. I submitted many resumes and made a lot of preparations, but when people heard that I was shooting ads, they either rejected me directly or recruited me to continue shooting ads. I don't shoot commercials, I direct movies. At the very least, I should direct TV series. 3 years have passed in this way. Until 3 months ago, Longtung found me and invited me to shoot a web drama. I was so happy at that time, I felt that my chance had come. So I immediately quit my job and came to participate in the early preparations of Star Road. But I joined the crew with 100,000 enthusiasm, but the notice I received was that the drama only had an investment of 3 million, the actors and screenwriters were new, and I had to do everything myself. Let's not talk about the investment, just look at the configuration, it's a flop. Money laundering is not like this. But I still had a glimmer of hope at the time. I expected that even a new screenwriter could write an excellent script. Then, you sent me the script. I was completely stunned. Har har har. Zhang Yun didn't know what to say to ease the embarrassment of breaking Liu Mingyang's last fantasy, so he could only laugh awkwardly. Liu Mingyang looked at Zhang Yun and said, brother, I'm not being harsh. Although I don't write scripts, I still have some basic aesthetics. In your script, you almost wrote all the poisonous points of all the bad dramas this year. Do you know what I did the first time I got the script? What did you do? I went directly to manager Wu and asked him if he could change the screenwriter. Guess what he said? Zhang Yun had already guessed, funds are tight, no money. Liu Mingyang said, not only that, he told me directly that this web drama is destined to flop. It turns out that we have been busy for several months just to accompany Lin Xinyao, the daughter of a rich family, to have fun. No wonder they asked me, who shoots commercials, to be the director. No wonder there are not even decent actors. No wonder manager Wu said it was okay for this script that was destined to be a bad movie from the beginning. We are unlucky. Zhang Yun echoed, other rich girls want to be actors, and their fathers will fully support them, giving them everything they want, and they will be big productions as soon as they enter the industry. The eldest daughter we met, her father doesn't want her to be an actress, so that's the only way. No, it won't be the only way. Liu Mingyang shook his head, we still have a chance to turn things around. Half of the filming has been done, how can there be a chance to turn things around? You are the turning point. Liu Mingyang looked at Zhang Yun and said excitedly. The look in his eyes was like a bachelor meeting a widow, Pike meeting a bloodless man, and Song Weiyang meeting a twisted vine fog. It's already like that, there's no way to remedy it. But later, we still have a chance. As long as we shoot well later, there will always be people who can see the highlights of this drama. By then, you and I will have the opportunity to participate in the big production. To be honest, what Liu Mingyang said is really possible. It is impossible for every plot of a TV series with dozens of episodes to be reasonable, but if there are highlights, laymen may just watch for fun, but the bigwigs in the industry can see it clearly. But then again, the probability is quite low, because the first condition for this theory to be established is that this third-rate web drama can catch the eyes of the bigwigs. Obviously, it is basically impossible. Zhang Yun knew it, but at this time Liu Mingyang saw a glimmer of hope and activated the blood in his body. Zhang Yun didn't want to hit him. He said, okay, I understand what you mean, you want to gamble with the following plot. We can't shoot a completely excellent TV series, but I think we can strive for half a masterpiece. And this depends on you. How about it, do you want to fight with me? Liu Mingyang looked at Zhang Yun with burning eyes and asked. Zhang Yun nodded very affirmatively, patted the table and said, fire TM. Fuck. Ho. Wrong. Fuck. It's on fire. Let's work towards a half masterpiece, come on. Come on. This time, let's really drink a glass. Liu Mingyang picked up the glass with only the bottom left and laughed heartily. Zhang Yun also finished the wine in the glass, looking at Liu Mingyang who was obviously a little drunk and laughing. he suddenly remembered something. By the way, while we are excited, I'll tell you something. What do you say? I promise to satisfy you. Liu Mingyang said nonchalantly. For our dream, for the next half masterpiece, can you give me more money? Liu Mingyang. I talk to you about dreams, and you talk to me about money. Although Liu Mingyang spoke passionately, Zhang Yun just agreed with him and didn't have any hope at all. He is now a young man, but the soul in this body has seen a lot of storms. Various weird review standards lead to serious deletions and revisions of the script. The investors forcibly intervene to add a role for a certain actor. The director suddenly has a whim and insists on adding messy metaphors to the original reasonable plot. In Zhang Yun's more than 10 years of screenwriting career, he has seen these things 50 times if not 100 times. It is precisely because he knows the status of screenwriters' embarrassment. Having seen all kinds of rape scripts, Zhang Yun knows that making a half masterpiece is just talk. Even if Liu Mingyang wants to make it well and Zhang Yun can write it well, there is still the leading actress Lin Xinyao, right? What if Lin Xinyao asks for changes because she is not satisfied with a certain part of the plot that Zhang Yun has arranged neatly? Then, not to mention half of it, even a quarter of the masterpiece will be gone. So Zhang Yun is very sober and writes the script seriously to ensure that he does not drag it down. As for whether it is a masterpiece or not, it will be decided by Lin Xinyao and the review. After drinking with Liu Mingyang, Zhang Yun's head was a little confused. I took a DD back home and wanted to lie down and sleep, but when I remembered that I hadn't written tomorrow's script yet, I had to take 2 headache pills and get up to write. To be honest, the screenwriter's job is quite difficult, just like writing a novel. Inspiration can't burst out all the time. The pain of sitting in front of the computer for 8 hours to come up with a title is basically experienced by all writers. There should be a classic BGM at this time. Although the dog author is a third-rate online writer, he still thinks that writing scripts is more difficult than writing online articles. If the online article is badly written, the worst case is that it will disappear directly, but if the script is not well written, it must be produced on the submission date. It's necessary to produce it. When asked to hand in a manuscript, which screenwriter would have the nerve to pull out a pile of shit from his crotch? Don't they all want to pull out a big treasure and let others have a feast? This is also why Zhang Yun and the original owner died suddenly at the same time. That was all because they were suppressed. Sitting in front of the computer, looking at the plot completed at noon, Zhang Yun did not feel embarrassed, but just drank a sip of hot green tea, cleared his mind, and continued to write according to the plot. At noon, Zhang Yun had almost thought about the subsequent plot. He had just had dinner with Liu Mingyang and reviewed it again, so when he wrote it at this time, he was writing like a god. Done. After writing for 3 hours, Zhang Yun finished 1/3 of the subsequent plot. He looked up and stretched, only to find that it was already dark outside. Looking at the watch, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Opening Meituan, he casually ordered a braised chicken with rice, and the bored Zhang Yun opened his soul. The chat record with the person who slept only twice in 3 days was still on their daughter of Huayao boss, to which Zhang Yun replied. An afternoon passed, and the other party still did not reply. Why are you so unenthusiastic today? Zhang Yun scratched his head, not knowing what happened. If the other party is not active, then you can be more active. So Zhang Yun sent a message, are you off work? Chapter 6. Thank you, Yun Ren. Yishuan SPA shop. Why bother? You don't want to be a rich lady, but you have to be an actor. You will be exhausted. Li Yuqi, who was enjoying a massage by a female technician, was wearing a green diatom mud mask on her face and said to Lin Xinyao, who was wearing the same look next to her. Being an actor is my dream. If a person has no dream, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? Lin Xinyao was a little unhappy. Then your dream is about to come true. Li Yuqi smiled. Lin Xinyao thought of Zhang Yun's reply today and couldn't laugh. It was my father's idea that I could shoot this drama, and my father wanted me to give up acting completely after shooting this drama. Why don't you talk? Li Yuqi found that Lin Xinyao seemed to be distracted and asked. No, nothing. Lin Xinyao shook her head and seemed to think of something, and said, Yuqi, let me ask you a question. What question? If you want to do something, your uncle not only doesn't help you, but also tries to stop you secretly, what will you do? Lin Xinyao asked. Li Yuqi said, as a matter of course, my father never cares about me, I can do whatever I want. I mean if. Li Yuqi tilted her head and began to think, but the female technician used too much force, and she screamed, it hurts. Sorry. The female technician apologized hurriedly. It's okay. With this interruption, Liuchi couldn't think of what if. She said directly, what to do, wait until it happens. Yao, why are you asking this? No, I just suddenly thought of it. Lin Xinyao didn't say it clearly. Oh, right. Liuchi thought of something. How about it? Have you found a soulmate in the soul? This question came suddenly. Lin Xinyao subconsciously wanted to say no, but then thought of Zed and Zhang Yun, and couldn't help stuttering and blushing. No way. Seeing Lin Xinyao blushing, Liuchi was shocked. You didn't really chat with the people above, did you? Just chatting casually. Lin Xinyao answered shyly. Oh my god. Liuchi shouted and suddenly jumped up, scaring the massage technician. No way. You really? You two go out first and come back later. Liuchi was halfway through her words when she felt something was wrong and drove away the two female technicians. When the technicians left and there were only the two of them in the room, Liuchi suddenly jumped onto Lin Xinyao's bed, hugged Lin Xinyao and asked, did you really find a boyfriend on that software? Lin Xinyao was confused. Didn't you register for me? Oh my lady, wasn't I teasing you? I thought it was so filthy there, and a lady like you should delete it after just a glance, but who knew you actually chatted with it? Liuchi regretted it, but she didn't delay her question. Tell me quickly, what is the surname of the man you are chatting with? What does he look like? Where does he live? Most importantly, is he rich? Lin Xinyao broke away from Liuchi's jade arms and said helplessly, this has nothing to do with you. Why has it nothing to do with you? Liuchi thought of a possibility. Does that person have a good personality with you? Lin Xinyao pouted and thought about it, then nodded. Liuchi's face changed. You think what he said is very interesting, and every word hits your heart. Lin Xinyao pouted and thought about it again, then nodded. Liuchi's face changed again. He said he just got divorced. Posting fitness photos or reading diaries every day. He has a good-looking face, a good figure, and reads books with taste. Lin Xinyao pursed her lips and thought about it again, but this time she didn't nod. His face should be pretty. I haven't seen his figure, and I haven't seen him read any books. He does write books himself. Liuchi's face changed 3 times. This time she was confused. What kind of pig-killing scheme is this? What pig-killing scheme? Lin Xinyao asked. Don't worry about the pig-killing scheme. I just want to ask you, did he ask you to buy lottery tickets or gamble? Liuchi asked. No, he didn't say these things. Lin Xinyao said. Liuchi was confused. Did he really let you find a like-minded boyfriend on the internet? Oh, what boyfriend? It's just a. What exactly is a? Lin Xinyao said a for a long time, but couldn't say it. Instead, her face became redder. Our Yao has made progress. When Liuchi saw this, she knew what Lin Xinyao was thinking. Tell me, how far have you progressed? No, we just chatted casually, nothing much. Lin Xinyao blushed and denied. Have you met? Yes, we have met. We have already met. Liuchi grabbed Lin Xinya's shoulders and shook her. You must be careful when dating online. You, a child who has never been in a relationship, must not be cheated of money and sex. Don't shake it, listen to me. Lin Xinyao pushed Liuchi away and said, it's not that kind of meeting, it's that I feel that the person is next to me. But he doesn't know that I am me. Liuchi was stunned. What do you mean? After a moment. After listening to your analysis, I think the screenwriter of your crew is really Zed. Liuchi's eyes sparkled after listening to Lin Xinya's words. 2 people who were just chatting casually, but surprisingly found each other right beside them. This story is too romantic. What's so romantic? Lin Xinyao said, I don't know what to do yet. It's easy. Liuchi said, you know him now, but he doesn't know you. This is your advantage. You should first investigate him and see what kind of person he is. If he is really a very good man, then the sisters won't stop you, just grab him. As she said this, Liuchi hugged Lin Xinya's arm. People say that first love is impossible to be together. Yao, help me prove that first love can also be together. I don't want to fall in love. Lin Xinyao blushed, and said this, but her heart was also confused. Ha, this is so interesting. Yao, you actually found a soulmate, let's go now. Where are you going? Lin Xinyao looked at Li Yuqi strangely. Celebrate, you have been single for 27 years, and finally got it. Li Yuqi said, and walked out in a bathrobe. Get ready, we will go to TXX later. Really, you're the only one willing to go to a nightclub. Seeing Li Yuqi rushing away excitedly, Lin Xinyao sighed helplessly. Ding dong. Suddenly, the phone rang. Lin Xinyao picked it up and saw a message from Zed. Are you off work? Zed, is that Zhang Yun? Zhang Yun's face appeared in front of Lin Xinyao again and again. It's a pity that I didn't watch it carefully before, so I can only vaguely remember the general idea, and I can't imagine whether he is handsome or ugly. But I vaguely remember that he looks good, and he should be handsome. Thinking so, facing Z's message, Lin Xinyao didn't reply as smoothly as every time before. Because she felt weird. Lin Xinyao didn't know that this weirdness was because she didn't know the identity of the other party when she chatted before. It was natural to chat with a guy who didn't know whether it was a dog or a human. However, now that she knew that the other party was Zhang Yun, that kind of familiar stranger, she unconsciously felt nervous. To put it simply, who wouldn't be nervous when meeting an online lover for the first time? Not yet, working overtime. After adjusting her mentality, Lin Xinyao replied, pretending to know nothing. What a coincidence, I'm working overtime too. Zhang Yun replied quickly. Why are you working overtime? Can't you write the script whenever you want? Lin Xinyao typed this, but she knew very well that it must be because of her random changes to the plot that Zhang Yun had to work overtime. The plot was changed today, so the subsequent plots have to be adjusted. Sure enough, Zhang Yun said so. Humph, just change the plot, you'll be exhausted. Lin Xinyao silently lost her temper at the screen, but the message she sent was, the heroine of your play is really too much, changing the plot casually. Not really, she's also quite pitiful. Zhang Yun's reply made Lin Xinyao stunned for a moment. Why is she pitiful? I heard from our director that she wanted to be an actress, but her father wouldn't let her, so he saved up a bad drama for her to film. Her family doesn't support her dream, isn't that pitiful? Zhang Yun said, and I have to thank her. If she hadn't wanted to film, I don't know how long I would have to wait to sell my bad script. Did he think so? Lin Xinyao felt so touched that she wanted to cry. That was the feeling of someone understanding her. You don't blame the heroine. Hey, I get paid for revising the script anyway, so it's good to have extra income. Besides, it gives me a chance to make the script better, right? You're really open-minded. After thinking for a while, Lin Xinyao asked Zhang Yun the same question she had just asked Li Yuqi. Let me ask you a question. If you want to do something, but your family keeps stopping you, what will you do? Do I need to suppose? I'm like this now. Zhang Yun replied, after graduation, my parents asked me to take the exam for editing, and I wanted to be a screenwriter. As a result, we broke up, and I haven't been back for almost 2 years. Don't you miss home? Lin Xinyao asked subconsciously. Yes, but it's not time to go back yet. Zhang Yun said. What do you mean I can't go back? There are only 2 possibilities for me to go back. One is that I can't even support myself as a screenwriter, so I admit defeat to my family. The other is that I become a great screenwriter and prove that I am right. Zhang Yun sent a long message. If you are also facing this problem, then try to prove that you are right. Looking at these words sent by Zhang Yun, Lin Xinyao was silent for a long time and smiled happily. Yes, my father doesn't let me be an actor, so why don't I try to prove that I can be a good actor? Even if it is a bad drama, I can still perform well. Thinking like this, Lin Xinyao was full of fighting spirit, and she felt more sympathetic towards Zed, who was in the same situation as herself. Sure enough, he was the only one who could understand me, comfort me, and support me. Thank you. Lin Xinyao typed 3 words solemnly. But in her heart, she added 2 more words. Zhang Yun. Chapter 7, Getting Angry Out of Shame. Fuck. 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 At 6 o'clock the next morning, Liu Mingyang looked at the script that Zhang Yun had revised overnight and the outline behind it, and shouted, fuck, several times in succession. There was nothing he could do. He was too surprised and had already lost his ability to speak. The script Zhang Yun had written before was a pile of thick shit, but the revised script was completely upgraded. If we use the title of a light novel to describe it, it would probably be, I thought he was a rookie, but he turned out to be a master. Is it okay? Zhang Yun looked at Liu Mingyang's surprised face, and to be honest, he felt quite proud. This is the pride of having his work recognized by others. Even if he is an old screenwriter, he can't help it. This is not okay, it's so damn good. Liu Mingyang hugged Zhang Yun and said excitedly, I knew that the wine I drank yesterday was not in vain. Zhang Yun smiled slightly and pretended to be a master. I told Liu Mingyang about this plot yesterday, but Liu Mingyang still acted so exaggerated. Zhang Yun felt that it was a pity for him to be a director. Xiao Zhang, if we continue to shoot this drama, it will definitely be a masterpiece. Liu Mingyang patted Zhang Yun's shoulder excitedly. At this moment, he had already begun to imagine that after the drama was broadcast, he would be noticed by people in the industry, and thus enter the big screen and reach the peak of his life. Then he was ruthlessly hit by Zhang Yun. It's still unclear whether it can pass the review, let alone this half-masterpiece. Look forward to it, look forward to it. Liu Mingyang smiled awkwardly and quickly distributed the script to let the leading actors familiarize themselves with the lines as soon as possible. Alas, I'm slow at memorizing lines, and now the play has been changed. It's too difficult for me. Wei Yu looked at the script in his hand with a bitter face. It's okay. If you really can't memorize it, just count it. Anyway, we have dubbing in the later stage. Although Liu Mingyang was a director for the first time, he still had some understanding of the professional level of the young actors and made direct suggestions. In fact, even if Wei Yu read the lines, he still needs to dub them later. His original voice is not very good. Okay, I'll try my best. Perhaps the only advantage of Wei Yu is that he doesn't have a lot of traffic, so he doesn't have any airs. After encouraging Wei Yu, Liu Mingyang looked back at Lin Xinyao and asked nervously, Teacher Lin, do you think there is anything to change? He couldn't help but feel nervous. If Lin Xinyao had another request, this half of the masterpiece would be ruined. Under Liu Mingyang's hopeful eyes, Lin Xinyao simply flipped through the script and nodded. Liu Mingyang breathed a sigh of relief. The previous script and the latter script really don't seem to be written by the same person. After filming a scene, Lin Xinyao returned to her seat and looked at the script, feeling very strange. In the past month, Lin Xinyao always felt ashamed of the scripts she filmed, especially the lines. Although she just debuted, Lin Xinyao was a professional actor after all, and she understood that the main reason she felt ashamed was that the lines written by the screenwriter were not down to earth. In other words, she doesn't talk like a normal person. When people usually talk, they rarely use interjections. No one would say, "Why are you like this?" or "It's so weird" when they talk. If someone really talks like this, it would be really weird. The lines in the script Zhang Yun wrote before are probably like this. Although Lin Xinyao didn't read the lines exactly, she also felt weird. But now it's completely different. Everything has changed since the kiss scene was changed yesterday. The structure of the script and the direction of the plot have changed a lot. The second female lead has added many scenes out of thin air. The focus of the plot is not on the ups and downs of the love between the male and female leads, but on the star journey of the female lead and the second female lead. Through their different star journeys, the positive energy of the protagonist is shown. In addition to the plot, the lines in the later scripts have also changed greatly. Clean and neat, with almost no nonsense. Whether it is a screenwriter or an author, newcomers always like to use a lot of words to describe a scene or plot in detail. Especially for screenwriters, what new screenwriters are most willing to do is to explain everything clearly with lines. After all, they can only describe everything with lines to ensure that the audience can understand the plot and intention more clearly. This will lead to a lot of useless nonsense in the lines. For example, in a TV series, because there are cockroaches in the room, the heroine asks the hero to help catch cockroaches. The camera is on instant noodles, but the dialogue between the hero and heroine is, "Hero, did you eat instant noodles?" The heroine is surprised, "How do you know?" Hero, "The instant noodles must be thrown away after eating, otherwise it will attract cockroaches." Two of these three lines are useless. First of all, we say that if the camera is on instant noodles, then the hero should omit, "Did you eat instant noodles?" and directly say to the heroine, "The instant noodles must be thrown away after eating." Because the instant noodles camera has already told us that the heroine ate instant noodles, the hero does not need to do anything extra. However, even if the camera does not show instant noodles, the lines should not be like this. The male lead can naturally ask, "Did you eat instant noodles?" but the female lead should never show a surprised expression and say, "How do you know?" In real life, shouldn't we all nod and say, yeah? Similarly, the sentence that villains in many film and television works like to say most is, how do you know, as if his plans and conspiracies are so perfect. Although artistic interpretation requires this kind of dramatic effect, superfluous dramatic effects will appear awkward. Zhang Yun made similar mistakes in the previous script lines, but in the current script, such problems are gone. It really doesn't look like something a new screenwriter can write. It is clearly the product of an old screenwriter with rich practical experience. Yesterday, he said that he wanted to make his script better. This is not a better change, it is really much better. Lin Xinyao said to himself, since he can write such a good script, why didn't he write it before? Did his dream really improve his screenwriting skills? Teacher Lin, what did you say? Seeing Lin Xinyao muttering to himself while holding the script, the assistant standing aside asked curiously. Nothing. Lin Xinyao came back to her senses and smiled. Suddenly, an idea came to her. Why not ask Zhang Yun in person? Lin Xinyao rolled her eyes, and her thoughts turned into words. Kuer, ask teacher Zhang to come over. I have some questions about the script that I want to ask him. Okay. The assistant named Kuer agreed and immediately called Zhang Yun over. Teacher Lin, do you have any other questions about the script? Zhang Yun came to Lin Xinyao with a puzzled look on his face. Before filming today, Liu Mingyang had obviously asked Lin Xinyao to confirm the script, and she agreed. Now there were questions again, and Zhang Yun couldn't help feeling a little confused. Is this another time to change the play? Zhang Yun guessed secretly. Just change the play, it's just a matter of increasing the workload, as long as the money is increased. Zhang Yun didn't care, but he was staring at Liu Mingyang here, so scared that he even forgot to drink water. Is there really someone in this world who studies in dreams? How hard does that have to be? Lin Xinyao looked at Zhang Yun, and recalled what she had talked about with Zed before. Zed once said that he had a very long dream. In the dream, he was a screenwriter who had worked hard for more than 10 years. Although he was not a top star, he was also famous. But after returning to reality, he became a new screenwriter, writing scripts for third-rate web dramas. Reality is really cruel. I read the script, it's very good. Lin Xinyao thought, and said to Zhang Yun, but I'm more curious, why is there such a big difference between the script you wrote before and the script you wrote now? Oh, miss, you are good, you can even see the difference between the script before and after. Zhang Yun raised his eyebrows and made up a reason. I didn't find the trick before, and then I suddenly realized the trick through learning. Realized the trick through learning. I think it was through dreaming. Really through learning? Lin Xinyao asked with a smile. Well, it's just learning, what's the problem? Zhang Yun said strangely. Nothing, I thought you were a genius screenwriter, and suddenly you got it, or you woke up after a dream. Lin Xinyao said. I did say that to the one who slept only twice in 3 days, but this reason can only be said on the internet. Zhang Yun couldn't help thinking. Seeing Zhang Yun didn't say anything, Lin Xinyao was secretly happy. She thought that her pretended unintentional words just happened to poke the truth hidden by Zhang Yun. What's wrong? You didn't really wake up after a dream, did you? Lin Xinyao asked. No, I was just thinking about how to thank you. Zhang Yun took back his distracting thoughts and said. Oh? Why thank me? Because you gave me the opportunity to change the script. When I really learned how to write the script had already been submitted and officially started shooting. If it weren't for you, Teacher Lin, to change the play temporarily, I really wouldn't have the opportunity to make up for my mistake. Zhang Yun said. So, my change of the play still helped you? Lin Xinyao said with some joy. Of course. Zhang Yun smiled. Lin Xinyao nodded with satisfaction, and took the opportunity to look at Zhang Yun's face seriously for the first time. Compared to those popular traffic stars, Zhang Yun's face is not handsome, because the faces of traffic stars are Korean style and softer, while Zhang Yun's face is not soft at all. But this does not mean that Zhang Yun is not handsome. On the contrary, he has a masculine handsomeness, which we generally call tough guy. I didn't expect that Zed, who chats with me every day, is quite handsome. Lin Xinyao didn't even notice that a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth and a blush appeared on her face. Teacher Lin. What's wrong with you? Zhang Yun looked at Lin Xinyao, smiling and blushing, and asked curiously. Lin Xinyao looked like a little girl thinking about love. I remember that teacher Lin is 27 years old, why does she still look like a child who has never been in love? Zhang Yun couldn't help thinking. Lin Xinyao woke up after being called by Zhang Yun, and hurriedly said, I'm fine, you go back and do your own thing. If you have any questions about the script, call me again. Yeah, okay. Zhang Yun left somewhat confused. As she watched Zhang Yun walk away, Lin Xinyao was stunned, and suddenly realized that she seemed to have lost her composure just now. She quickly took out her cell phone and looked at her face. Sure enough, her face was red. It's so embarrassing. Why am I blushing in front of him? It makes me look like a guilty thief. Lin Xinyao thought with self-blame and embarrassment. Ding dong. At this time, the cell phone rang. Zed, I'll tell you something that's really funny. I was just talking about the script with the eldest lady of our crew, and she blushed as if she was thinking about love. I know I'm handsome, but I'm not handsome enough to make the eldest lady fall in love. I heard that the eldest lady is already 27 years old, why is she still like a little girl who has never been in love? Looking at this message, Lin Xinyao's shy eyes suddenly became fierce. What's wrong with me blushing? Where did you see that I was thinking about love? Even if I was thinking about love, so what? What's wrong with not having been in love at the age of 27? What does it have to do with you? Zhang Yun. I'm so angry. Lin Xinyao, who was originally immersed in a friendly conversation with Zhang Yun, was immediately broken by this message. The shyness as if her secrets were exposed instantly ignited her anger. She didn't care that Zhang Yun complained to her because he didn't know that she only slept twice in 3 days. Anyway, she was angry out of shame. Chapter 8 Menopause is coming early. I'm so angry, so angry. You said I was thinking about love. You said I've never been in love. Lin Xinyao was so angry that she didn't know what to do. She couldn't just walk up to Zhang Yun and tell him that she didn't have love. Even if she did, she wouldn't admit it, and she couldn't scold Zhang Yun for sleeping only twice in 3 days. It seemed that she couldn't get rid of this anger. Is there any way to not let Zhang Yun find me and let me vent my anger? Lin Xinyao thought angrily. After a while, she really thought of a very good way. Ask Zed, that is, Zhang Yun himself. Only slept twice in 3 days, I met a nasty person today, and I was so annoyed. What's the best way to deal with someone you hate? Zed, that's easy. No matter who you are dealing with, as long as you poke his pain point, you can make him break down on the spot. Only slept twice in 3 days, I don't quite understand. Zed, the pain point is what he cares about. For example, he once made a fatal mistake, then you pretend to mention it casually in his ear every day to make him uncomfortable. For example, he cares about the work, and it's hard to complete it, you destroy it for him, he must be angry. Only slept twice in 3 days, I think I understand. Zed, looking forward to your performance. By the way, is the nasty person you mentioned a man or a woman? Only slept twice in 3 days, a woman, a very, very annoying person. Zed, so annoying. Then you must not show mercy. Only slept twice in 3 days, okay. After learning from Zhang Yun, Lin Xinyao only thought about it for a while and came up with a wonderful way. She looked at Zhang Yun, who was leisurely in the distance, and sneered in her heart. Didn't you say I was a young lady? Today I will show you what a young lady's willfulness is. Kuer, call Teacher Zhang over. Teacher Zhang, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Yun had just sat down in his seat, and before his butt was warm, the voice of Lin Xinyao's assistant came from behind. Kuer, is there anything else for Teacher Lin? After putting away his phone, Zhang Yun turned around and said to the cute assistant in front of him. Lin Xinyao's assistant is Shu Kuer. This assistant is very short, about 1.55 meters tall. In front of Zhang Yun, she is like an underage child, with a small face and a sense of cuteness. It is estimated that any man would have to protect a girl like her. The only regret is that her breasts are not big, and she can't make up the classic combination of baby face and big breasts. Teacher Lin asked you to come over, and I don't know what's the matter. Shu Kuer said nervously. Okay, let's go. Zhang Yun nodded and planned to go back. Suddenly, he looked at Shu Kuer strangely and asked, why do you feel nervous? Shu Kuer hesitated for a moment and whispered, Teacher Lin seems to be angry. Teacher Zhang, you have to be mentally prepared. Angry? What is angry about? Wasn't it fine just now? Zhang Yun asked in confusion. Shu Kuer shook her head innocently, I don't know either. You don't know either. Zhang Yun was amused by Shukua's expression. Let's go and take a look. Just left a minute ago. A minute later, Zhang Yun returned to Lin Xinyao. Take a look at Lin Xinyao's face. Zhang Yun found that Lin Xinyao's demeanor was indeed not right. Before yesterday, Lin Xinyao often had a blank expression on her face, giving people a cold feeling. Just now, her expression was much more relaxed, and she even smiled. But now, not only has she returned to her cold state, but she has even started to keep strangers away. What's going on? Suddenly, relatives are coming? Zhang Yun thought and asked, Teacher Lin, is there anything else? Lin Xinyao pointed at the script with a blank expression. There is a problem with this scene, it needs to be changed. Zhang Yun leaned over and looked at the script. The scene with problems that Lin Xinyao mentioned was the scene where the heroine and the hero met privately and were accidentally discovered by the second female lead. He read it carefully and it seemed that there was nothing wrong, so he said, I don't think there is any problem with this scene. Teacher Lin, what do you think is wrong? Nothing is wrong, change it. Lin Xinyao said coldly. This, we have to shoot today, is there no time? There is no problem with changing the scene, but this scene will be shot in a while, there is no time at all. Why don't you write it now and finish it before shooting? Lin Xinyao said. How can I be that fast, and you don't have to memorize the lines. Just change it, don't worry about other things. Lin Xinyao said. Zhang Yun was amused, why are other things? What's wrong? What happened to Teacher Lin? While the two were talking, Liu Mingyan, who noticed something was wrong, hurried over. With him, the eyes of most of the crew followed. Seeing Liu Mingyan coming, Zhang Yun said helplessly, Teacher Lin wants to change the play. Change the play. Liu Mingyan was shocked, Teacher Lin, there is no kissing scene later, why change the play? I think this scene is not well written. Lin Xinyao said. But, the script has been decided, and changing it will waste time. We can shoot something else first. Lin Xinyao looked at Liu Mingyan, Director Liu, is there any problem? It's a big problem. If you change a few more scenes, half of my masterpiece will be gone. Liu Mingyan was very irritable by Lin Xinyao's sudden temper. The actors and staff around him looked at Lin Xinyao's unreasonable appearance and had their own ideas, but no one dared to speak. Liu Mingyan was angry. He really wanted to ignore Lin Xinyao. But this was Miss Hua Yao, the only reason for the existence of the entire crew, how could he dare to ignore her? Liu Mingyan had no complaints to say, so he had to smile and said, no problem at all, I'll change it right away. Well, let's shoot other scenes first. Lin Xinyao said, and prepared for the next scene. Seeing Lin Xinyao walk away, Liu Mingyan pulled Zhang Yun to a deserted place and complained, why am I so miserable? Why are you miserable? You're not a screenwriter. Zhang Yun said. But if you change it like this, everything will be ruined. Liu Mingyan seemed to have foreseen what Lin Xinyao would do next. Sure enough, as long as there is one, there will be two. Lin Xinyao changed the script once, and she couldn't stop. I'll try my best to ensure the integrity of the plot. Seeing Liu Mingyan's dead look, Zhang Yun couldn't help but comfort him, just bear with it, it will pass. We've been filming for a month and never asked for anything. How come everything has been asked since the kiss scene yesterday? Liu Mingyan was in no mood to listen to Zhang Yun's comfort and wondered. He's insane, he's in menopause early, or his relatives are coming. It's all possible. Zhang Yun said casually. Don't talk nonsense. Liu Mingyan sighed, change it, we can't afford to offend the eldest lady. I'll go to film first. Calm down. Zhang Yun just completed the task, he was not angry at all. Teacher Lin, do you think it's okay to change it like this? Half an hour later, Zhang Yun asked Lin Xinyao with the revised script. Lin Xinyao took a look and nodded. How is it, Teacher Lin? If there's no problem, I'll go print the script. Liu Mingyan was also beside him. Seeing Lin Xinyao nod, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xinyao pondered. Forget it. Lin Xinyao hummed for a long time, and suddenly said, I feel that the previous arrangement is better. Let's use the original script. This way, everyone doesn't have to recite the lines again. Zhang Yun, who was looking around, suddenly heard this sentence. Really? Liu Mingyan immediately took off his mask of pain and said happily, Teacher Lin, do you mean that this scene will not be changed? No, just shoot it as it was. Lin Xinyao nodded. Good. Great. Thank you, Teacher Lin, that saves a lot of trouble. Liu Mingyang was ecstatic and quickly told the staff, everyone get ready, shoot this scene according to the original script. When he said this, the staff and the actors were also happy. The staff were happy because they didn't have to rearrange the scenery, and the actors were happy because they didn't have to recite the lines again. The whole audience was happy because of Lin Xinyao's words. Except for someone who just didn't care and comforted Liu Mingyang Zhang Yun. Although it was just a task, I at least used my brain and effort, but the result was that the filming was done according to the original script. You had thought so long ago, why did you ask me to change the script? It's like Tang Monk went to the west to seek Buddhist scriptures. He finally arrived in Tianzhu, but was informed that the Buddha moved the little Laiyan temple to Siberia, so he had to turn around and go north. After going through untold hardships and arriving in Siberia, he was informed that the Buddha thought Siberia was too cold and moved back to Tianzhu. Even if Tang Monk had a good heart, he would have to curse Amitabha. Zhang Yun had a bad heart and almost collapsed on the spot. Isn't this just playing with people? Well, Liu Mingyang finally took off the mask of pain, and Zhang Yun put it on again. Are our screenwriters so easy to bully? In sharp contrast to Zhang Yun's collapse, Lin Xinyao looked at Zhang Yun's grief and anger, and her little anger disappeared, and she even became happy. Humph. You said I had never been in love at the age of 27, and that I was a young lady. Now you know how difficult it is to mess with a young lady, right? You made me angry. I'll tire you to death. Lin Xinyao thought proudly. But after having a good time, looking at Zhang Yun's expression, Lin Xinyao felt guilty for not respecting Zhang Yun's work. This joke is enough for once, and it won't happen again in the future. Lin Xinyao secretly warned herself. Ding dong. Suddenly, Lin Xinyao's cell phone rang. Zed, our young lady must have entered menopause early. Lin Xinyao. Zhang Yun. Chapter 9. Will he recover? Zed, I'm almost exhausted these days, miserable. Only slept twice in 3 days, what's wrong? Zed, the eldest lady asked me to revise the script every day, and every time I finished, she asked to use the original script again. In other words, my revisions were in vain. Only slept twice in 3 days, isn't that good? Didn't you say that your script is already very well written, and it is likely to go wrong if you revise it randomly? Zed, that's what you said, but I have to write thousands of words in vain every time. Only slept twice in 3 days, thank you for your hard work. Zed. I don't understand why. Only slept twice in 3 days, maybe you offended her somewhere. Zed, where did I offend her? Even the director doesn't dare to offend her, how dare I offend her? I am always cautious and respectful when we meet, for fear of offending her. Happy. I never did anything to offend her. 3 days and only 2 naps, maybe it's not what you did, but what you said. Think about it carefully, did you say anything bad? Zed, how is it possible? How dare I say bad things about her, that would be courting death. 3 days and only 2 naps, really not. Zed, absolutely not. 3 days and only 2 naps, that young lady is really hateful enough. Zed, yes, too hateful. I have never seen anyone more hateful than her. Har har, har har. In the distance, Lin Xinyao sneered and put down the phone, looking at Zhang Yun, who was complaining with the phone in the distance. Never said bad things. Aren't you saying bad things now? You are really lying with your eyes open. Coor. Lin Xinyao called the assistant. What's wrong, Teacher Lin? Tell Teacher Zhang that there is another plot here that I think is unreasonable. Okay, Teacher Lin. Under the sympathetic and pitying eyes of the entire crew, Zhang Yun woodenly took the script that Lin Xinyao had circled for revision and continued to write. This was not the first time that Lin Xinyao proposed to change the script, and of course it was not the second time. Zhang Yun did not remember how many times he had changed the script. Changing the script did increase the workload, but if the revised script could be passed and used, it would not be in vain. However, every time Zhang Yun changed the script, the result was just shoot according to the original script. Do you know what this means? It means that the 2,000 or 3,000 words that Zhang Yun spent in our rewriting became a waste so easily. You think the original script is good, why do you still want me to change the script? Zhang Yun protested silently. But he could only protest silently. Because Lin Xinyao is the heroine, the eldest daughter of Huiyao, the reason why the crew of Star Road exists is because of her jealousy. But no matter how good the vinegar is, you have to use it to dip dumplings. Why are you torturing me, the dumpling stuffer? It's okay if it happens once or twice, but it happens again and again. What's wrong with me, the dumpling stuffer? At first, it was Liu Mingyang who was anxious, but after a few days, Liu Mingyang was not anxious at all, and everyone in the crew also saw that Lin Xinyao was deliberately torturing Zhang Yun. And Zhang Yun naturally noticed the problem. He tried Lin Xinyao several times to find out where he had offended her. However, Lin Xinyao said nothing, and he still knew nothing about it. All Zhang Yun could do was to follow Lin Xinyao's instructions, revise the script every day, and then scrap it after revising it. It goes on and on. I can't stand it. Zhang Yun drank the beer in his glass in one gulp, slapped the table, and yelled while drunk. Liu Mingyang was not moved at all, and leisurely peeled a crayfish and put it in his mouth. Calm down, calm down. Since eating the northeastern cuisine and drinking Luzhu Laojiao, the relationship between the two began to heat up rapidly. Whenever he was free, Liu Mingyang would go to Zhang Yun for dinner. This was naturally partly because he deliberately tried to win over Zhang Yun so that he could write the next script peacefully, but the desire to make friends also played a big role. Zhang Yun also wanted to make a friend like Liu Mingyang. After all, the original owner had lived for 25 years and didn't even have a close friend. Zhang Yun didn't want to be like the original owner. So, now these two people are already quite good friends. How good are they? If Liu Mingyang were a woman, he would have divorced and was ready to pay for Zhang Yun. Luckily, Liu Mingyang is not. You are not the one being tortured, so of course you are calm. Zhang Yun said angrily, do you know how I have been through these days? I play Tanwan Blue Moon every day, I understand. Liu Mingyang learned very quickly, Zhang Yun said once, and he copied it. Bullshit. Zhang Yun said, I write waste drafts every day, my head is about to explode. My hands are about to get tendinitis. You are so young, what nonsense are you talking about? Liu Mingyang said, how much can you write if you write waste drafts again? The author of the online novel I read updated 20,000 words a day, how did he write it? The author you are talking about, isn't it the old eagle eating chicks? Zhang Yun asked subconsciously. Liu Mingyang said curiously, which one is the old eagle eating chicks? Oh, that's fine. Zhang Yun nodded, and only then did he know that there were such hard-working online writers in the parallel world. Be patient, it will pass. You finish all the scripts later, and you won't have anything to do. Liu Mingyang comforted. This sounded very familiar, and Zhang Yun recalled it. Damn, isn't this what I said to comfort him before? Lin Xinyao asked for a revision before, and Liu Mingyang was very anxious, and Zhang Yun comforted him like this. Now, everyone knows that Lin Xinyao didn't really want to revise the manuscript. Liu Mingyang is not anxious, but Zhang Yun is anxious instead. Is this the retribution that comes quickly in this life? I finally understand that sentence now. Zhang Yun sighed. What? Liu Mingyang asked. It's easy to talk without any back pain. Zhang Yun said. Har 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 har. Liu Mingyang laughed without hiding anything, and said to Zhang Yun, just bear with it. Otherwise, I'll apologize to you on behalf of Teacher Lin. Zhang Yun sneered and said, you stepped on a plastic bottle and apologized to him. Is it useful? Can he recover? Liu Mingyang said, what else do you want? Zhang Yun said, you have to blow it with your mouth. This. Liu Mingyang was stunned on the spot, and then he was about to get under the table. Get out. Didn't you say you don't have any special fetishes? Zhang Yun kicked Liu Mingyang away. Liu Mingyang laughed and said, I can have it to apologize to you. It's better not to have it. Zhang Yun snorted and gritted his teeth, it's not okay to be tortured by her like this. I have to fight back. Fight back? How do you fight back? Liu Mingyang was stunned, you don't want to beat her up to vent your anger, do you? Zhang Yun glanced at Liu Mingyang, if it was you instead of Lin Xinyao who tortured me, I would definitely beat her up. Liu Mingyang was not angry, but very satisfied, you are smart and know that we can't afford to offend the eldest lady. What's there to be ashamed of? Even if he is the son of the richest man, he can't kill me if I beat him up. The worst thing is to pay money. Zhang Yun said helplessly, I don't beat her just because she is a woman. A man beating a woman is the most incompetent performance. What you said is sexist. Bullshit. So you mean that men who commit domestic violence are right? Who makes women unable to beat men? You are just arguing. Aren't you arguing? Fuck. Cheers. Just do it, I'm not afraid of you. The two of them clinked their glasses together and drank the Yangjing beer in the glass. After the beer was finished, Liu Mingyang asked worriedly, "You said you wanted to fight back, how do you plan to fight back? Don't do anything too extreme." Zhang Yun squinted his eyes and thought for a while, then smiled and said, "Since she likes to revise the manuscript, I will help her and revise it well." Liu Mingyang shuddered and thought of something. "You don't want to? Wait and see." Zhang Yun sneered and raised his hand. "Boss, check out." Chapter 10: Zhang Yun's counterattack. Teacher Lin, how did our screenwriter offend you? On the set, Wei Yu pretended to ask casually in the interval between rehearsing lines with Lin Xinyao. "Nothing, I just don't like him," Lin Xinyao said casually. "More than dislike, he is simply a bad guy. Say bad things about me to me every day. It's really too bad," Lin Xinyao thought. These days, Lin Xinyao naturally chats with Zhang Yun every day, and every day, Zhang Yun will actively or passively say a few bad things about Lin Xinyao. "Since you say bad things about me, it seems that there is nothing wrong with me torturing you. This is reasonable." Although, every time Zhang Yun said bad things about Lin Xinyao these days, he was hooked by Lin Xinyao's fishing enforcement. "Don't like him? Why don't you like him? Don't you like the type of people like him?" Wei Yu asked according to Lin Xinyao's words. "Yes, I just don't like his type," Lin Xinyao said hypocritically. "Is that so?" Hearing Lin Xinyao's words, Wei Yu was secretly delighted. What type is Zhang Yun? He is a masculine and handsome guy. And since Lin Xinyao doesn't like masculine guys, she might like Wei Yu. Wei Yu imagined the type that Lin Xinyao likes and decided to take advantage of the opportunity. "Teacher Lin, are you free tonight? I think we can discuss the plot and have dinner." Before he finished speaking, he found that Lin Xinyao had raised her head and looked in one direction. Wei Yu followed Lin Xinyao's gaze and saw Zhang Yun, the screenwriter of Star Road, holding a stack of A4 paper in his hand and walking over with a smile. "Is there anything?" Wei Yu asked Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun ignored Wei Yu and asked Lin Xinyao with a smile, "Teacher Lin, what do you want today? Why did he come to the door on his own initiative? Something is wrong." Lin Xinyao keenly sensed something wrong. "Yesterday he said he was drunk and didn't chat with me. What trick did he come up with to deal with me?" Lin Xinyao thought, shook her head and said, "No, is there anything wrong with Teacher Zhang? Teacher Lin didn't tell me today, but I have a little suggestion." Zhang Yun had a strange smile on his face, and even Wei Yu, who was ignored by him, noticed something was wrong. "Zhang Yun, what do you want to do?" Wei Yu asked. "Nothing, here, this is a new scene." Zhang Yun divided the A4 paper in his hand into two pieces and handed them to Lin Xinyao and Wei Yu respectively. "You should get familiar with it as soon as possible. This scene is very important and tests your acting skills." After saying that, Zhang Yun paused, still wearing that disgusting smile. "Both of you, come on. Especially Teacher Lin, I believe in your ability. After all, you have returned from studying abroad." Lin Xinyao glanced at Zhang Yun, and seeing Zhang Yun walked away triumphantly, she turned her eyes to the script again. This. Lin Xinyao had just read the script, and Wei Yu next to her was speechless and in a dilemma. Listening to Wei Yu's this, Lin Xinyao, who had seen the whole script, couldn't help but think, this. This is a two-person rivalry. It's probably about the heroine played by Lin Xinyao attending an awards ceremony. Before she went on stage to receive the award, she was told that her mother had passed away. She wanted to leave, but the hero was already waiting for her on the stage. The heroine went on stage in a daze, forced a smile, and when she said, "Thank you my mother," she suddenly burst into tears. Originally, the design here was to let the heroine give up going on stage and turn around and leave. But now, the process of the heroine suddenly learning the news, her head being confused, and then sobering up to understand that her mother is no longer there has been added. This crying scene is very difficult. Because it not only requires crying, but also requires emotional progression. Lin Xinyao must first show the state of bewilderment, commonly known as the state of being bewildered, and then accept the award with a smile like a doll, and at a certain moment suddenly realize and burst into tears on the spot. For a young actor like Lin Xinyao who has little experience, it is really too difficult. Crying scenes are difficult in themselves, and it is even more difficult to show the difference between laughing in the last second and crying in the next second. Zhang Yun is clearly making things difficult for you. After reading the script, Wei Yu has begun to defend Lin Xinyao. Of course, he himself is also very unfair. Although the main shots of this scene are on the heroine Lin Xinyao, Wei Yu, the hero, must also make different expressions accordingly. For example, he has to show his love for the heroine with heartache and worry. This is too difficult for Wei Yu, an amateur actor who can only act cool and basically has no expression from beginning to end. Change the play. Teacher Lin, he must change this scene. Wei Yu said indignantly. Change the play. I feel like he won't give me a chance to change the play. Lin Xinyao looked at her phone and said calmly. Why? You asked him to change the play, and he still won't change it? Just like before. Wei Yu didn't understand. Lin Xinyao shook her head and didn't explain to Wei Yu, hurry up and prepare. Wei Yu didn't expect Lin Xinyao to agree to this temporary addition and change. Looking at Lin Xinyao's calm expression, he was confused. Didn't Lin Xinyao say that she could change the play? Why not change it now? If Lin Xinyao wants to change the play, she can indeed change the play, but she can only shoot this play. The reason lies in the message from Zed that Lin Xinyao just received. Zed, these days, the eldest lady has been making things difficult for me. Today, I will let the eldest lady see that the screenwriter is not so easy to bully. Then, under Lin Xinyao's inquiry, she learned about Zhang Yun's vicious plan. After deciding to fight back yesterday, Zhang Yun immediately thought of the most reasonable way to fight back. In fact, he only had one way, that is, to tamper with the script. But of course it was not a tasteless act to ruin the female protagonist's character, which would be irresponsible to his own script. Zhang Yun just added the scenes that he hesitated to write. When writing the script before, considering that most of the actors in the crew were newcomers and had little experience, Zhang Yun did not arrange scenes that were too difficult. What are difficult scenes? Everyone has the impression that crying scenes are difficult. Although this is not comprehensive and he finally escaped from death in The Shawshank Redemption, but he only laughed a few times, but he also left a name in the film and television. Deng Chao's death penalty performance in The Sun Also Rises was even written into the textbook, but in general, crying scenes are really difficult. Because among many performances, crying scenes are the easiest to infect the audience, make the audience feel moved, and touch their hearts. The foreshadowing is sufficient. In most cases, once the actors cry in the play, coupled with the touching BGM, the audience will be moved to tears. Just don't be as careless as when Cai Biuxiang and Shen Gongbao died in Jiang Zia. But crying is not just crying randomly. Acting needs to have a sense of hierarchy. Just like Maggie Cheung's crying scene in Comrades, almost a love story, if she cried when she saw the corpse, it would only be a mediocre scene, an ordinary crying scene. But laughing first and then crying made this scene one of Maggie Cheung's iconic shots in her acting career. The crying scene that Zhang Yun wrote for Lin Xinyao needed that sense of hierarchy. In fact, although this scene is better with it, it doesn't have much impact if it is not added. Zhang Yun didn't add it before, and it didn't affect the plot and the audience experience. Adding it now is to give Lin Xinyao a problem. Lin Xinyao asked Zhang Yun to change the play every day. Today, Zhang Yun added a difficult scene for her. If Lin Xinyao can't catch it, then wait to be laughed at by Zhang Yun. If Lin Xinyao catches it, it doesn't matter, crying scenes are the most tiring. She will be exhausted after shooting for a day or half a day. And this is Zhang Yun's counterattack idea. Whether Lin Xinyao can complete this scene or not, Zhang Yun will make a profit. Even if Lin Xinyao doesn't want to shoot this scene and asks to change the scene, Zhang Yun can laugh at her with words like, "A real actor has no scenes that he can't shoot. If you don't shoot, then you don't deserve to be an actor." How could the eldest lady bear it when she wants to be an actor so much? It's so insidious. No wonder you can teach me to change the script to deal with me. Lin Xinyao, who knew all this, had no way to deal with it. In addition to praising Zhang Yun for being insidious, she could only shoot according to the script. "Director Liu, I'm ready, we can start." After getting familiar with the lines, Lin Xinyao didn't hesitate and prepared to challenge this crying scene directly. Chapter 11 Let's Make Peace. First time in the 7th scene of the ceremony, action. After a while, the crying scene that tested Lin Xinyao's acting skills officially started filming. The first scene to be filmed was the one before going on stage. Lin Xinya's bewilderment and confusion after learning of her mother's death were well captured. You actually want to challenge your acting skills, you're quite strong-willed. Zhang Yun stood in the distance and looked at Lin Xinyao under the camera, feeling a little surprised and a little regretful. What surprised Zhang Yun was that Lin Xinyao did have the ambition of a qualified actor, not just a young lady playing around. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to say the sarcastic words he had prepared. Teacher Zhang, you're so mean. I thought you were pretty good before, but I didn't expect you to embarrass our teacher Lin so much. Shu Kuo walked to Zhang Yun's side at some point and said angrily. It was your teacher Lin who made things difficult for me first. Zhang Yun retorted. Then you can't make things difficult for teacher Lin. Shu Kuo said. What's the logic? No way. Shu Kuo looked at Lin Xinyao who was performing and said, our teacher Lin has worked very hard, why are you bullying her? Sister, she bullied me first. Can you be reasonable? Zhang Yun was confused by Shu Kuo's logic. But then he thought about it, reasoning with a woman is a kind of wishful thinking. Whatever you say is what it is. Zhang Yun decided not to resist, refute, or object. However, Shu Kuo looked around and whispered, Teacher Lin is really difficult. Do you know that she is very unpopular in our company? How is it possible? Zhang Yun didn't quite believe it and asked, why? Don't ask about the details. Anyway, no one in the company thinks highly of her and no one wants to talk to her. Shu Kuo said with some sympathy for Lin Xinyao, look, we are both newly debuted artists, but Teacher Wei's assistant is so professional and I am so amateur. When others debut, they all have special agents and assistants to package them, but Teacher Lin only has me, a young assistant who just graduated. You know the difference, right? Zhang Yun nodded, yeah, I see, you are quite amateur. No. It's Teacher Lin's situation. Shu Kuo rolled her eyes at Zhang Yun, said, Teacher Lin is in the company, no artist is friends with her, our leaders don't care about her, no resources are available to Teacher Lin. And, Teacher Lin's father. As if she thought of something, Shu Kuo paused and said, anyway, if I were Teacher Lin, I would definitely not be able to persist. Teacher Lin persisted, so you shouldn't bully her. Zhang Yun said, huh, and said strangely, what does this have to do with me? Teacher Lin is in such a difficult situation, how can you still bully her? Humph. Shu Kuo was so angry at Zhang Yun's words that she turned around and walked away. And how can you still bully her? Tell her not to torture me first. Zhang Yun imitated Shu Kuo's cute appearance and said to himself. Zhang Yun really didn't know that Lin Xinyao was not welcome in the company, and he couldn't think of it. After all, with Lin Xinya's status, how could someone be blind and deliberately embarrass her? But since it happened, there is probably only one reason. That is, Lin Xinya's father Lin Guanyao deliberately ordered it. Maybe he wanted his daughter to suffer, to be beaten by the society, and to give up her dream of becoming an actress. TSK, I don't know how much hatred and resentment there is, but he is not afraid of causing depression for his daughter. Zhang Yun was also a little emotional when he imagined a drama of deep love between father and daughter. Even in the face of being ignored, Lin Xinyao still insisted on their web drama, Star Road, which is really admirable. Although this web drama was also a trap set by Lin Guanyao for Lin Xinyao. However, admiration is admiration. Zhang Yun will not let her go just because he knows that Lin Xinyao is in a difficult situation. Unless Lin Xinyao can stop torturing him first. Here, I want to thank my mother. Zhang Yun thought so, and suddenly heard Lin Xinyao's voice. She has already started filming the crying scene. Everyone in the audience, including Zhang Yun, looked at Lin Xinyao. Being surrounded by people, Lin Xinyao did not react at all, she just recited the lines at her own pace. Then, the face with a bitter smile suddenly shed tears. Tears fell like rain. As if it was not a performance, but a true expression of feelings. Zhang Yun was stunned when he saw this scene. Even without BGM and no foreshadowing, just watching Lin Xinya's performance at this second, Zhang Yun was actually touched and felt a little distressed. Or, don't embarrass Teacher Lin anymore? Zhang Yun suddenly had a wonderful idea. Zhang Yun was stunned, and Liu Mingyang in front of the monitor and many onlookers were also completely stunned. My goodness, this young lady went abroad for further studies, it's really not just a casual gilding. Liu Mingyang was amazed and surprised. Although Lin Xinya's performance has always been good, Liu Mingyang estimated that a newcomer could not handle such a difficult role. However, at this moment, this was the first time, and Lin Xinyao actually cried smoothly, proving herself. In this scene, Lin Xinyao really showed her strength as an actor. Cut. Good, very good. After the performance, Liu Mingyang stood up immediately, applauding and praising loudly. The shocked staff around also gave their applause generously. Teacher Lin, are you okay? Shu Kuo ran over to support the shaky Lin Xinyao and handed her a thermos cup. It's okay, just take a break. Lin Xinyao wiped her tears with paper, panting, and controlling her emotions. Sitting in her seat, Lin Xinyao had not come out of that state. With trembling hands, she opened the lid of the thermos cup and reluctantly drank a sip of water. Feeling better, Lin Xinyao subconsciously looked at Zhang Yun again. She found Zhang Yun sitting aside, as if he was wandering in the sky. It's really abominable. You are still in a daze after adding such a difficult scene to me. Complaining in her heart, Lin Xinyao glared at Zhang Yun fiercely. But as she stared, Lin Xinyao thought of something, her eyes softened, and a smile appeared on her lips unconsciously. You were tormented by me for so many days, and I was tormented by you for just one scene. It seems that I still gain more. Hee hee. That's what Lin Xinyao thought. Unfortunately, she didn't think clearly. Zhang Yun was tormented for so many days, but he just typed a few more words. She was only added to one scene, but she was exhausted. Therefore, women's thinking about profit and loss is always unpredictable. Just like during the Double 11 shopping festival, women always like to buy many things that they will not use in the short term or even in their lifetime, but they always feel that they have made a profit. That's it, I can't give you the opportunity to torment me again. Lin Xinyao said to herself, got up and walked towards Zhang Yun. In fact, Lin Xinyao has long stopped caring about Zhang Yun's words these days, otherwise she would not fishing for law enforcement and help Zhang Yun scold herself. She just thinks that it is interesting to torment Zhang Yun every day, and she can have more contact with Zhang Yun. Now that this scene is finished, it can be regarded as a step for Lin Xinyao to end this torture. Teacher Zhang. Lin Xinyao sat next to Zhang Yun unceremoniously and said, I have something to say to you. Seeing Lin Xinyao's actions, Zhang Yun was not very nervous, but Liu Mingyang was nervous first. Lin Xinyao came to Zhang Yun at this time, that must be to ask for punishment. Calm down, you must calm down. Liu Mingyang prayed secretly. It was a prayer that Zhang Yun could calm down when Lin Xinyao slapped him in the face. Compared to Liu Mingyang's nervousness, Zhang Yun was much more relaxed. He collected his divergent thoughts and looked at Lin Xinyao, looking at that face that was beautiful but still covered with tears, and the wonderful idea just now popped up again. Can't be fooled by her acting skills, I let her go but she won't let me go. Zhang Yun hurriedly threw away the idea again and asked, how is it, is this scene enjoyable? Not bad. Lin Xinyao said. Now you know how painful it is to be tortured, right? Zhang Yun shrugged and said. Then, he leaned back, waiting for Lin Xinyao's raw complaint or anger. However, Lin Xinyao looked at Zhang Yun for a long time, but suddenly smiled, I know, let's make peace. Make peace. Liu Mingyang, who was worried, heard this sentence and his heart was lost. Shu Kuo, who was following behind Lin Xinyao, suddenly seemed to understand something, with countless little stars flashing in her eyes. What the hell is reconciliation? Shouldn't it be reconciliation? Reconciliation sounds too much like a young couple quarreling and asking for reconciliation, right? A sense of disobedience flashed through Zhang Yun's mind, but he nodded without any hesitation and said, then reconcile. How did such a wonderful idea come true inexplicably? Zhang Yun felt incredible. Seeing that Zhang Yun agreed to reconcile, Lin Xinyao smiled even more happily. Actually, I like the scene you arranged very much, and I enjoyed acting it very much. After a pause, she said, I asked you to write a lot of useless manuscripts before, which was really too much, I'm sorry. It's okay, just treat it as a practice to find the state, it's not bad. With that incredible feeling, Zhang Yun smiled back. You won't follow the group after you finish writing the script, right? Lin Xinyao stopped talking about torturing each other and asked instead. Yeah, I'll have nothing to do after the script is finished. What will you do next? Sell my script. Then. Lin Xinyao looked at Zhang Yun, thought for a while, and smiled and stretched out her hand. I hope that teacher Zhang can write better works in the future. Zhang Yun was stunned for a moment, looking at Lin Xinyao's snow-white and slender wrist, wondering if he had some kind of hallucination. But he still held Lin Xinyao's hand. It was very soft, like there were no bones, a little slippery, a little icy, like a work of art. I hope that teacher Lin can become a highly regarded actor in the future. Zhang Yun thought about it and said to Lin Xinyao. Then let's work hard together. Lin Xinyao smiled brightly. Zhang Yun also laughed unconsciously. Under the public eye, the two smiled at each other, and the two hands of different sizes were held together. The picture looked harmonious and beautiful. Click. Suddenly, the shutter sounded. Zhang Yun and Lin Xinyao looked at Shukur, who was taking pictures with her mobile phone at the same time. Oh. Shukur smiled awkwardly. You two are a good match, I can't help it. Ahem. Zhang Yun reacted and took back his hand. And Lin Xinyao blushed without anyone noticing. Chapter 12 Wrap-up and father-daughter phone call. This farce of mutual torture finally ended at the cost of Lin Xinyao crying for a whole morning. Lin Xinyao no longer asked Zhang Yun to write a scrap draft, and Zhang Yun did not add that kind of perverted scene. However, the crying scene perfectly presented by Lin Xinyao made Zhang Yun relax a lot when writing the subsequent script. Originally, Zhang Yun was worried that the actor's level was not enough, so he kept it in mind, but now, he can increase the intensity a little, especially for Lin Xinyao. This is different from deliberately embarrassing Lin Xinyao. This is a recognition of Lin Xinyao's acting skills. From that day on, the two began to communicate normally like friends. However, Zhang Yun did not figure out where he had offended her before. When shaking hands with Lin Xinyao that day, Zhang Yun always had a feeling that Lin Xinyao might have a good impression of him, but later Lin Xinyao did not show that attitude again, which made Zhang Yun doubt that his feeling might be an illusion. Men are the most narcissistic creatures in the world, and this is indeed true. They could fall in love and fantasize about getting married and having children immediately after being spotted by a beautiful girl on the street. Zhang Yun could naturally think that Lin Xinyao had some feelings for him. It was an illusion, and after a day of struggling, Zhang Yun stopped thinking about it. I think it's not just Zhang Yun, but any man would have some fantasies that a lady with a net worth of hundreds of millions of yuan has a crush on him. It was quite good that Zhang Yun saw the truth and landed safely after only one day of flying. He didn't have the ambition of marrying into a wealthy family and having a worry-free life, nor was he a poor loser who had never been in love and had never been liked by anyone. Whether Lin Xinyao had a crush on him or not, Zhang Yun could think about it, but he didn't worry about gains and losses. After all, he already has someone he loves. Zed, let me tell you something. I suspect that our young lady likes me. Only sleep twice in 3 days, really? Are you that charming? Zed, proud of course, don't you feel it? Only sleep twice in 3 days, no. If the young lady really likes you, then you have to catch it. Zed, I'm just teasing you. How could the young lady like me? I'm just a little screenwriter. But why aren't you jealous if someone else likes me? Only sleep twice in 3 days, what should I be jealous of? Zed, did I misunderstand? Frightened. Only sleep twice in 3 days, laughing behind the door. Why should I be jealous of myself? Lin Xinyao put away her phone, thinking about Zhang Yun's words, and smiled. I only said that I'm not jealous, not that I don't like him. He shouldn't be wrong, right? Lin Xinyao thought of Zhang Yun's horrified expression again, and laughed even more happily. Teacher Lin, what are you laughing at? At this time, Shuker came back with 2 bottles of ice cola, and saw Lin Xinyao grinning alone, and couldn't help asking. Ahem. Nothing, give me the cola. Lin Xinyao is indeed a professional actor who has received training. It only took her 1 second to go from laughing to crying, and now it only took her 0.1 seconds to go from laughing to expressionless. Teacher Lin, why do you suddenly want to drink cola? Didn't you drink lemonade before? And it has to be iced, ice cola is not good for your health. Shuker handed over a bottle of cola, muttering. Lin Xinyao took the cola, and saw Shuker opening another bottle to drink it, so she opened her mouth and held back her words. Burp. It's so cold. While Lin Xinyao hesitated, Shuker had already taken a big gulp and burped. She looked at Lin Xinyao and asked curiously, Teacher Lin, don't you want to drink? You drink it. Lin Xinyao smiled and shook her head, turned and walked towards Zhang Yun. Then, in Shuku's surprised eyes, Lin Xinyao handed the ice cola in her hand to Zhang Yun. Teacher Zhang, Core bought an extra bottle, do you want to drink it? Lin Xinyao said to Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun was playing with his mobile phone and wanted to refuse, but when he looked up, he suddenly saw a bottle of cola in front of him, and it was still iced, so he took his words back. There is no way, no one in the world can refuse the happy substance of cola with ice. Anyway, he likes to drink ice cola the most. Okay, thank you. Zhang Yun took the ice cola without hesitation. Lin Xinyao looked at Zhang Yun and took a sip, and smiled secretly. I really don't know why you like to drink something as nutritious as cola. Lin Xinyao thought and asked Zhang Yun, are you here today to wait for the filming to wrap up? After more than 2 months of filming, Star Road finally ushered in the wrap-up. Because of this special day, Zhang Yun, who had not been to the set for many days, came to the crew again. Hearing Lin Xinyao's question, Zhang Yun smiled and said, attend the wrap-up banquet and come to get the money by the way. Haven't you paid for the script yet? Lin Xinyao was surprised. I paid it before, but later the script was changed, and director Liu said that the additional 5,000 has not been paid. If he doesn't pay it today, I won't be able to find him in the future. Zhang Yun blinked and joked. Only 5,000. Lin Xinyao felt that it was too little, her salary was 10,000 per episode. For a new screenwriter like me, it's enough. Zhang Yun said. Lin Xinyao nodded thoughtfully and asked, now that Star Road is over, what are you going to do next? I'll continue to promote my script. Zhang Yun said with a wry smile, I've been trying my luck recently, but unfortunately my luck is not very good. It's okay, sooner or later, your luck will get better. Lin Xinyao encouraged. I hope so. Zhang Yun shrugged. Then do your best. I'm going to shoot the last scene. Lin Xinyao smiled and waved her hand, then turned and walked away. Zhang Yun watched Lin Xinyao walk away and put his eyes back on his phone. He was thinking about why he suddenly stopped working after sleeping only twice in 3 days. On the other side, seeing that the coke that Lin Xinyao had specially asked him to buy was given to Zhang Yun by Lin Xinyao, Shuko looked down at the coke in her hand that she had taken a big sip of, and suddenly understood. It seems that the 2 bottles of coke that Lin Xinyao asked her to buy did not include her bottle. Beijing, Qinshu Villa District. Lin Guangye stood on the balcony, holding a tablet in his hand, his face solemn. On the tablet, a photo was displayed, a man and a woman, smiling and shaking hands, a talented man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match. Aren't you filming? How did it become dating? Lin Guangye sighed and scratched his forehead in distress. You bought coke for him. You never drank that stuff since you were a child, but you bought coke for a stranger. Lin Guangye said so, with obvious jealousy in his tone. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the mobile phone on the desk rang. Lin Guangye turned around and picked up the phone, and found that it was Lin Xinyao. His face was happy, but then it sank again. Hello. Dad, what are you doing? Lin Xinyao's sweet voice came from the phone. Lin Guangye looked at the tablet of his mobile phone. I'm processing a file. I heard that you guys have finished filming. Will you come back tonight? No, Yuchi asked me to go on a trip to celebrate. Lin Xinyao denied it and said, Dad, does our company have any new projects recently? Yes, the company has a target every month. Lin Guangye answered casually. As soon as he said that, Lin Guangye thought of the photo and the bottle of coke. Are you short of screenwriters? Sure enough, Lin Xinyao's next sentence directly said Lin Guangye's guess. No, the company is short of everything, but not screenwriters. Lin Guangye said a little depressed. In fact, the company has several projects in preparation, and the script has not been finalized yet, so it is short of screenwriters. No, screenwriters. Lin Xinyao on the other end of the phone was a little embarrassed. Why are you asking this suddenly? Lin Guangye asked knowingly. I have a friend who is a screenwriter. He is preparing a new script recently. I want to ask if our company has any projects suitable for him. Lin Xinyao told the truth. Your friend is Zhang Yun, right? Well, I haven't contacted me for more than a month. I called him today just for him. Lin Guangye was so angry that he wanted to slap Zhang Yun, who tried to kidnap his daughter, in person. Wait, in person? Lin Guangye suddenly had a good idea in his mind. I remember that Jialiang seems to be looking for a screenwriter. Lin Guangye changed his words and said, if your friend has a similar script, you can let him try it. Really? That's great. Hearing this, Lin Xinyao's tone became particularly happy, and Lin Guangyao almost bit his porcelain teeth. Dad, thank you so much. My friend is Zhang Yun. I'll give you his phone number. You can ask the company to contact him. Lin Xinyao said happily. After that, as if she was still worried that her father would doubt Zhang Yun's ability, Lin Xinyao deliberately added, although my friend is a newcomer, he is super good, better than many screenwriters. He has studied in a special place, and the script he writes will definitely be fine. Dad, you can rest assured. Rest assured. How can I be assured? How can I be assured of a man who wants to seduce my daughter? Dad, hurry up. Love you. Lin Xinyao got the result she wanted and hung up the phone with satisfaction. And Lin Guangyao was so angry that his teeth itched, but he didn't delay. He directly sent a WeChat message to his secretary, tell Li Jialiang to contact this screenwriter named Zhang Yun. After sending the WeChat message, Lin Guangyao's eyes fell on the photo again. Then he began to sneer. Zhang Yun? Screenwriter? As an elder, I will tell you today that screenwriters are not that easy to be. Chapter 13 Invitation from Jialiang Film and Television. Zhang Yun made 2 WeChat calls, but both were hung up by his mother Yang Qin. This made Zhang Yun, who had finally mustered up the courage to face his biological parents, lose his temper again. It has been more than 2 months since he came here, and Zhang Yun has not called the original owner's home once. Although the original owner rarely called because of a quarrel with his family before, he at least kept the frequency of calling once a month. After not calling for 2 months this time, Zhang Yun knew that he could not continue to delay. Although teacher Ma taught us that if we delay, we should delay. But if we continue to delay like this, it is possible that the original owner's parents will think that their son is exhausted and died suddenly in the endless rush to write manuscripts. It takes a lot of courage to make this call, because the original owner's biological parents are on the other end of the phone. They know the original owner best. As long as Zhang Yun reveals a flaw, he may be seen through by the other party. Therefore, although Zhang Yun has perfectly integrated the original owner's memory, he is still under great pressure. It was just unexpected that Zhang Yun had been brewing for a long time, but the other party did not answer. If I didn't answer, I didn't answer. I have more time to prepare myself mentally. Zhang Yun thought about it, put away his phone, looked up at the big sign of Wushu Film and Television in front of him. After tidying up the cheap suit he bought for 500 yuan, Zhang Yun took the prepared script and walked in. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yun came out the same way he went in. How did I sell my first script back then? Zhang Yun scratched his head and thought distressedly. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that he was led by a senior in the screenwriter circle to sell his first script. Then, Zhang Yun sighed deeply. What on earth do you think? Do you dream of becoming a screenwriter? How can you become a screenwriter if you don't manage your connections? Zhang Yun naturally knew what the original owner was thinking. He was just complaining that people with the original owner's personality were really not suitable to be screenwriters. The screenwriter industry is completely different from other industries. In other industries, as long as you can do it, no matter how bad you are, you can find a small company to accept you and provide you with opportunities to exercise. But screenwriters are different. The screenwriter circle is a fairly closed circle. It doesn't mean that if you can write well, you can sell your works. The key issue to truly become a screenwriter is not whether there is a mentor who likes you, but whether there is someone to guide you. If there is no guide, no matter how talented you are, you have to take a lot of detours to enter the circle. The most important thing for a screenwriter is not whether you can write an excellent script, but whether you can make friends with people in the circle. Although with the development of the times, many platforms for screenwriters to buy and sell scripts have appeared on the internet. But to be honest, the success rate of posting scripts online is lower than that of posting books online. If you write a book, as long as you write well, there is always a chance to be seen by others, but if you write a script, you may be lucky if one script is liked by someone out of 50 scripts. In addition to the online platform, newcomers can of course send the script directly to the mailbox of the film and television company. Regardless of whether this method will be plagiarized, basically, those mailboxes are dead, and few people can receive a reply. So in the end, the fastest way to get started is to find a guide and integrate into the circle. This is why there are such things as screenwriting classes. In fact, many screenwriting classes teach courses that can be learned by yourself by just buying 2 books on screenwriting. The real meaning of screenwriting classes is to give participants an opportunity to contact people in the circle. Zhang Yun has been a screenwriter on Earth for so many years, so he naturally understands these principles. But Zhang Yun understands, but the original owner doesn't. The original owner was originally more withdrawn. When he was a child, he didn't have any friends to play with. After going to school, he just studied hard. Even his college roommates were just casual friends. After graduation, they went their separate ways and had no contact. The same was true when he attended the screenwriting class. He actually went to the screenwriting class to learn how to be a screenwriter, but didn't make any useful colleagues. This also led to the fact that others could quickly sell their scripts after graduating from the screenwriting class, but the original owner wandered around for half a year before being selected by a project that was bound to fail. This naturally led to the fact that even Zhang Yun couldn't sell his script in a short time. Don't think that you can find a film and television company at random. Once they see the script, they will kneel down on the spot and cry and beg you to sell it to them. Without fame and acquaintances, they will not give you a chance to show your script. So, Zhang Yun has been to several film and television companies during this period. Every time he entered and left the same way. It seems that I have to prepare for a long-term war. Fortunately, I made 30,000 yuan. If I save money, I should be able to hold on for a few months. Zhang Yun comforted himself. It's not good not to comfort myself. Without a platform to display, even if he is full of knowledge, he can only treat it as shit. Dingling. Dingling. Just when Zhang Yun was about to rush to the next film and television company, his cell phone rang suddenly. Took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Hello. Zhang Yun didn't hang up as a harassing call. What if it was an acquaintance who changed his number? Excuse me, is this Mr. Zhang Yun? A woman's voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Yes, who are you? This is Jialiang Film and Television Production Company. We are planning a web drama project recently. Are you interested? Wait a minute, Jialiang Film and Television. Zhang Yun was stunned for a moment. Are you looking for me to write a script? Yes, our company would like to invite you to write a script. I wonder if you have time. The person on the other end of the phone answered. Zhang Yun had seen Jialiang Film and Television when he was looking up information before. The company is not large in scale and specializes in web dramas and web movies. It has not produced any good works and can only make bad money. Zhang Yun himself put Jialiang Film and Television in a very unimportant position. But he didn't expect that Jialiang Film and Television got his phone number from somewhere and took the initiative to call him. The opportunity was rare. Although Jialiang Film and Television was not a big company, Zhang Yun did not hesitate at all and agreed directly. What type of script do you need? What preparations do I need to make? Suspense type, because it is a web drama, I hope it won't be too long, preferably not more than 25 episodes. The other party described. Suspense theme, are there any specific requirements? For example, a police and gangster film or something else? Zhang Yun asked. As long as it's suspense, it's fine, but it's better to be realistic. Is that so? Zhang Yun thought for a while and said, when do you want it? We can discuss this. We have only preliminarily decided on this project and haven't put it into practice yet. When can you come to the company? Hearing this, Zhang Yun felt relieved. The script he was holding was a romantic comedy. If it was suspense, he had to write it now. Since Jialiang Film and Television did not require a specific time, Zhang Yun had more room. I need some time to prepare. So, is next Friday okay? Zhang Yun suggested. Next Friday. Yeah, no problem. You can just come to the company at 50 next week. The other party agreed easily. When did party A become so tolerant? Zhang Yun did not expect the other party to really agree to next Friday, as if he was not in a hurry at all. However, this was obviously beneficial to Zhang Yun, so Zhang Yun agreed directly. After talking to the woman on the phone, even if it was just an opportunity, even if many scripts had appeared on the screen, Zhang Yun was still a little excited. I had already prepared for a long battle, but I didn't expect that a film and television company would come to me, a new screenwriter with no works, to find me. Is my luck really changing? Zhang Yun was proud for a moment, and then sent a message to the one who had only slept twice in 3 days. Zed, a company wants to see my script. I'm so lucky, it's so smooth, I thought I would have to run around for a long time to find an opportunity. At the same time, Suzhou humble administrator's garden. Yao Yao, look, there are koi in there. Teacher Lin, there are so many fish. Li Yuqi and Shukur stood by the pool, courting Lin Xinyao. Lin Xinyao walked over very flatteringly, and her cell phone suddenly rang. Take out your cell phone and see the message from Zhang Yun. She couldn't help but smile, remembering that Zhang Yun said he had bad luck before. Who said your luck was bad? I am your luck, how can it be bad? Chapter 14. Another screenwriter. Zed, I'm going to Jialiang Film and Television to test the script today. Lend me your good luck. I only slept twice in 3 days, the project I'm leading is about to start, so you should lend me some luck. Zed, is that so? Then I'll lend you some good luck. I only slept twice in 3 days, what? Are you not afraid that the script won't pass? Zed, sunglasses, there is absolutely no way my script will fail. I only slept twice in 3 days, since you are so confident, then my project will definitely be no problem. What does my lack of confidence have to do with your project? Zhang Yun looked at the reply on his phone that he had only slept twice in 3 days, shook his head and smiled. Time is something that always has a certain metaphysical flavor. Sometimes you feel that it passes very slowly, such as when you are in class. Sometimes you feel that it passes too quickly, such as when you are doing math problems. Since receiving the script invitation from Jialiang Film and Television last time, Zhang Yun has been in seclusion. In just 1 week, a suspense script was born from Zhang Yun's hands. As we all know, there are 7 days in a week. This sentence is nonsense. If you just type in 7 days, it would be very easy to write the outline of the script and the plots of each scene in the first 4 episodes. But creation is never accomplished by just typing. Typing is the easiest thing, but coming up with an idea that is different, innovative, and popular with the audience is the most difficult thing. And Zhang Yun saved this time. He simply copied the ready-made one. Because he must seize this opportunity to ensure that his script becomes a huge hit. Seeing this, some big book friends may ask, why does Zhang Yun, a screenwriter himself, plagiarize others? No screenwriter can guarantee that his work will be 100% popular after it is released. Many times, the screenwriter feels good about himself, the producer also thinks it is good, and the director also appreciates it, but when the film is shot according to the script, the audience does not buy it. There are too many such situations, and Zhang Yun himself has fallen into them several times. Think about it, after the release of Cyberpunk 2077, which has whetted the appetite of players, a large number of refunds were generated. Literary works are more uncertain, and naturally it is more difficult to guarantee that they will become popular after they are written. Therefore, the safest way is to copy ready-made works. After all, ready-made works have been tested by the market once, and even if they are taken to a parallel world, they will definitely guarantee a profit. Of course, this is just a casual remark. The real reason is I write original scripts. Where can people find a sense of immersion? Mr. Zhang. As Zhang Yun walked into Jialiang Film and Television Company, a mature woman in professional attire and with a graceful figure walked over. The woman looked to be in her 30s. Although she was mature, her face did not show many signs of aging. She wore light makeup and was very beautiful. Even when she was just standing there, she exuded a kind of charm that tempted people to commit crimes. This kind of charm, how do you say the proper noun? Yes, my name is Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun glanced at the woman politely, then immediately nodded seriously and responded. This kind of politeness made the woman feel very comfortable. She smiled and said, my name is Qi Xiaoyun, and I'm from the planning department. Mr. Zhang seems to have arrived a little early, and now. The woman named Qi Xiaoyun glanced at the watch on her hand, 9:40. Zhang Yun smiled and said, if you want to be on time for your appointment, the best way is to arrive early. That's a good idea. Qi Xiaoyun blinked, but you may have to wait here for a while, because the planning department is looking at another screenwriter's script. How could such a thing be said so easily? Shouldn't it be kept secret? Zhang Yun didn't expect Qi Xiaoyun to say so directly that there was more than one screenwriter coming today. But he just turned this thought around in his mind and said, no problem, I'm not in a hurry. Then you wait here for a moment. There's a water dispenser over there. I might have to go take a look. Qi Xiaoyun said, pushing the door and leaving the reception room. Zhang Yun was actually a little thirsty, so he filled a disposable cup with water, sat on the sofa, and began to read a novel with some boredom. On the other side, after Chi Xiaoyun left the reception room, she headed towards the planning department's office, while recalling Zhang Yun's conversation and performance just now. He seems like a very polite young man. How could he offend Hua Yao? Chi Xiaoyun talked to herself. When she walked into the office, all the company executives, including the boss Li Jialian, were there. Chi Xiaoyun walked in without making any noise, sat at the very back, and picked up the bound A4 paper in front of her. Script: Chasing the Murderer. There are 4 words written on the A4 paper cover. Chi Xiaoyun opened the script, glanced at it briefly, and then turned her gaze to the relaxed young man sitting opposite her. The young man is called Yu Chaobei, and he seems to have only been a professional screenwriter for about half a year. But in this half year, he has sold 2 web drama scripts. One is the 25 episode, The Next Intersection Love, and the other is the 30 episode, If Love Has Destiny. The former will be broadcast on the online platform soon, while the latter has already started the preliminary preparations and will be completed and broadcast sooner or later. Although he had never seen the 2 scripts, and didn't he know how the online dramas would be received after they were aired, the fact that he had sold 2 scripts in just half a year at such a young age made his boss Li Jialian recognize his writing ability and invited him to try a suspense theme that he had never touched before. Well, the script is good. Chi Xiaoyun was just thinking about it when Li Jialian, the company boss sitting in the middle, raised his head and said so. Oops, I only saw the cover. Chi Xiaoyun cried out inwardly, oh no, and quickly opened the script and read it carefully. This script, although it seems to be fine, the subject matter seems quite old-fashioned. After reading the outline, Chi Xiaoyun made this comment in her heart. The script of Chasing the Murderer is like most police and gangster films. A police officer who is deeply guilty of his past mistakes meets a new innocent female police officer. This female police officer is a fan of the old police officer and comes here to encourage the old police officer. The 2 of them made some jokes and had some sparks. Then, one day, a new case happened and pulled the old police officer back to his past memories. Because this case was the murderer who killed his good friend. So, the old police officer and the female police officer teamed up to stage a murder-hunting drama with the criminals. This is roughly the plot. Chi Xiaoyun has never taken a screenwriting class, but she is in the planning department and has reviewed many scripts. She has seen this routine many times. For example, the old policeman who feels guilty is foreshadowing the development of his character later on, and people with stories tend to arouse the audience's curiosity more easily. For example, why do we need to emphasize the new female police officer? The new police officer can promote the development of the plot, enrich the image of the old police officer, and ask some stupid questions on behalf of the audience. And the arrangement of the female police officer, this is the heroine. Of course, this is actually a rule within the screenwriting industry. Just like in many TV dramas, the father can only save his daughter but never his son. If you don't believe me, think back carefully. There is nothing wrong with this setting, but it also lacks novelty. Whether it is good or bad depends entirely on the plot. Chi Xiaoyun felt that the plot of Chasing the Murderer was just average, and it seemed that it was still a little far from her boss's goal. But Chi Xiaoyun thought about the price offered by the company and the screenwriters who had come before. It was already quite good to be able to find such a script. So that means my script has been approved. After hearing Li Jialian's words, Yu Chaobei's pretended calmness disappeared and he asked excitedly. Li Jialian nodded and said, well, it is likely to be approved. If there are no problems, we will sign the contract after a while. Okay, no problem. Wait, what does after a while mean? Yu Chaobei agreed, but suddenly realized. Since it has been approved, shouldn't the contract be signed right away? Hearing Yu Chaobei's question, Li Jialian said helplessly, well, the investor's investment this time has an additional condition. They have to send a screenwriter. Chapter 15 Hum. Following the employee's notification, Zhang Yun came out of the reception room and walked along the corridor towards the planning department office. I had just taken 2 steps when a young man, probably about 27 or 28 years old, came towards me. So it's you? Zhang Yun didn't speak, but the young man opposite stopped Zhang Yun. You are Yu Chaobei. Zhang Yun then took a closer look at the face of the young man opposite him and discovered that he knew him. This person's name is Yu Chaobei, and he had attended the same screenwriting class as the original owner. Unlike the original owner who only learned screenwriting in the screenwriting class, Yu Chaobei was an active member in the class. He had many questions to ask the teacher in every class, and he was also good at inviting everyone to eat and drink together. After a year and a half, the original owner, who didn't make many friends, had a deep impression of Chaobei. But this person is not very strong, he is good at scheming. Although screenwriters need to have communication skills, it is meaningless to make too many empty words. Zhang Yun has no good impression of Chaobei. Not bad. You haven't forgotten me even after you became rich. Yu Chaobei smiled and patted Zhang Yun's shoulder, saying, "Great, Zhang Yun. You've been doing well recently." "I didn't even know I was doing well, how did you know?" Zhang Yun said perfunctorily. "I can tell from your face that you're going to be successful. So, are you confident about your script?" Yu Chaobei asked. "It's okay, at least it's not embarrassing," Zhang Yun said, glancing at Yu Chaobei. "It seems that the other screenwriter mentioned by the woman named Chi Xiaoyun before is Yu Chaobei. How about your script? What do they say?" Zhang Yun asked tentatively. Yu Chaobei sighed and said, "No, they said they would think about it again. You have to fight for our class. After all, we are also graduates of Beijing Film Academy." Well, the 7th screenwriting workshop organized by Beijing Film Academy can probably be considered as a graduation from Beijing Film Academy. Listening to Yu Chaobei's words, Zhang Yun smiled and said nothing more. "Then I'll go over first." "Go ahead, let's have dinner together when you have time," Yu Chaobei said generously. "Okay." Zhang Yun nodded and walked into the office. Looking at Zhang Yun's back, the harmonious smile on Yu Chaobei's face slowly showed a hint of sarcasm and contempt. "We've been classmates for more than a year, but I didn't know you were related to Hu Yao. What a pity. Even if your background is strong, it's useless if you don't have the ability," Yu Chaobei said in a low voice, his words full of disdain for Zhang Yun. Just now, Li Jialiang, who had obviously liked his script, made a strange request to wait for some time before signing the contract. "Isn't it better to do this sooner rather than later? If I drag it out and another company takes a liking to my script, Jialiang Films will just be shooting itself in the foot." With such doubts, Yu Chaobei naturally asked the reason immediately. After asking this question, Yu Chaobei found out that the investor of this suspense web drama project that was about to be launched, Hu Yao, had attached a requirement when deciding to invest. That is, let Jialiang Film and Television give a chance to the screenwriter they designated. Li Jialiang's original words were not so obvious, but he just mentioned it vaguely. However, Yu Chaobei, who is worldly wise and also a screenwriter, immediately sorted out the relationship in his mind and thought he guessed Li Jialiang's plan. No matter what business it is, the investor is always the boss. If the boss gives the screenwriter a chance, Li Jialiang naturally has to agree. However, Li Jialiang must have known that the screenwriter was not that good, so he came up with the strategy of delaying. He first pretended to agree, and then during the process of writing the script, he pointed out all kinds of problems with the script. When the funds were in place and the script was still not changed, Li Jialiang could use the reason that it can't be delayed any longer to request a new screenwriter, that is, Yu Chaobei. After guessing Li Jialiang's intention, Yu Chaobei was actually a little surprised. He was surprised that the investor did not specify the actors but the screenwriter, and he was surprised at what level of amateur screenwriter the investor sent to make Li Jialiang come up with such a trick. It was not until he saw Zhang Yun just now that Yu Chaobei suddenly understood. Yu Chaobei's impression of Zhang Yun was probably the various jokes he had made. What an anti-routine plot. The heroine ends up together with the second male lead. Every time when the in-class assignments are presented, the plots Zhang Yun writes always fill the class with a happy atmosphere. Since it was Zhang Yun, it's no wonder that Li Jialiang would use the tactic of dragging. What a pity. If you don't have talent, don't be a screenwriter. It's a waste of time and money. Seeing Zhang Yun walk into the office, Yu Chaobei laughed, hummed a little tune and walked out of Jialiang Film and Television Company. The script is likely to be sold, and tonight is the premiere day of his new drama, The Next Intersection Love, so Yu Chaobei must celebrate. Let us go Sanatan for a stroll. Boom boom. Come in. Hearing the sound inside, Zhang Yun pushed the door and walked in. The layout of the office was a bit like a new employee interview. 5 leaders sat in a row, with a seat opposite reserved for Zhang Yun, who was about to be interviewed. Zhang Yun only knew 2 of these 5 people. One was Chi Xiaoyun, who had just spoken, and the other was Li Jialiang, the boss of Jialiang Film and Television. He had seen his photo on the website before. Li Jialiang is about 50 years old. He does not have the common baldness problem of middle-aged men. Instead, his hair is very abundant. He has a slicked back hair, and because he has no bangs, his face looks particularly large. Zhang Yun, right? At this time, Li Jialiang was smiling at Zhang Yun. Yes, my name is Zhang Yun. This is my script. Zhang Yun greeted and distributed the script that he had printed in advance. I'm counting on you. When the message was sent to Chi Xiaoyun, perhaps the previous politeness left a good impression on Chi Xiaoyun, and Chi Xiaoyun even specially said a word of encouragement. Zhang Yun smiled and nodded, and after getting permission, he sat down opposite everyone. Thank you, Jialiang Film and Television, for giving me this opportunity. I also cherish this opportunity very much. I believe that my script will definitely meet Jialiang Film and Television's requirements for producing an excellent suspense web drama. My script is called. As Chi Xiaoyun listened to Zhang Yun's introduction, her eyes were fixed on the script in front of her. On the first sheet of a thin stack of A4 papers, there was a line of words written vertically in bold. Script, The Silent Truth. Li Jialiang felt a little headache when he looked at Zhang Yun, the handsome but not effeminate man sitting opposite him. Jialiang Film and Television is affiliated to Huayao Media. It is a small film and television production company under Huayao Media and has been established for 3 years. In the past 3 years, Jialiang has basically not produced any serious film or television dramas. When the censorship of online movies was not strict before, Jialiang Film and Television took advantage of the popularity to shoot movies. For example, 3 years ago there was a very popular movie called The Hidden Taoist, so they made an online movie called The Out of This World Taoist. There was a movie called The Blind Detective, so they made a movie called The Deaf Detective. I really made a lot of money at that time, because this kind of fraud network is large and can easily attract the attention of viewers who are unaware of the truth. Later, it became unacceptable. New policies were introduced to stop online dramas from making fake movies. Jialiang Films had no choice but to start filming online dramas. However, maybe they are so used to it that even when they are shooting web dramas, there is a high overlap rate with popular TV dramas. Just this year, there was a very popular TV series called Heartfire, and Jialiang Film and Television filmed a web drama called Heartfire, Inseparable. Then, Jialiang Film and Television was sued by someone regarding the copyrighted TV series. This led to Li Jialiang being ridiculed by other bosses when he returned to Huayao for a meeting some time ago. It was after that meeting that Li Jialiang decided to stop using the scam. So he conducted a survey and found that several suspense dramas were very popular this year, so he decided to shoot a suspense drama at the end of this year to make a good start for Jialiang next year. The project plan was reported to Huayao and the funds were approved quickly. Just when Li Jialiang was getting ready to do something big, he suddenly received a call from the secretary of Huayao's chairman. A phone call that left him scratching his head. The secretary told him to call a screenwriter named Zhang Yun and invite Zhang Yun to write a script. At this point in the conversation, Li Jialiang felt that Zhang Yun must be a relative of his. But then the secretary changed his mind. Pretend to be optimistic about Zhang Yun's script, but tell him that the script has many problems and must be revised. After he has made almost all the revisions, tell him that the script is not up to standard. That's what the secretary said. Li Jialiang was stunned at that time. What does this mean? Do you have a grudge against the screenwriter named Zhang Yun? Although full of doubts, Li Jialiang did not dare to ask more questions. He could only call Zhang Yun as requested by the chairman's secretary. So at this moment, looking at Zhang Yun, who was full of expectation, Li Jialiang thought, "Sorry, young man," and said to Zhang Yun with a smile, "We think your script is not bad, but there are some details that need to be modified." Zhang Yun glanced at the script in front of Li Jialiang, which was untouched, and then looked at the people next to him who were reading the script, and interrupted, "Boss Li, it seems that you haven't read it yet." Oh, really? It's embarrassing. I was acting too hastily. Li Jialiang reacted and realized that he was distracted just now and seemed to have not opened the script. Mr. Li. Just as Li Jialiang was about to pretend to take a look at the script called The Silent Truth, Chi Xiaoyun, who was sitting next to him, reluctantly turned her eyes away from the script, looked at Li Jialiang, and suddenly said, "Mr. Li, let's use this script." Wow, Xiao Yun, why are you so anxious? Give me some time to take a look. Li Jialiang thought complainingly. Mr. Li, I think we should choose this script. Suddenly, another voice came from the side. It's Lao Ju. Why is this guy laughing at me? Wait, that's not right. I didn't tell Lao Ju and Zhang Yun about this. Li Jialiang was suddenly stunned. Could it be that? Li Jialiang thought of a possibility. He immediately opened the cover and started reading the script. Holy crap. Chapter 16. Li Jialiang is in trouble. 2020 can be said to be a year in which a large number of suspense works have exploded. First, The Bad Kids set off a wave of "Do I Still Have a Chance?" and then The Silent Truth became a hit on the entire internet, with a high Dubbin score of 9.2, and won numerous praises and awards. When Zhang Yun learned that Jialiang Film and Television wanted to shoot a suspense-themed web drama, he naturally thought of these two films. After careful consideration, Zhang Yun chose The Silent Truth. The so-called careful consideration actually means that Zhang Yun himself likes The Silent Truth more. The Silent Truth is adapted from Zijin Chen's novel The Long Night is Difficult to See. It tells the story of how prosecutor Jiang Yang fought for several years, even risking his own life, to clear the name of rural teacher Hu Guiping, and finally redressed Hu Guiping's innocence. The description of the plot seems very simple, and the whole drama tells 3 cases and 3 stories, and it is indeed that simple. The difficulty is to tell it in full. The difficulty is to let the audience immerse themselves in these 3 stories, to feel sorry for Hu Guiping and to be moved by Jiang Yang's struggle. This drama is completely different from other suspense and mystery dramas. Although it uses suspense techniques at the beginning and does start with Jiang Yang's death case, the focus of the story is before Jiang Yang's death. Jiang Yang was a fledgling prosecutor with a promising future. After learning about Hu Guiping's case, he hesitated, retreated, and was afraid, but ultimately chose to vindicate Hu Guiping, even though he lost his job, went to jail, and even lost his life. This is a story full of tragedy. No one can help but feel sympathy, pity and admiration for Jiang Yang after watching this drama. This web drama clearly tells the audience how dark this society is and how insignificant we are. The original work is The Long Night, and just from the title, we can tell how much despair and collapse it contains. And the whole story is indeed like a long dark night, which can't wait for the arrival of dawn for a long time. Although the online drama, The Silent Truth, has made many deletions and revisions, it still makes people feel like they are on the edge of the abyss. This kind of drama does not matter how well it is produced, it can attract people's attention just because it dares to expose the darkness of society. What's more, the script and performance of The Silent Truth itself are first class. Taking this script out, compared to other recently popular suspense dramas, it is equivalent to Zhang Yun acting in an idol drama. It's purely a dimensionality reduction attack. How daring! After reading the script in his hand, Li Jialiang was silent for a long time before he let out a breath and sighed. Mr. Li, let's shoot this. Qi Xiaoyun said excitedly when she saw Li Jialiang finally finished reading the script. She couldn't help but be excited. Jialiang Film and Television has done more than 10 projects in recent years. Although each project can make money, none of them can be presented to the public. They are either making money or on their way to making money. As the director of the planning department, Qi Xiaoyun naturally felt angry. After much difficulty, Jialiang Film and Television was sued some time ago, and Li Jialiang made up his mind to shoot a web drama that was not a duplicity. Qi Xiaoyun certainly hoped to shoot a web drama that was good enough to be her masterpiece. Let those guys who laugh at Jialiang Film and Television for only being able to plagiarize see that the films produced by Jialiang Film and Television can also be masterpieces. Qi Xiaoyun had read several scripts before, and they were all terrible. Although Yu Chaobei's Chasing the Murderer was not bad, it was just average. Being mediocre means that it will never become a hit and will just be lost in the crowd. But if everything else is worse than The Dark Knight, then it seems that the only option is The Dark Knight. Until she saw The Silent Truth and saw this very polite young man. Qi Xiaoyun knew that Hua Yao made a strange request, and the person who called Zhang Yun at that time was actually one of her employees. Qi Xiaoyun was very curious about Hua Yao's naming of a screenwriter. But after searching for information for a long time, she found that Zhang Yun was like a blank sheet of paper. A complete rookie who had only sold a crappy script half a year after graduation. He had no connections or skills, and was just doing it alone. Combining these information, Chi Xiaoyun had a rough idea of Zhang Yun's level. So, although she had some good feelings towards this polite little guy, Chi Xiaoyun didn't expect Zhang Yun to bring any miracles. However, isn't a miracle something that happens even when no one believes it will happen? When Chi Xiaoyun saw the plot outline of the first episode of The Silent Truth, she thought, what is this? Because the Zhongchao subway body dumping case at the beginning is really ridiculous. What murderer would think of dumping the body on the subway after killing someone? Is security check just a decoration? At that time, she felt that Zhang Yun might not be able to do it. However, after glancing down a few more times, the story changed. Zhang Xiaoting changed his testimony and produced a perfect alibi, making everything confusing. Then, Yang Liang appeared, Zhang Xiaoqian received the 9-square photo, and the story of Jiang Yang and Hu Guiping emerged bit by bit. When Chi Xiaoyun saw the girl being taken away by the bully, Hu Guiping being raped, and Jiang Yang being threatened, she suddenly felt a little cold. Creepy cold. She had to take back her comment. Zhang Yun, step forward. Without any hesitation, Chi Xiaoyun made up her mind. Shoot it. Shoot it. Shoot it. If this script can be filmed, even if there is no buying of trending searches to hype up the popularity when it is broadcast, this drama will definitely be a hit. Therefore, she had no time to consider any taboos in the business world. Even though Zhang Yun was here, she bluntly advised Li Jialiang, just shoot this. Just as Chi Xiaoyun finished speaking, the middle-aged man next to her, whom Li Jialiang called Lao Ju, also said, this script is indisputable. Yes, Mr. Li, this book is better than the previous ones. Although I don't quite understand it, this story is very attractive to me. The other two people echoed. Zhang Yun was sitting opposite, and his expression did not change when he saw that The Silent Truth easily conquered the leaders in front of him. He was not pretending to be calm, nor was he forcing himself to be serious. He had already prepared himself mentally for the huge success of The Silent Truth on Earth. Well. Everyone was trying to persuade him, and Li Jialiang was in a big trouble. To be honest, after reading this script, Li Jialiang also liked it very much, but for many things, just liking it is useless. Just like the author likes Gao Yuan, can she be my wife? It's not Jia Yuting yet. There are 2 points that make Li Jialiang feel troubled. One is naturally Huayao's request. The secretary of Huayao's chairman made it clear that he wanted to make trouble for Zhang Yun and only give him hope, which would end up being a false alarm. This point is neither difficult nor easy. It mainly depends on whether Zhang Yun is qualified enough to let Li Jialiang help him lie. It is obvious that Zhang Yun is qualified. Therefore, there is no need to worry about Huayao at all. Jialiang Films is just a small part of Huayao's many holding companies. Usually no one cares about it. They only check the accounts and hold meetings to report on the status at the end of the year. In this company, Li Jialiang has the final say. Although adopting Zhang Yun's script was not in line with the chairman's intention, Huayao would never really send someone to supervise how Li Jialiang was torturing Zhang Yun. At that time, Li Jialiang would directly tell Huayao that he had done what the chairman wanted, and he would not be able to say anything more. Even for the sake of being conservative, in order to prevent Zhang Yun from being seen by Huayao, let Zhang Yun just use a random pen name when signing the script. Just be perfunctory about it, no one will really come to see Zhang Yun anyway. Thinking about it this way, this first difficult point has no deterrent effect at all. But then, the second point made Li Jialiang feel miserable. The second point is naturally review. The Silent Truth is not like other suspense films. In other films, the police solve cases and catch criminals. What is The Silent Truth? It exposes the darkness of society and criticizes the judicial system. That is, crossing the line. The plot is awesome, but if it fails to pass the review, won't it be a waste of effort? Mr. Li, can you say something? Are you still thinking about Huayao? Just tell a lie. It's not like you haven't lied before. Seeing that Li Jialiang just looked at the script and then at Zhang Yun, then at Zhang Yun and then at the script, with his face changing from gloomy to bright, Chi Xiaoyun thought that Li Jialiang was still thinking about Huayao's instructions, so she advised him frankly. Don't talk nonsense. When Li Jialiang heard Chi Xiaoyun's words, he waved his hand hurriedly, signaling Chi Xiaoyun to calm down. Then, under Zhang Yun's puzzled gaze, Li Jialiang asked, "Your script is really good. But have you ever thought about whether it can pass the review? Chapter 17. This is positive energy. Main theme. Can it pass the review? Li Jialiang looked at Zhang Yun and asked after a long time. After asking this question, Zhang Yun didn't react at all. Qi Xiaoyun, Lao Ju and others who were originally excited were stunned at the same time, and then sighed heavily. Yes, can it pass the review? Qi Xiaoyun was so excited that she neglected the most important thing. Li Jialiang woke her up and she realized that this script was definitely a good one, but could such a script really pass the review? China's censorship system does not have a clear standard, or simply put, there is no standard. Anyway, as an outsider, no one can understand what is not allowed to be broadcast and what is allowed to be broadcast. Just like a foreign movie not long ago, which made a joke like, "A man's knees are made of gold," within the first few minutes, and it was actually released in theaters openly. Just like some costume IP adaptations, even if the background is in ancient times, they must be changed to a single female lead, and the roles of other female leads are deleted, which would ruin the original work and give them supporting roles. While in the harem drama of a certain dynasty, there are so many empresses and concubines, but they can fight to the death. The difficulty of passing the review for suspense films, especially police and gangster films, is several times that of ordinary TV series. Because this involves a special department, in order to prevent damage to its image, we must be extremely cautious. So you can see that, although police and gangster films are one of the most popular film genres, the number of classic police and gangster films in China is actually far inferior to that of foreign films. If this is the case with police and gangster films, The Silent Truth will probably be even more difficult to pass review. In this case, what is the point of having a brilliant script? It seems that we still have to shoot Chasing the Murderer. Qi Xiaoyun thought a little disappointedly. I'm not worried about the trial. Just after a few people sighed, Zhang Yun, who was sitting opposite, smiled and said something that surprised everyone. Do you think it will pass the review if you're not worried? The man named Lao Ju asked, adjusting his black-framed glasses. Zhang Yun nodded. This script will definitely pass the review. Are you so confident? Or do you just want to sell the script to us? Lao Ju asked again. If there is some connection. Li Jialiang began to consider another direction. No connections are needed, this script will pass even if it is submitted for review normally. Zhang Yun said confidently. Why? Qi Xiaoyun looked at Zhang Yun and felt that the young man in front of her seemed a little too confident. But Zhang Yun smiled and explained, because this script promotes the main theme of positive energy. Positive energy. Another person said, I only saw criticism of society, but why didn't I see the main theme of positive energy? A young prosecutor with a heart of justice was willing to sacrifice his own life in order to find out the truth of the case, and ultimately brought fairness to the judiciary and justice. Isn't this positive energy and the main theme? Zhang Yun said. Can you tell me more about it? Li Jialiang listened carefully, wanting to see how Zhang Yun would argue. You have to look at things from different angles. From your perspective, Mr. Li, you may see the chaotic judicial process and all kinds of obscure darkness, and you think that such a film will never pass the review. But from my point of view, this is the main theme of the film about the righteous prosecutor Zhang Yun, maintaining judicial justice, combating evil crimes, and eliminating evil. It is a positive energy film. Moreover, as a screenwriter, I have a limit in my mind as to whether what I write can pass the review. Although these plots have exposed some problems in the judiciary to a certain extent, the final result is good. Zhang Yun's efforts have not been in vain. Good people are rewarded and bad people are brought to justice. Isn't this positive energy? Besides, since it's an online drama, the censorship won't be as strict as that of a TV drama that's broadcast on satellite TV. Zhang Yun explained. Li Jialiang glanced at the script and said, good people are rewarded, bad people are brought to justice. Is this considered the main theme of positive energy? Zhang Yun smiled and said, why not? Even if it is true, Li Jialiang said, but what can we do? No matter how positive your words are, you still wrote something that shouldn't be written. Zhang Yun shook his head and stopped keeping the secret. He pointed to the first page of the script and said, I think I wrote it at the beginning, right? What's written? Li Jialiang was stunned, and others hurriedly looked at the first page of the script. There are 3 cases in the script. The first case happened in 2000, the second case happened in 2003, and the third case, which is Zhang Yun's death, happened in 2010. Zhang Yun said calmly, in 2000, Hu Guiping was wrongly accused of sexual assault and had no way to defend himself or seek justice. In 2003, Jiang Yang wanted to redress his innocence, but ended up being imprisoned. But in 2010, when Yang Liang came to investigate the case, why did everything come to light? What you mean is, Li Jialiang understood. There were indeed loopholes in the judiciary in the past, but now, we will never let such unjust, false and wrongful convictions happen again. Qi Xiaoyun had already said it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood. So that's what's happening. From this perspective, this movie really has a positive energy main theme. That being said, but I still feel. Qi Xiaoyun advised, Mr. Li, don't hesitate. Such a good script is hard to come by. Whether it will pass the review or not, let's discuss it after we shoot it. And I think what Teacher Zhang said makes sense. If we explain it as Teacher Zhang did when we submit it for review, the probability of passing the review is very high. Even if this doesn't work, don't we still have Hua Yao behind us? Hua Yao? Hearing the word Hua Yao from Qi Xiaoyun's mouth again, Zhang Yun raised his eyebrows. Is Jialiang related to Hua Yao? I should have checked Qianyancher at that time. Zhang Yun thought about it, but now is not the time to think about this. He smiled and asked Li Jialiang, so, Mr. Li, what do you mean? Li Jialiang didn't say anything. His fingers tapped the table unconsciously as he kept calculating in his mind. The script doesn't cost much, but if it fails to pass the review after filming, then everything will be lost. But think about it from another angle. If it passes the review, this drama will definitely become a benchmark in the industry, and Jialiang will surely make a fortune. In other words, if the case fails to pass the review, the worst that can happen is a loss of 18 million yuan. But if it passes the review, the profit will be more than 18 million yuan. And from now on, Jialiang Film and Television will be able to get rid of the title of Touching Porcelain and become a serious film and television company with real masterpieces. Li Jialiang weighed the pros and cons and finally decided to take a risk. He made up his mind, and finally nodded and said to Zhang Yun, okay, this script, 10,000 per episode. No, 30,000, we want it. Clap, clap, clap. Qi Xiaoyun, Lao Ju and others immediately clapped their hands happily. Mr. Li is indeed courageous. Zhang Yun smiled and also applauded. But after the applause stopped, Li Jialiang suddenly said, I have a condition. Zhang Yun asked, what are the conditions? Li Jialiang said, you can't use your real name, you have to use a pen name. Oh. The budget has exceeded. Li Jialiang sat in his office, drinking tea and sighing. Old Ju, who was sitting opposite him, snorted and said, you can be happy with the price of a hit script for 30,000 per episode. It's only because Zhang Yun is not famous. If it were Lin Qing, He Luo or others, you would have to bear the cost of 300,000 per episode. Lin Qing and He Luo are both top screenwriters in the industry. Their scripts are considered cheap at 300,000 or 400,000 per episode. Am I not taking risks as well? He, har ha har har. Li Jialiang started laughing as he spoke. Young people are formidable, young people are formidable. Lao Ju said to Li Jialiang, our company had better sign Zhang Yun. I have a feeling that he will be very popular in the future and become a gold medal screenwriter. Does it need to be later? Li Jialiang said, with just this one silent truth, he is qualified to stand out from the crowd. Anyway, we must catch him. Do you hear me? Lao Ju warned. I know better than you. Li Jialiang nodded, and suddenly remembered something. By the way, tell that Yu Chaobei that we don't want his script anymore. I just sold the script. $30,000 an episode. So many? You're not lying to me, are you? Aren't you a new screenwriter? Being a newcomer only proves that I have only just started my career. Talent is the real skill. Then why haven't you sold your scripts before? Before, I had bad luck and no connections. Now that I have luck and my strength, I am naturally invincible. Then lend me some luck, my project will be launched today. No problem, go on. Sitting on the subway, Zhang Yun excitedly told the reporter, who had only slept twice in 3 days, the news that the script had been sold. The first thing he could think of for this kind of joy was that he only slept twice in 3 days. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. Just as I was happily chatting with my boyfriend who had only slept twice in 3 days, Liu Mingyang suddenly called. "Hello, Director Liu, what's the arrangement?" Zhang Yun answered the phone and asked. "What arrangements? Don't you know what day it is today?" Liu Mingyang shouted. "What day? It's the day when Star Road premieres. Chapter 18, Star Path premiere. At 12 o'clock noon, our Star Path will be online soon." Liu Mingyang called, and the first sentence he shouted excitedly. "Is Star Road going to be broadcast so soon?" Zhang Yun was surprised when he heard Liu Mingyang's words. "You know, it hasn't been more than a month since the filming was completed. The post-production, review and scheduling are not easy to solve in just a few words. How did Liu Mingyang manage to get Star Road online today?" Liu Mingyang smiled and said shrewdly, "When we were shooting, we didn't pursue speed, so I edited the film whenever I had time, while shooting. When we finished shooting here, I was almost done editing there." "Then why is the review so fast?" Zhang Yun asked again. Liu Mingyang smiled, and Zhang Yun could hear a hint of bitterness. "I was worried that it wouldn't pass the review before, but when I submitted the film, they didn't make it difficult except for cutting out some useless shots. It was done in 2 days. When did auditing become so easy? No one takes our crappy drama seriously." Liu Mingyang sighed and said with a wry smile, "People also know that our drama is just a crappy web drama, so no one cares about it at all. After it was reviewed, Longting didn't make any requests and directly arranged for it to be broadcast without any publicity or tasks. It can be as fast as possible. So that's how it is." Zhang Yun understood and also understood why Liu Mingyang smiled bitterly. It is naturally a good thing to broadcast it quickly. It is much better than those films that were shot in 16 years but have not been released for 20 years. But it was broadcast too quickly, which meant that the web drama, Star Road, had almost no publicity. Skipping the promotion period and going straight online, Zhang Yun could basically guess how this drama would end up. However, Liu Mingyang had said before that he had his own plans for Star Road, and that he would definitely make Star Road a half masterpiece, so when Zhang Yun asked this, he didn't ask any more questions. "How about we go out for some crayfish tonight and watch the finished product of Star Road together?" At this time, Liu Mingyang started to invite Zhang Yun to dinner again. "Anyway, I just finished filming and have nothing to do, so I might as well be free." "Come on, you are just sitting there with nothing to do, but I still have to write scripts. I just sold a script today, and I was only paid 30,000 yuan per episode. Alas, all my time was squeezed out for such a small amount of money." Zhang Yun, an old Versailles man, lightly stated a fact that could cause tons of damage to Liu Mingyang. "What? You sold your script for 30,000? Who would be so stupid as to offer 30,000 to a newcomer like you?" As expected, Liu Mingyang asked in disbelief after hearing Zhang Yun's words. "Jialiang Films, do you know?" "R. So that's it." Liu Mingyang drew out the answer, "A fraud company. I tried it before, but they didn't want me. Now they want you. That's my strength. Don't say the grapes are sour because you can't eat them." Zhang Yun retorted. I'm jealous, okay." Liu Mingyang didn't argue, but said, "Then we should celebrate. Your script sold for such a good price. You must treat us today. It's happily decided." "Hey, you are blackmailing me." "How have I blackmailed you? Star Road was completed by you and me together. It is the crystallization of our wisdom, your child and mine. Our child was born today. Don't you want to witness it with your own eyes? Stop talking nonsense, the same place, Hai Yuan Lobster, the sooner the better." Liu Mingyang said and hung up the phone. "What do you mean by our child? Why does it sound so weird?" Zhang Yun looked at his phone and complained helplessly. "Tick tick, da tick 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 tilde tilde tick tick, da tick 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 please substitute in the Attack on Titan final season OP." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Shubao sat in front of his computer with a plate of scrambled eggs with green peppers. Shubao is 25 years old this year and just graduated from university last year. He majored in network programming in university. Originally, he should have become an excellent programmer, but considering that he was already very old and did not want to lose his hair prematurely, he became a UP host on Bilibili. Bilibili, whose full name is Bilibili, is a well-known barrage website that is almost the same as the one on Earth. It is a collection of many elements such as ghost animals, complaints, and the second dimension. On other video platforms, The most common comments are about infatuated comments from female fans of certain celebrities, while on Bilibili, there are more discussions where everyone expresses their own opinions. There are also various kinds of barrage memes. Xu Bao is a UP host who makes comments on movies and TV series, and he specializes in making comments on bad movies. In this day and age, people are curious about things. The stranger something is, the more likely it is to attract people's attention. For example, philosophy, bad movies, and funny dubbing. No one can actually watch a bad movie, but listening to people complain about it is a kind of enjoyment. So after only 1 year of criticizing bad movies, Xu Bao has already gained millions of fans and become one of the most famous video critics on Bilibili. It is definitely profitable, but it is also definitely quite torturous. After all, if he wants to complain about a bad movie, he has to watch that bad movie first. In a year, the number of bad movies he watched is probably more than 10 Fong Bujue can match. What crappy movie should I watch with my meal today? Xu Bao opened his lunchbox and kept scrolling on Douban.com. After searching for a long time, he saw a fresh and unconventional rating. 3.7 points. This rating immediately aroused Xu Bao's desire to watch it. Look at the title of the drama, Star Road. It was launched today, and 8 episodes have been updated including VIP, but the number of views is only 100,000. And the rating is surprisingly high at 3.7 points. It's really outrageous. Generally speaking, films with fewer views should have higher ratings, because this means there are few casual viewers, making it easier for the film producers to insert people. Even if this movie is really rubbish, as long as the film company uses some tricks, the score can rush to 7 or even 8. It seems that this film didn't hire any trolls or inflate its ratings. But with this rating, Xu Bao is a little tempted to buy some brushes for the film company. That's it. Look at this movie and see how good it is with rice. As Xu Bao spoke, he clicked on the first episode of Star Road and started eating while watching the TV series. As the theme song sounded, Xu Bao took his first bite of food. This song is quite nice. Could it be the legendary masterpiece from a bad movie? Xu Bao complained like this. The opening song was composed by an online singer Liu Mingyang asked. The singer's name is Fei Shu. Although the songs are all nice, the style is very fixed, so it is considered niche. After listening to the song, without any preparation, the heroine played by Lin Xinyao appeared. Xu Bao nodded while taking his second bite of rice. The heroine named Lin Xinyao is really beautiful. She has a natural face, no excessive filters, and her acting skills are quite good. Adding all these together, Lin Xinyao is very worthy of having Xu Bao make a video for her. He suddenly felt that it was a very correct decision to click on this drama with a rating of only 3.7. No matter how bad the plot is, the heroine is pleasing to the eye. Besides, no matter how bad the plot is, how bad can it be? Xu Bao thought so and continued reading. As the male lead of a big star, he took off his clothes at the press conference to thank his fans. The heroine was clearly just trying to get a ride, but she was so righteous that she rode in the same car with the hero without any reason, and even slapped him in the face in the end. Seeing this development, Xu Bao took the third bite. Fuck. I can't eat anymore. Xu Bao looked at his scrambled eggs with hot peppers and felt extremely aggrieved. He really didn't expect that this movie, which was meant to be watched while eating, could be so delicious. He was full after watching it for 10 minutes. This plot, this operation, this bloody thing, anyone who watches it will be full. I just felt that it was the right decision to watch this drama. I must be out of my mind. Xu Bao felt like his heart was burning with anger and helplessness. After only watching for 10 minutes and seeing the first meeting of the hero and heroine, Xu Bao couldn't hold on any longer. It's really too melodramatic. It's so melodramatic that if you watch this drama, you don't have to worry about encountering ghosts at all. You've been in such a mess, what are you afraid of? With this thought in mind, Xu Bao continued reading. After one episode, Xu Bao lay in the chair, feeling hollowed out. Xu Bao felt that the reason why this drama existed was to torture his nerves and destroy his good mood. It's such a bad show, I'd be sorry for my eyes if I didn't do a special feature on it. Xu Bao was filled with righteous indignation. He looked at the fried eggs with hot peppers in front of him and added in his mind. What I feel most sorry about is my meal. Chapter 19. It's a hit. Hello, everyone. I am the honest Xu Bao. Autumn is coming soon. I wonder if you have bought more clothes. Today I will bring you a great drama that will make your blood boil and help you resist the cold easily. Star Road. At the beginning of the TV series, our hero Sima Ge appeared at a press conference. Why is he called Sima Ge? That's because there is no expression on his face. Because this press conference is very important, so in order to complete the press conference successfully, our Sima Ge took off his clothes in public. Yes, you read it right, he actually danced a striptease at the press conference. The reason is very simple, this is a benefit for the fans. I say, doesn't the screenwriter think about it? If a male star really dances a striptease at a press conference, let's not worry about whether the fans like it or not, won't the relevant departments take care of it? After the press conference, the male lead Sima Ge planned to take a DD to avoid the enthusiasm of the fans. Hey, at this time, our female lead pretty sister appeared. To be honest, if you don't watch the plot, our pretty sister is really beautiful, but after watching the plot, it's over, I had a cerebral hemorrhage. This pretty sister also took a DD, but the driver said he had something urgent to do, so he asked him to contact another driver who was also going to the same destination. What DD driver can do this? Anyway, I have never encountered it. Anyway, Sister Pieliang could only contact another driver. Hey, isn't it a coincidence that the passenger picked up by the other driver Sister Pieliang contacted was our brother Sima? Brother Sima wanted to ask Sister Pieliang to get off the car on the grounds that he had misophonia, but our Sister Pieliang was not at all shy and was not even afraid that the two men would team up to take her to a deserted place and abuse her. You didn't let me get on, but I insisted on getting on, and in the end I even slapped Brother Sima. Based on this plot, I bought some fried eggs with chili peppers, but I was full after just 2 bites. This is so ridiculous. This drama has all the essence of all the melodramas. It is a combination of coincidence upon coincidence, and clichés combined with clichés. The 5.9 pointer, Love at the Next Junction, Next Door is a classic in front of it. This drama has been updated with 8 episodes so far. I couldn't stand it after watching the first episode. So, I made this video directly to let everyone appreciate this worst drama of 2020. Although there are still 2 months left in 2020, I believe this drama will definitely win this award. I strongly hope that everyone will not watch this drama, because you will really suffocate after watching it. I don't plan to make the following videos because I really can't stand it. If you like this episode's tutsao, please like and collect it. I'm the honest Shubao. See you next time. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, after watching the video complaints about Star Path made by the UP host named Gingji Shubao, Zhang Yun and Liu Mingyang sat in the Haiyuan lobster restaurant in silence. Can you imagine that Star Road would be so popular right after it was aired? After a long silence, Zhang Yun asked while holding back a smile. I can't think of it. Liu Mingyang shook his head. I couldn't think of that, har har. Zhang Yun said, and suddenly laughed. You're still laughing. You still have the nerve to laugh. Liu Mingyang said angrily. Hey, don't be angry. Where are your original ambitions? Didn't you say that you would use this half-masterpiece to knock on the doors of big producers and big companies and get into their beds? Hasn't it been realized now? Everyone knows your name, Liu Mingyang. Zhang Yun shouldn't have laughed, but he couldn't help it, so he had to laugh while comforting Liu Mingyang. This consolation made Liu Mingyang even more angry. I deliberately didn't let Weiyu post on Weibo to promote Star Road, thinking that I would spend money to buy traffic after the show was aired later. Who knew that it would be targeted as soon as it was aired? Liu Mingyang shed silent tears. Zhang Yun looked at Liu Mingyang like that and smiled even happier. Cough cough. Star Road was launched at 12 noon today. Because there was no publicity, the only male lead Weiyu who had some traffic did not post on Weibo to call on fans, and Huayao video did not have any promotion. Therefore, after 2 hours online, the number of views of Star Road was only tens of thousands, and there were only more than 30 comments in the comment section, and only a dozen people rated it. Moreover, these dozen people all gave it 1 star or 2 stars. Those who gave it 2 stars did so because the heroine Lin Xinyao is really very beautiful. In fact, the plot of the first half of Star Road is so melodramatic and cliché, so this kind of rating is quite normal. It would be weird if it got a high rating. Zhang Yun knew about this, and Liu Mingyang naturally knew about it too. Therefore, Liu Mingyang never thought about using some money to bring Star Road into the public eye at this time. He just wanted to wait for 2 more days, until he had gotten through the previous rubbish plot, and when the plot that Zhang Yun had rearranged later unfolded, he would then vigorously hype up the topic and give Star Road the title of half a masterpiece. Liu Mingyang has even thought of the format of the promotional article. Who would have thought that an extremely cliché web drama would suddenly become so high energy? As for the poor plot in the first half, Liu Mingyang is not worried. He plans to directly buy marketing accounts and let them tell curious audiences, don't watch the front, just watch from the moment the hero and heroine get together, and you will come back to thank me. Liu Mingyang had arranged it this way from the beginning, so when he saw that Star Road had a low score and no one was watching it, he was not in a hurry at all. But who would have thought that the accidents in real life are always more ridiculous than those in TV dramas? Star Road has only been online for 6 hours, and a video criticizing a bad movie suddenly appeared on the B station's popular recommendations. The object of the video's complaints is the newly launched TV series, Star Road. The UP host is called the straightforward Shubao, who has millions of fans and is also very influential on Bilibili. No matter what kind of bad movie it is, it can become funny under his complaints. This time, Star Road became the target of complaints from the straightforward Shubao, and the popularity of the show skyrocketed instantly. The number of views and comments are increasing, everything is increasing, but the ratings are decreasing. The number of views suddenly increased from hundreds of thousands to millions, and the comment section was full of witty remarks, which was very exciting. Something like, after watching Shubao's video, I decided to come in and challenge him. Sorry, I lost after 10 minutes. There are also, the only good-looking girl in the whole drama is the female lead, the rest are all garbage. Or, I didn't expect that in 2020, I could still see such a refreshing drama. It deserves full marks. Sorry, I won't make this money. I can't go against my conscience. Zhang Yun felt that these comments made so much sense. Unfortunately, there are a lot of comments, and the rating has dropped even more. Now, the Dubbin score of Star Road has dropped from 3.7 points when it first aired to 2.4 points. The speed at which points dropped is comparable to that in The First Encounter, The Last Farewell. It only lost 2 points in one night, but Star Road dropped to the point where it couldn't drop any further in just one afternoon. 2.4 points. That's 2.4 points. Do you know what 2.4 points means? Chasing dreams in entertainment industry is only 0.2 points behind it. Now, videos complaining about Star Road are still being updated, and the discussion is unprecedentedly heated. The name Star Road has even become a popular search topic on Bilibili and Dubbin. Maybe everyone wants to see how bad this movie is to receive such a low rating. Judging from its popularity alone, Star Road is indeed a hit. Black fire, black fire. However, the fire Liu Mingyang wanted was not this kind of fire. What he wants is half a masterpiece. What should we do now? After laughing for a long time, Zhang Yun took a sip of beer and asked Liu Mingyang. Liu Mingyang sighed and said, what else can we do? We should hold on a little longer and wait until the rest of the story is released, then we can get some positive reviews. Don't always think about falsifying data to buy it. Zhang Yun advised, in this era, we like the truth. Liu Mingyang glared at Zhang Yun and said, you're about to die, and you're still playing it real. Actually, I think this is a good thing. Zhang Yun said. Where's the good news? Zhang Yun raised his eyebrows, the plot will definitely get better later, right? Of course I am. You didn't know that you wrote the script yourself. You originally wanted to wait until the later plot was released before promoting it, right? Yes. Then what's wrong with becoming famous early and gaining attention? Zhang Yun asked. Liu Mingyang said, this is not the kind of fire I want. Why haven't you figured it out? Zhang Yun shook his head. Although the current fire is black, everyone is paying close attention to Star Road. When the plot changes later. Liu Mingyang was stunned for a moment, you mean? Before, you just wanted to give them chocolate, but now, you fed them shit first. They will definitely find it unpalatable. Zhang Yun chuckled and said firmly, but, sooner or later, they will finish eating the shit outside. When they finish eating the shit and find that there is chocolate inside, what do you think their expressions will be? Liu Mingyang subconsciously asked, what expression? Zhang Yun imitated the classic silly expression in the animated picture, oh my god, it smells so good. Liu Mingyang? Chapter 20, one wave has not yet subsided, another wave rises. In this impetuous age, it is actually very simple to become famous. As long as you do something to the extreme, you will become famous. For example, if you are particularly good at selling goods through live streaming, then you can become Li Juqi. For example, if you are particularly good at your job, you can become Zhu Shuyi. For example, if you eat shit, then you can also do it in the same place, although not at the same time. Anyway, if you want to be famous, find the right direction and work hard. Sooner or later, you will become famous. I suggest that those of you who don't have much talent can consider streaking. It seems that no one has ever become very popular in this field. As long as you don't feel ashamed, you are on the verge of becoming famous. And now, this is the case with Star Road. When it comes to cheesy TV shows, no one is worse than Star Road. When it comes to melodramatic plots, no one is more melodramatic than Star Road. That must be a hit. Of course, the so-called popularity of Star Road actually only attracted some attention in a small range. It was only because it was too rubbish that the straightforward Shubao first complained about it, and then several UP hosts came out to complain about it, and then it gained some attention. Compared with those big-budget, high-traffic TV series, and those TV series that can be on the hot search list on Weibo every day, there is still a huge gap. Star Road did not appear on any hot searches, nor did it attract nationwide attention. Many people just watched it for fun, and even most people just watched the complaints and never clicked on Star Road at all. If nothing changes afterwards, then in 4 or 5 days, or even 1 or 2 days, Star Road will be forgotten by the internet, and no one will remember it anymore. But, obviously, this is impossible. At the same time that Zhang Yun and Liu Mingyang were eating crayfish, Zhang Yun's classmate Yu Chaobei was drinking with friends in a bar in Sanlitun. Brother Bei is awesome. He's only been out for half a year and has already sold 3 scripts. I thought Brother Bei was this when I was in class, and now I see that Brother Bei really is this. A young man put his arm around Yu Chaobei's shoulders and raised his thumb high. That's right. With Brother Bei's ability, I guarantee that within 3 years, he will be able to win the Best Screenwriter Award. Golden Rooster, Golden Horse, Golden Eagle, and Golden Bull awards will definitely be a piece of cake. Another person holding a bottle of wine said the same thing. No, it's just a small achievement. Besides, the script of Chasing the Murderer hasn't been signed yet, so I'm not sure if it can be sold. Yu Chaobei's face was a little red from drinking, but he still stayed sober and was falsely modest. The so-called false humility is saying that you are not good enough while smiling brighter than anyone else. It will definitely sell. Didn't Mr. Lee tell you that your script is almost finalized? And what about Zhang Yun? It's not certain. Oh, that guy who keeps his head down. Everyone knows his level. He brought us so much joy in class. When talking about Zhang Yun, everyone laughed. At that time, Zhang Yun's level was the worst and he did make a lot of jokes. No one thinks Zhang Yun can really become a screenwriter. He just doesn't have that talent. Alas, things are different now. Isn't it said that one should look at someone with new eyes after 3 days of absence? Zhang Yun is different now. He has also sold a script. Although Yu Chaobei didn't take Zhang Yun seriously, he was still keeping an eye on him. After all, Zhang Yun has the backing of investors. Although Li Jialiang seems to be unwilling to use Zhang Yun's script, what if? What if Zhang Yun's script is well written? Don't mention Zhang Yun. The show Star Road he wrote was aired today and it caused quite a joke. Someone seemed to have watched the video criticizing Star Road and brought it up as a joke. Yu Chaobei was inspired and asked, "What's the joke?" There is a UP host who complains about bad movies. He complained about Star Road as soon as it was aired today. The rating of Star Road seemed to be almost 4 points when it was first aired, but now it has dropped to 2.4 points. With Zhang Yun's level, does Brother Bei still need to worry about him? The man said. Really? So miserable. Yu Chaobei took out his cell phone and searched it. You wouldn't know until you searched, and I found out that Star Road is currently being hotly discussed, and it even made it to Dubin's real-time hot search list. When I clicked on it, I saw that all the comments were 1 star and criticizing the director and screenwriter. Look at the rating, 2.4. This is too low. Yu Chaobei was speechless. He suddenly felt that he had still had some feelings for Zhang Yun just now, and he was just scaring himself. It is better to believe that the investors are 2 assholes than to believe that Zhang Yun can come up with a good script. It's settled. Although the contract hasn't been signed yet, it's definitely settled. After seeing this rating and the comments in the comment section calling the screenwriter an idiot, Yu Chaobei felt relieved. His new drama, The Next Intersection Love, also premiered today, and the rating is as high as 5.9. Zhang Yun South Star Road scored 2.4 points, which is not even in the same dimension. The scripts Zhang Yun wrote before were so bad, so how good can the script he writes now be? It's almost a done deal that the script of Chasing the Murderer will be sold. Yu Chaobei was calculating proudly. Ding ling ling. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, Yu Chaobei's cell phone rang. He took a look and found that the call was from Jialiang Film and Television. Sure. It seems like they are going to sign a contract over there, everyone please be quiet. When Yu Chaobei saw the call from Jialiang Film and Television, he was delighted. He quickly asked everyone to be quiet and answered the phone. Hello, how are you? Yes, I'm Yu Chaobei. Are you planning to sign the contract? Don't we have to wait for a while? Yes, that's right, okay, it's okay, bye. Snap. After hanging up the phone, Yu Chaobei looked at his friends who were waiting for him and blinked in confusion. How's it going, Brother Bei? Has the script been finalized? How much did it sell for? Look, this is our Bei Ji's strength. He told us to wait for a while in the morning, but told us to sign the contract in the evening. What does this mean? It means that people like Bei Ji's script so much that they can't wait any longer. Har har har, let's cheers to Brother Bei. Come on, let's give a toast to Brother Bei. Everyone naturally thought that Yu Chaobei's script was sold, and they raised their glasses with laughter to celebrate for Yu Chaobei. However, Yu Chaobei picked up the wine glass, was stunned for 3 seconds, and then suddenly drank it all in one gulp. Then, in the astonished eyes of everyone, he threw the glass to the ground. Bang! Cheers to his mother! Yu Chaobei shouted angrily, and half of the bar fell silent for a second. What's wrong, Brother Bei? Why are you so angry? Everyone asked in confusion. Yu Chaobei looked at the broken glass shards on the ground and said, the book was rejected. Hearing Yu Chaobei's words, everyone looked at each other. This seems to be completely different from what I said before. Why? Didn't you say they liked each other? Someone asked cautiously. Like bullshit. They must have asked for Zhang Yun's script. Yu Chaobei said angrily. Stop talking nonsense, Brother Bei. What good script can Zhang Yun write? His 2.4-pointer, Star Road, is still online. Everyone didn't believe it. Did another screenwriter take your place? Impossible, there is no other screenwriter, it must be Zhang Yun. Yu Chaobei said wishful thinking, he knows the investor, and the investor specifically wants to use him. Mr. Li must be unable to bear the pressure. How can this be? Isn't he this breaking the rules of the industry? Now the unspoken rules have spread to our screenwriters. This is so unfair. When everyone heard what was happening, they were filled with indignation. It's not fair. Yu Chaobei calmed down after hearing everyone speak up for him. He poured another glass of wine and drank it dejectedly. There is no such thing as fairness in this world. It's all over now. That's all for today. Yu Chaobei was disheartened. He quickly paid the bill and returned home. Under the dark night, the faint light from the computer shone on Chaobei's face, revealing a trace of unwillingness. Looking at the unfinished script of Chasing the Murderer, displayed on Word and feeling the high temperature in Beijing in September, Yu Chaobei actually felt a little cold. A kind of coldness called suffocation. Li Jialiang clearly took a fancy to my script and clearly said that he would sign a contract in a while. How come my script was rejected in just half a day? Can the investors really cover up everything with one hand? But what can I do? Ding dong. Just when Yu Chaobei was at a loss, WeChat suddenly rang. Teacher Li, I heard that you were robbed by someone. What happened? Looking at this WeChat message, Yu Chaobei thought of something and his eyes gradually lit up. Chapter 21 Appeal. Yao Yao, come down for dinner. I don't want to eat anymore, Mom. I'm not hungry. Not hungry. It's already noon and you're not hungry. I'm really not hungry, you eat first. Yao Yao, I know you're in a bad mood, but you can't not eat. Man is made of iron and rice is made of steel, how can you not eat? Mom Li Hui was nagging outside the door. Lin Xinyao, who hadn't gotten up yet at noon, scratched her tangled long hair, looking listless. The reason why he was listless was naturally related to Star Road. But it's out not because Star Road is too bad or has too low a rating. When Star Road was still in the filming stage, other actors might have been vague about the quality of this web drama, but Lin Xinyao knew it clearly. Who made her have a Z who complains to her every day. The early script was basically the worst of the worst. If Zhang Yun hadn't rewritten the second half of the script, this might have been a garbage drama that could be thrown into the pond of film and television dramas and wouldn't even make a splash. Even Liu Mingyang's publicity strategy was to wait until the second half of the show was aired before buying traffic and popularity. Therefore, Lin Xinyao would not be surprised that Star Road was not popular in the early stage and even no one was interested in it. What really surprised her was that Star Road became popular as soon as it was aired. Who could have thought of this? It's normal that it's not popular. It would be wrong if it became popular. Lin Xinyao saw the complaining video posted by the straightforward Shubao, so the online audiences who came because of its reputation, and also saw the plummeting ratings of Star Road. This seems to be different from what director Liu Mingyang had originally expected. Feeling that she should do something, Lin Xinyao began to surf the internet intensively, speaking well of Starpath in the topic sections of Weibo and Douban. Can't we just wait and see? The plot will get better and better later on. Most of these comments from fans of Yufei were posted by Lin Xinyao. Unfortunately, even after posting it, no one liked or commented on it. Alas, I feel even more lost. Lin Xinyao fell asleep last night probably with this kind of emotion, so naturally she didn't sleep well. Now that she was awake, Lin Xinyao subconsciously took out her phone and wanted to take another look at the reviews of Star Road. Huiyao Film and Television, no changes. Douban, not much has changed. Discussion on Weibo, huh? Lin Xinyao opened Weibo and suddenly found that in the discussion of the topic, Star Road, that not many people talked about, there appeared a long article that was completely different from the complaints and insults. That was a long article, calling for fair competition in the industry. Heading north. Hello everyone, I am a young screenwriter, Yu Chaobei. Yesterday was the premiere of Star Road, and also the premiere of the drama, The Next Junction Love, written by me. The ratings and reviews of the two dramas are obvious to all. Star Road scored 2.4 points, and The Next Junction Love scored 5.9 points. Judging from the ratings, The Next Junction Love is far better than Star Road. This is not an achievement to be proud of, and I don't mean to mock the screenwriter of Star Road here. If nothing unexpected happened, no matter how low the rating of Star Road is, it has nothing to do with me. However, it is that little bit of surprise that I want to talk about. Yesterday I went to Jialiang Film and Television to deliver the script. Mr. Lee, the boss of Jialiang Film and Television, liked my script very much and decided to sign a contract with me. This was originally a good thing, but before signing the contract, Mr. Lee made a request to me. This request was very strange, because Mr. Lee hoped that I could keep the script first and sign the contract later. I had never experienced anything like this before, so I asked Mr. Lee the reason. Mr. Lee told me that for this project, the investor had appointed a screenwriter and hoped that the screenwriter would write the script. Mr. Lee did not like the screenwriter, so he wanted to delay the time to drive the screenwriter away and then sign my script. And the screenwriter appointed by the investor was none other than Zhang Yun, the screenwriter of Starpath. Through the ratings of Starpath, I believe everyone can understand why Mr. Lee did that. I really value Boss Lee's recognition of my script, so I agreed to Boss Lee's request and decided to sign the contract after some time. However, what I didn't expect was that Jialiang Film and Television suddenly called me last night and said that they had signed the script and that I could handle my script on my own. This was completely different from what Boss Lee had promised me before. I immediately wanted to know what had happened. It was not until this morning that I finally confirmed that the screenwriter they signed was the one chosen by the investors, Zhang Yun. At that moment, my heart was as cold as ice. Although I am not a well-known screenwriter, and only The Next Junction Love is currently airing, I believe that by comparing the Star Road and The Next Junction Love, everyone can tell whose script is better. In fact, when Zhang Yun and I were in the same screenwriting class, Zhang Yun's grades and level were at the bottom of the class, while I was always among the best. Now, Jialiang Films has given up my script and chosen Zhang Yun's script. Coupled with what Mr. Lee said to me before and the promise he made to me, I have reason to suspect that this is the investor's mischief and that it is the rules that the investor imposed on Mr. Lee. I don't blame Mr. Lee for this. I only blame myself for not having a good backer. The Chinese film and television industry has been developing for so many years. Although screenwriters have never been valued, at least they have never been interfered with in the matter of buying and selling scripts. Because scripts can only be judged by strength. Scripts that can be sold will definitely be sold, and scripts that cannot be sold will not be sold. This has always been the case. I didn't expect that everything would change from this day on. It turns out that capital has expanded to such an extent that not only can we designate actors and temporarily change the script, but now we can even designate screenwriters. Does that mean that screenwriters like us with no background will never have a chance to make a breakthrough? Those livestock raised by big companies can sell their scripts for a good price even if their scripts are rubbish? I hope that through this Weibo post, I can ask for an explanation from Zhang Yun and the investors behind him. I also hope to seek justice for all of our screenwriters. In a long article of several thousand words, a screenwriter named Yu Chaobei explained a fact to netizens. Zhang Yun, the screenwriter who wrote the rubbish script of Star Road, has a capital behind him. Jialiang Film and Television, which had originally taken a fancy to Yu Chaobei's script, was forced to buy Zhang Yun's script under pressure from the capital and shoot a rubbish TV series that may be of similar quality to Star Road. It's torture enough to make a movie like Star Road. How can anyone still support such a screenwriter? I support you. I also feel sorry for Jialiang Film and Television. The reason why China has an endless stream of rubbish TV series and movies is because of these rubbish investors. Please stop writing scripts and go to bed. Stop torturing us. Can we still watch good TV series? In the comment section, although a few comments seemed lonely, they all stood on Yu Chaobei's side. They felt aggrieved that Yu Chaobei was replaced by Zhang Yun, and they also felt sad that a rubbish screenwriter like Zhang Yun could still write a script. Apart from that, there seems to be nothing else. After all, Star Road did not attract much attention, and even with this topic, not many people saw Yu Chaobei's Weibo post. Humph. Zhang Yun's script is much better than yours, and you're still complaining about it. When Lin Xinyao saw Yu Chaobei's Weibo, she almost instinctively defended Zhang Yun. She was just about to comment on Yu Chaobei's post, but suddenly discovered that Yu Chaobei's Weibo post had many more reposts than comments. Clicking it, Lin Xinyao saw Xiaoman, Weibo certified, screenwriter. Carrying on the past and opening up the future, Weibo certified, screenwriter. Hard-working Chen Yu, Weibo certified, screenwriter. Yu Chaobei's Weibo post was actually forwarded by many screenwriters. It is common for investors to intervene and change the script, and we are used to it. I didn't expect that investors now have the power to appoint screenwriters. Then, screenwriters like us who have no backing and no background will not even be able to make a living. I urge everyone to resolutely boycott such screenwriters and protect the free competition in our screenwriter industry. In the forwarding, Lin Xinyao saw a person named Li Xiaoliang is very bright and commented like this. Below, many people with certified Weibo accounts and those who claim to be screenwriters have commented, supporting Li Xiaoliang's words that he is very bright and supporting Yu Chaobei's remarks. Lin Xinyao watched and sensed something was wrong. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and opened her soul first, but then hesitated and sent a message to Zhang Yun via WeChat. There is a person named Yu Chaobei who is slandering you online. I have seen it. By the way, thank you for helping me get this opportunity at Jialiang Films. Zhang Yun casually replied to Lin Xinyao's WeChat, then raised his head and looked at Li Jialiang who was a little angry, and Qi Xiaoyun who was very angry. The investor who designated me as the screenwriter is Hua Yao, right? Zhang Yun asked calmly. Chapter 22, Case solved. In fact, before Yu Chaobei broke the news that the investors designated Zhang Yun as the screenwriter, Zhang Yun felt something was wrong. Zhang Yun had never had any connection with Jialiang Film and Television, and none of his friends knew Jialiang Film and Television. How did Jialiang Film and Television get his phone number and invite him, a nobody, to write the script? This doesn't make sense. But Zhang Yun had already encountered numerous setbacks at that time, and he had no way and no reason to refuse Jialiang Film and Television's active invitation. Later, when Li Jialiang and others were debating whether to adopt Zhang Yun's script, Qi Xiaoyun, who looked very mature but spoke in a hurry, inadvertently revealed a message. Zhang Yun clearly remembered what Qi Xiaoyun said at the time, "Don't we still have Hua Yao behind us?" This shows that Jialiang Film and Television has a close relationship with Hua Yao and is very likely the controlling shareholder behind Hua Yao. But this doesn't mean anything. Hua Yao Holdings has many companies, not to mention Jialiang Film and Television. But Chi Xiaoyun didn't just say this at the time. She also said, "Mr. Li, can you say something? Are you still thinking about Hua Yao?" When Chi Xiaoyun said this, Li Jialian was considering whether to buy Zhang Yun's script. This statement seemed to indicate that Hua Yao was involved in Zhang Yun's visit to Jialian. At that time, Zhang Yun didn't care because he was trying to convince Li Jialian to buy the script. But now, after seeing Yu Chaobei's Weibo, Zhang Yun remembered it and figured it out. I'm afraid that the reason Jialian Film and Television was able to find Zhang Yun this time was really, as Yu Chaobei said, that he was designated by Hua Yao. Then, just think about who Zhang Yun knows at Hua Yao and who would do such a thing. Zhang Yun naturally thought of Hua Yao's eldest daughter Lin Xinyao. So, when Lin Xinyao sent a WeChat message just now, Zhang Yun replied to her with a thank you. Thank her for setting him up. It seems that it was not an illusion before, Lin Xinyao is indeed interested in me. Zhang Yun was still thinking happily, but he didn't show it on the surface. He calmly asked Li Jialiang across from him, "The investor who designated me as the screenwriter is Hua Yao, right?" Li Jialiang, who was sitting opposite and was a little annoyed, heard Zhang Yun's words, and his originally heavy face suddenly showed a hint of embarrassment. "Mr. Li, why don't you just tell it? It has been exposed by Yu Chaobei anyway." Chi Xiaoyun looked at Zhang Yun, then at Li Jialiang, and said directly, "It was just as I thought. It was Hua Yao's idea that Jialiang Film and Television found me." After hearing Chi Xiaoyun's words, Zhang Yun became more confident. So, while Zhang Yun was confident, he saw Li Jialiang sigh, smile awkwardly and said, "To say it's designated, is actually not quite right. I know, I want you to give me a chance, right?" Zhang Yun asked with a smile. Li Jialiang shook his head and said innocently, "No, I was told not to buy your script." "As expected, huh?" Zhang Yun was confused, "What do you mean?" Li Jialiang sighed and told Zhang Yun everything Hua Yao had instructed. Hua Yao asked Li Jialiang to contact Zhang Yun, then pretended to like his script and asked him to revise it continuously. However, he finally told Zhang Yun that the script did not quite meet the project expectations, making Zhang Yun's efforts in vain. But after Li Jialiang read Zhang Yun's script, he liked it so much that he decided to lie to Hua Yao. That's why he asked Zhang Yun to come up with a pen name to cover it up. As for why Yu Chaobei misunderstood that Hua Yao designated Zhang Yun as the screenwriter, it was because Li Jialiang did not say much, and the rest was filled in by Chaobei using his screenwriting skills. Zhang Yun never expected that the story was so bizarre and outrageous that it was far beyond his imagination. He was silent for 5 seconds before he said with a mixture of anger and laughter, "Well, the eldest lady is indeed the eldest lady. Miss, do you know why Hua Yao did this?" Chi Xiaoyun asked when she saw Zhang Yun's expression. "Boss Li and I are both confused. Why would Hua Yao, a big company, bother a small screenwriter like you?" Li Jialiang also pretended to listen and looked at Zhang Yun quietly. Zhang Yun recalled the days not long ago when Lin Xinyao tortured him on the set, and explained, "To be precise, it was Hua Yao's eldest daughter who tortured me." "Did you dump her?" Chi Xiaoyun asked. "If I had the ability to chase after a rich woman like her, I would ignore her." Zhang Yun smiled bitterly, "Until now, I still don't understand how I offended that young lady." After that, he briefly recounted the fight between him and Lin Xinyao on the crew, from Lin Xinyao asking him to change the script and targeting him for no reason, to him adding more scenes to Lin Xinyao and making her exhausted, and finally to the reconciliation between the two. At that time, she took the initiative to talk to me about reconciliation, and I thought the matter was over. I didn't expect that it was not only not the end, but also the beginning of new torture. Zhang Yun said speechlessly. "That's unlikely." After hearing what Zhang Yun said, Chi Xiaoyun shook her head, not believing it. Could it be that Hua Yao heard that Lin Xinyao was bullied and deliberately came to cause trouble for you? You do have a point, but who else but Lin Xinyao could use this method of torture? Zhang Yun laughed. "Hua Yao asked you to torture me to change the script, and Lin Xinyao tortured me to change the script on the set. The method is exactly the same. You said that Lin Xinyao was not behind this. Is it possible?" After hearing what Zhang Yun said, Chi Xiaoyun made a comparison. "Let Zhang Yun revise the script but don't use the script after he revised it." Zhang Yun was asked to come to Jialian to sell the script. After going through 13 rounds of trouble, he was finally told that the script was not up to standard. The dirty trick used to torment Zhang Yun is exactly the same. The only difference is that one was changed during filming, and the other was changed before the contract was signed. But no matter what, it's the same move. Then there is a high probability that it is Lin Xinyao. After Chi Xiaoyun figured it out, she found it very funny. This young lady you mentioned is really interesting. Isn't that the temper of the eldest lady? Zhang Yun said thankfully, fortunately, I, the Saint Sayer, will not be hit by the same trick twice. What a Saint Sayer? Chi Xiaoyun asked curiously. Zhang Yun said, it's a setting in a script I wrote but it's useless. Let's continue. Now that we have figured out what happened, Yu Chaobei misunderstood what Mr. Li meant. He thought that the second half of Mr. Li's words meant that Hua Yao had designated me as the screenwriter. In fact, the truth is that Hua Yao just wanted to make trouble for me. It's such an unexpected disaster. Chi Xiaoyun didn't know what to say. She couldn't say that it would be better if Li Jialiang said more. She doesn't have the courage. Moreover, the leader only speaks half of the words, and the workers have to experience the rest themselves. Isn't this common sense for workers? Okay. At this time, Li Jialiang might have eaten enough of the melon. He knocked on the table and looked at Zhang Yun. Let's put aside the matter of the eldest lady you mentioned. It's not a big deal. You should help me think about how to respond to Yu Chaobei's Weibo. Chi Xiaoyun thought for a moment and said, it's definitely not possible to tell the truth. Yu Chaobei probably won't believe it. We just need to tell him righteously that teacher Zhang writes better scripts than him. He won't believe it even if you respond like this. Li Jialiang shook his head and said, how can he believe it if he can't see the script? That. I think it's best not to respond. Zhang Yun suddenly said. No response. How can I not respond? Chi Xiaoyun asked in surprise. What's wrong with that? Zhang Yun said indifferently, our contract is reasonable and legal. Is there anything improper about it? But after all, so many screenwriters have forwarded it. Among them, the only one who really has influence is Li Xiaoyang. Anyone can repost a Weibo and say something nice, but that's all. Zhang Yun said with a confident smile, look at them, who would take it seriously after they reposted it. If we don't respond, the matter will be over. If we respond, it will only fulfill Yu Chaobei's wish. He had seen the screenwriters who reposted Yu Chaobei's Weibo. They were all small screenwriters, some of whom were even more amateur than Zhang Yun. Among them, there was only one Li Xiaoyang, who was indeed somewhat famous. Li Xiaoyang was a teacher in Zhang Yun's screenwriting training class. He was not top-notch, but he had written some pretty good scripts. His greatest characteristic and advantage is that he is very honest and upright. That's why he was so indignant when he learned that Yu Chaobei was replaced by Zhang Yun using unfair competition means. Did Yu Chaobei's wish come true? Chi Xiaoyun didn't understand what Zhang Yun said. What was Yu Chaobei's wish? His just hyping up the popularity and selling the script. Zhang Yun said casually, do you really think he's doing this to maintain fair competition? In the final analysis, it's all about fame and fortune. Today's writers are not as good as they used to be. The literati in the past would never bow down for a few pieces of silver. They really believed, how can I bow my head and serve the powerful and wealthy, so that I cannot be happy? They had their own integrity. As for today's writers, just look at how many novel titles there are on Qidian.com that are trying to ride on the popularity of the novels, including those by crappy authors. Money is still the most important thing. Yu Chaobei wants to take advantage of the popularity, and not letting him do so is the best revenge on him. So, 2 days later, Lin Xinyao, who was still on vacation, was lying on the sofa with disheveled hair and looking unladylike. The rating of Star Road is still so low. It hasn't dropped any further, probably because the popularity of the video on Bilibili has passed and no one is paying attention to it anymore. And the matter that she had been keeping an eye on, Yu Chaobei's call for a boycott of screenwriters designated by investors, seemed to have no further movement. No one cared, no one discussed it, and neither Zhang Yun nor Jialiang Film and Television responded. This made Lin Xinyao a little confused about what Zhang Yun was thinking. Is he planning some big move? Thinking of this, Lin Xinyao thought it would be better to ask Zhang Yun directly. She took out her phone and sent a message to Zhang Yun via WeChat. What are you going to do about Yu Chaobei's matter? Less than 3 seconds after the message was sent, Zhang Yun's reply came. Zhang Yun, whatever you do, don't bother me, miss. After seeing the message, Lin Xinyao started typing happily at first, but then became puzzled halfway through. Whatever you need to do, don't bother yourself, young lady. What tone should this sentence have? Why do I feel a little cold? Chapter 23. I'm so mad. Why don't you bother me? Are you calling me miss? Feeling very cold. Lin Xinyao looked at the message sent by Zhang Yun, feeling a little surprised and unsure. She first thought that there was something wrong with the tone she used. So Lin Xinyao imagined Zhang Yun smiling and saying to her, "Whatever I have to do, I won't bother you, miss." That teasing tone. But that's not right, it's too blunt. Lin Xin reorganized her thoughts and put herself in Zhang Yun's shoes with a cold face. "Whatever we have to do, don't bother miss." After the substitution, Lin Xinyao nodded in approval. "Yeah, that's right." Why are you nodding to me?" Lin Xinyao scratched her head, feeling confused, aggrieved, and slightly angry. Why is he so cold to me? Did I provoke him? I was just trying to show my concern for you and whether you were affected by Yu Chaobei's Weibo post. Why did you get angry with me? Lin Xinyao had no idea what was going on. She thought about it and decided to tell the truth. "This is my fault. I mentioned it to my family at the beginning. If it wasn't like this, you wouldn't have gotten into this trouble." A moment later, the news came back. "Zhang Yun, yes, thank you for mentioning this. This message is definitely not a sincere thank you, and it should definitely be replaced with Zhang Yun's sarcastic look." Lin Xinyao thought of Zhang Yun standing opposite her and said this with a sneer and sarcasm, and her slight anger suddenly turned into fury. "I helped you get an opportunity and cared about whether you were in trouble. Is this how you treat your benefactor? It wasn't me who asked Yu Chaobei to post on Weibo. I have been worrying about you for a long time." After thoroughly understanding the tone of Zhang Yun's two messages, Lin Xinya'o's anger towards Zhang Yun grew. She really wanted to call him right now and ask him in person how she had offended him. But after thinking for a long time, Lin Xinyao still didn't dare to make the call. There's no reason to make this call. So she opened her soul and decided to change her identity to find out what Zhang Yun was saying. "Only slept twice in 3 days, Star Road is on, I just saw it when I searched today. Why is the rating so low? Z, the plot is too ridiculous, but it's reasonable. I only slept twice in 3 days, what should I do? Will you be scolded? Z, I'm sure I'll be scolded, and I'll also offend my colleagues. I only slept twice in 3 days, what's going on? Tell me and I'll be happy. Z, hey, you're happy about my troubles, that's really not nice. Only slept twice in 3 days, sticking out tongue. Z, didn't that young lady say she was reconciled with me? I thought she was serious, but she found a film and television company behind my back and pretended to like my script, then asked me to keep revising it, and finally told me that the script was not up to standard. You said this person, he is a bamboo shoot. Fortunately, I have outstanding abilities and the script is perfect, so the film and television company did not follow the eldest lady's wishes and signed the contract directly. You can imagine how stupid this young lady must be to torture me without changing her tactics. Am I the kind of man who would be defeated by the same trick twice?" Zhang Yun's message was still being sent, but Lin Xinya'o's face, head, body, and room were already full of question marks. What the hell? What do you mean they found a company to mess with you? What do you mean they used the same trick? When have I ever done this? I sincerely want to help you find an opportunity. Lin Xinyao had no idea what Zhang Yun meant by these words, nor where he heard the news from. She never did such a thing. Why am I so wronged? Lin Xinyao collapsed on the sofa, sighing and groaning, feeling confused. Etc. It can't be. Lin Xinyao thought of a possibility. Just at this moment, the door to the living room opened and Lin Guanyao's voice rang out. Yao Yao, now you know how hard it is to be an actor. Lin Xinyao squinted her eyes and turned around, and saw Lin Guanyao walking in with a happy face. Strange, why didn't Zhang Yun make any move? Jialiang Film and Television didn't respond at all. Could it be that they didn't see the Weibo post I posted? Yu Chaobei looked at the news about Star Road on his phone and was confused. It has been 2 days. Yu Chaobei has been waiting for 2 whole days. Still nothing. In his expectation, Zhang Yun would definitely respond to his long Weibo post. After all, this matter was directed at him, and whether there was any unfair competition in his script sales. The reason for doing this was not actually that noble. He just wanted to sell his script. He was jealous of Zhang Yun for taking over his script, and he called for fair competition in the industry. These words were true, but they were all empty. Yu Qiaobei just wanted to take advantage of the popularity of Star Road and use the method of belittling Zhang Yun to attract the attention of some film and television companies or screenwriters. Then he sold the Chasing the Murderer script that Jialiang Film and Television no longer wanted for a good price. Maybe a film or TV company is interested and comes to discuss business with him. Maybe a screenwriter feels sorry for him and introduces a project to him. This is all very possible. But the prerequisite is that this matter must be hyped up. Judging from the current results, it is obvious that Yu Qiaobei's wishful thinking has failed. No one paid attention to this matter except his bad friends and the very upright teacher Li Xiaoyang. No big screenwriter retweeted his Weibo, and no projects came to him. Because Zhang Yun didn't respond to this matter at all. Calling for fair competition in the screenwriting industry to prevent independent screenwriters from losing their way is pure deception for fools. No one can believe it except Li Xiaoyang. The investors designated the screenwriter. This has been going on for a long time and it's very common, okay? With all the money invested, who wouldn't appoint a screenwriter they trust to write the script for them? This is not a big deal. In other words, the investors of Jialiang Film and Television had some problems with their brains this time. They hired a new screenwriter who could write a movie with a Dubbin score of 2.4, which makes this matter seem very unreasonable. But putting aside Zhang Yun's level, this is really not a big deal. It's not plagiarism, it's not overdue royalties, and it's not like Zhang Yun committed a crime in front of Yu Qiaobei's husband. Who would have the time to meddle in such trivial matters? If Zhang Yun came out to argue, some screenwriters with a strong sense of justice might just watch and watch. But now that Zhang Yun didn't respond, naturally no one would care about this matter. Oh, there is still one, that is Li Xiaoyang. This Zhang Yun is such a jerk. When I was in class before, I thought that although he didn't have much talent, he at least really loved the screenwriting industry. I didn't expect that he would do such a thing. He did it, but he hid and didn't dare to admit it. Give me his phone number, I want to have a good talk with him. Li Xiaoyang sent a 30-second voice message on WeChat to Yu Qiaobei, who directly converted the message into text. Just through the words, Yu Qiaobei could feel Li Xiaoyang's anger. This teacher has a really strong sense of justice. Yu Qiaobei thought disrespectfully and replied with a little thought, it seems that he wants to be a coward. It's okay, teacher, it's just that the project we had agreed on fell through. I'll just look for another one. If Zhang Yun can sell the script, why can't I? I can't swallow this. What's yours should be yours. Don't you feel wronged when someone robbed it? Li Xiaoyang said. It's unfair, but what can I do about it? There's nothing wrong with this matter. Jialiang just said that they liked Zhang Yun's script. What can anyone do? Yu Qiaobei said. Alas. I'm sorry for what you have done, child. It's okay, teacher. I have confidence in my ability. I can definitely find another company and sell my script. No, I still think this is too unfair to you. Give me Zhang Yun's phone number and I'll help you give him a good scolding. Let you vent your anger. What the hell is going on? Can't you just keep talking as I say? Seeing Li Xiaoyang keep asking him for Zhang Yun's phone number, Yu Qiaobei almost got furious. Isn't it obvious enough, sir? Can't you introduce me to another good company to buy my script? Hey! I played this chess game for a long time and found that I was playing against myself. How boring. Yu Qiaobei finally understood that it was easy to use Li Xiaoyang as a gun, but it was impossible to use Li Xiaoyang as a ladder. He doesn't have the emotional intelligence. It's better to find a company yourself. Ding dong. Just as Yu Qiaobei was helpless that Li Xiaoyang couldn't understand the hidden meaning of his words, the cell phone beeped. I looked down and saw new comments on Weibo. When I clicked on it, it turned out to be a person named ZZZ. ZZZ, brother, look at the ratings. Chapter 24, did they change the screenwriter? Rating? What rating? Yu Qiaobei felt puzzled when he saw this guy coming to comment on this Weibo post 2 days later. How come this guy can't even eat shit while it's hot? He thought with great amusement and clicked on the homepage of a Weibo user named ZZZ. Huh. He wouldn't have known until he clicked on it. When he clicked on it, he suddenly discovered that he had actually followed this ZZZ before. When did I follow this person? Strange. Yu Chaobei was completely confused and scrolled down the Weibo. Because this person rarely posted on Weibo, Yu Chaobei knew who he was after just a few clicks of his fingers. I finally sold my first script. Keep going, Zhang Yun. It's Zhang Yun's Weibo. Yu Chaobei remembered that when he was in the screenwriting class, he and Zhang Yun had indeed exchanged Weibo accounts. But later on, this guy didn't amount to anything, and Yu Chaobei had long forgotten that he had ever paid attention to him. Moreover, if Yu Chaobei remembered correctly, Zhang Yun's Weibo name at that time was Running to the Future, but now it has been changed to ZZZ. Yu Chaobei didn't make any remarks, so he might be able to recognize it. Since it was Zhang Yun, the ratings he mentioned should be the ratings of Star Road. Let me see the ratings. What's so good about the ratings of your Star Road? Yu Chaobei said this with disdain, but he still opened Dubbin and searched for Star Road. Look, isn't it just 4.3 points? What so? 4.3 points. How did it increase to 4.3 points? Yu Chaobei didn't take it seriously at first, but after taking a second look, he suddenly discovered that the rating of Star Road had actually increased. The increase is very scary. It directly increased from the original 2.4 points to 4.3 points. How is this possible? With that kind of plot, it's good enough if the ratings don't drop. How could it possibly go up? Brother, check the ratings. Zhang Yun's comments once again appeared in Yu Chaobei's mind. He opened the comment section of Star Road in disbelief and continued reading. Xiaoyu, charge. Xiaoyu. The Feather Army is coming to support us. Weiyu fans report. Although the previous plot is not very good, it is also very interesting. After the 10th episode, the plot is more exciting than the previous one. My Xiaoyu's first work is really great. The heroine is so beautiful. Mom, I feel like I'm in love. I suggest you skip the first 9 episodes. The plot after episode 10 is really good. I love the elevator confession scene the most. Although, this web drama is still rubbish. The latest comments in the comments section have completely changed the tone. What was originally full of curses has now been covered by all kinds of people claiming to be Weiyu's fans. If only Weiyu's fans commented, Yu Chaobei could rest assured. Because it is obvious that this is fans inflating the scores, and fans inflating the scores will only ruin the popularity of Star Road. But among those fans' comments, there are indeed some that praise the plot, praising the plot after episode 10 of Star Road. It's as if the plot of Star Road really gets better later on. Could it be that the ratings of Star Road can surpass those of The Next Intersection, Love? Yu Chaobei looked at Love at the Next Junction, which had recently dropped by 0.5 points and now stood at 5.4 points, and shook his head, thinking that he was a little too nervous. Impossible, there is still 1 point left. Yu Chaobei comforted himself and reached for the water cup beside him, wanting to drink some water to calm his nerves. However, Yu Chaobei's hand seemed to be out of control, and the cup suddenly fell to the ground. Oh my god, I almost dropped the cup. Xu Bao was holding his water cup in a daze, and a large area of water had spilled on the ground. It doesn't matter if your clothes are wet, and it doesn't matter if there is too much water on the ground, but it would be a big deal if the cup fell. Because this cup is a commemorative gift from Bilibili for him becoming a UP host with millions of followers. Fortunately, I almost fell. After simply cleaning up the water stains on the floor, Xu Bao changed his clothes and sat in front of the computer again. Opening Huayao video and searching for Star Path, Xu Bao hesitated whether to click it. He doesn't want to watch the rubbish web drama, Star Road, anymore. Even if he can continue to complain about it for at least 3 episodes, he doesn't want to do it anymore. Because the first few episodes were just too bad. However, today a guy claiming to be the director of Star Road contacted him and offered Xu Bao a reward in the hope that he could do another episode to promote Star Road. This was an attempt to make Xu Bao betray his original intention of becoming a UP host, and Xu Bao simply refused. However, what he didn't expect was that the director named Liu Mingyang told him that he could first watch the plot after episode 10, and if he felt it was okay, it would not be too late to refuse. Xu Bao thought about it and felt that if the plot was really okay, then he would be wronging Star Road. So now he is sitting here. After all, if you don't make money that you can, you're a complete bastard. Click on Star Road and start watching directly from episode 10. The plot of the 10th episode of Star Road is about the male and female protagonists walking the red carpet together. The beginning of this episode starts from the award ceremony. Okay, the fall kiss is coming. Shubao watched the male and female protagonists walking on the red carpet one after another, and he could totally guess that the most classic routine of Chinese Mary Sue was about to come. Then. What? Just like that. For the first time, Shubao misunderstood the routine of Star Road. The male and female protagonists walked the red carpet safely and smoothly, and there was no chance of them knocking out their teeth due to falling. The award ceremony that followed went as smoothly as possible, until the hero and heroine walked into the elevator and the elevator broke down. I know this question. The male protagonist wants to confess his love. After seeing this plot, Shubao finally regained his previous feeling. It is estimated that the male protagonist is about to confess his love, and the male and female protagonists are about to kiss in the elevator. Just when their lips are about to touch, the elevator suddenly returns to normal. This is definitely the routine. Shubao thought about it and continued reading. Don't be afraid, I'm here too, right? In the video, the heroine was held in the hero's arms and comforted by him because she was scared. Is it time to confess? Is it time to confess? Shubao watched carefully, waiting for the male protagonist to confess his love. Do you still remember how we met? However, the male protagonist was not as anxious as Shubao. Instead, he slowly recalled their meeting. As the male protagonist spoke, the camera flashed through scenes using a montage technique. This section, accompanied by the wonderful and warm BGM, actually seems harmonious and beautiful. It seems that the terrible plot of the previous 9 episodes is worth revisiting. Shubao watched quietly without saying anything. Now, are you still scared? Finally, the male protagonist finished his memories and asked the female protagonist. The heroine was hesitating, when suddenly, the elevator malfunction was resolved. What the hell? Where's the confession? Where's the kiss? Shubao, who had been waiting for a confession, was surprised that the elevator failure was resolved. According to normal practice, this is lifted too early. Just as Shubao was wondering, the heroine had already broken free from the hero's arms and walked out of the elevator somewhat awkwardly. The male protagonist stood in the elevator, stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to say something, but finally put his hand down. Seeing this, Shubao became anxious. He really wanted to get in, grab the male lead's hand, and ask him to keep the female lead. Hey! Suddenly, the heroine who had already walked out of the elevator turned around and smiled brightly. Can you never hug anyone else except me in the future? When the male protagonist heard what the female protagonist said, he immediately smiled and said, okay. The picture freezes and the ending song starts. Shubao was confused. It wasn't until the ending song ended and the next episode began that Shubao reacted. This confession routine is a little different, isn't it? There was no kiss? It was the heroine who confessed her love. And that smile, that scene. Shubao recalled. Beautiful and artistic. Is this still the same Star Road? Shubao couldn't believe it. How about watching another episode? A thought suddenly popped up in Shubao's mind that even shocked him. This feeling was like a football fan who didn't like the Chinese national football team. After watching a game where the Chinese national football team lost miserably, he didn't want to watch it anymore, but when the game started, he couldn't help but change the channel. An inexplicable urge made him continue his pursuit. Just watch it. Shubao moved the mouse, skipped the opening song, and continued watching. Soon, 2 hours passed. Shubao closed the playback page of Star Road with some reluctance, scratched his head, and questioned his life. Starting from the 10th episode, the plot direction of Star Road began to become unexpected. The way the hero and heroine are together is more meaningful than the way of confession in many Mary Sue TV dramas. The heroine's smile when she turns around can almost kill all the Mary Sue actresses in seconds. After that, the plot development is no longer full of coincidences and clichés. The hero and heroine did not break up and get back together because of misunderstandings, and there was no bloody routine of one disagreeing and the other not allowing. The later plot actually began to focus directly on the heroine's career, and it really became a Star Road TV series. The heroine relied on her own efforts to defeat the second female lead who used unfair means to snatch the role. The second female lead deliberately leaked the news that the hero and heroine were dating, but the heroine and hero faced it firmly and did not waver. The heroine was criticized for her poor acting skills, so she began to seriously hone her acting skills and finally won recognition. This plot really blows my old baby away. Suddenly it transformed from a cliché domestic Mary Sue drama into a youth inspirational drama with a female lead. The difference between this and the previous plot is huge. Xu Bao even suspected that starting from the 10th episode, Star Road had changed to a top screenwriter in the industry. Looking at it this way, Xu Bao remembered what Liu Mingyang had said before. It seems that this money can also be earned. Chapter 25. I am autistic, I am pretending. Har har har. The ratings are rising very fast. Liu Mingyang and Zhang Yun clinked their glasses and laughed. You're right. Although it was heavily criticized in the beginning, it also received a lot of attention. As soon as I started promoting it, the ratings went up so fast. Zhang Yun smiled slightly and said, so what were you worried about at the beginning? Am I too impatient, or are you steady? Liu Mingyang gave a thumbs up. Now that it has been updated to episode 14, the rating has risen to 4.9 points. If it continues to rise at this rate, it won't be a problem to reach 6 points by the end. 6 points, that's about right. 6 points, your pursuit is really simple. Zhang Yun took a sip of wine. However, the early stage of this drama was too disappointing. 6 points is really about right. Generally speaking, TV series with a score of 7 or above can be considered good, and 6 points is not out of the category of bad dramas. Liu Mingyang is satisfied with just 6 points, which is really simple and unpretentious. It will definitely be higher than Love at the Next Junction. Liu Mingyang didn't care that 6 points was not a good score. I saw the Weibo of the screenwriter named Yu Chaobei. What do you mean that the designated screenwriter by the investor is unfair competition? Isn't this a common thing? He just wants to take advantage of the popularity and sell his script. Zhang Yun said, do you really think he is doing this to uphold justice? Everything depends on money. Liu Mingyang sighed and asked, how is that guy now? What are you going to do next? What's next? Zhang Yun thought for a moment. He's been wanting me to respond. Now, it's almost time to respond. The surge in the ratings of Star Road began yesterday afternoon. This is because the publicity that Liu Mingyang had originally planned has officially begun. As mentioned above, Liu Mingyang had long planned to wait until the later plot of Star Road was released before promoting it. Unfortunately, he did not expect that it was exposed in advance by the straightforward UP host Xu Bao, causing the rating of Star Road to continue to decline. However, as Zhang Yun said, this is actually a good thing for Star Road, which does not have a big traffic star. Because of the upright Xu Bao, Star Road can enter the eyes of more audiences. It's just that most people give negative comments. Now, Liu Mingyang has started to do publicity work in order to reverse the many negative reviews in the early stage. First, Liu Mingyang asked Wei Yu, the only idle trainee with a bit of traffic in the crew, to send a Weibo post to fans to recommend the show. In the Weibo post, Wei Yu first apologized to the public for the first half of the plot being too bloody, and then used his personality to guarantee that the second half of the plot would definitely be worthy of the audience's eyes. This Weibo post won the forgiveness and support of Wei Yu's fans. They immediately went to Dubin and gave it 5 stars. In just a few hours, the rating of Star Road rose from 2.4 to 4.3 points. The rapid increase was related to the action of the crazy fans and the fact that not many people paid attention to Star Road, and the number of people who gave it a bad review was not that large. After Wei Yu posted on Weibo, in the second step, Liu Mingyang contacted various major marketing accounts and spent a lot of money to let them publish soft articles about Star Road. The soft article only has 2 contents. One is to boast that Star Road is half a masterpiece, the other is to use Lin Xinyao as a selling point to promote Lin Xinyao's beauty and acting skills. Through soft article promotion and recommendation, we tell all the audience that although the early stage of this drama is very rubbish, from the middle stage, the plot becomes normal, and the later it goes, the more exciting it becomes. It is worthy of being called half a masterpiece. Through the promotion of soft articles, passers-by can see with their own eyes how beautiful Lin Xinyao is and how great her acting skills are. This promotion is so easy. Those marketing accounts don't even need to Photoshop the pictures. Just relying on Lin Xinyao's all-natural, additive-free, stunning face is enough to attract countless female audiences to flock to it. It is indeed the female audience. Male audiences will not go to watch a drama just for a face, only female audiences will. Because women tend to like beautiful women more than men. In the original plan, Liu Mingyang only prepared these two promotional methods. However, because the straightforward Shubao's complaining video caused Xingtu to be featured in multiple videos complaining about UP hosts, Liu Mingyang temporarily took out some money to bribe the straightforward Shubao and his gang of UP hosts. The process was quite tortuous. Some UP hosts are eager to make money, some are hesitant, and some even refuse righteously and swear that they will never engage in false advertising. Liu Mingyang's solution was to let them go and watch the rest of the story themselves. If you think it is indeed different from the previous one, then pay for it. If you think it is still rubbish, then don't force it. Then, all those who had righteous words accepted the money. Because Liu Mingyang did not lie, the plot in the later part of Star Road is completely different from the previous one. Those video UP hosts have been immersed in this for many years and can see it clearly. Since you are not taking the money for false advertising, why don't you accept it? Therefore, from last night to today, many UP hosts, including the straightforward Shubao, have been promoting the second half of the plot of Star Road with titles like the cliched Star Road in the early stage suddenly becomes high energy in the later stage. WeiUS fan effect, soft text promotion strategies, and video validation of the Tutsao UP master. With these three approaches in place, one day has passed and the rating of Star Road has reached 4.9 points, with its reputation on a straight rise. If we keep going like this, it won't be a problem to surpass love at the next intersection. So, Zhang Yun was ready to respond to Yu Chaobei's Weibo post. The reason for not responding before was that the resulting popularity would help Yu Chaobei sell the script now. It is obviously more beneficial to Zhang Yun. It's such a pity to waste this enthusiasm. Oh, that's right. After another glass of wine, Liu Mingyang thought of something. Send a WeChat message to Lin Xinyao and tell her that the ratings of Star Road have increased. Lin Xinyao has asked me a lot in the past 2 days. She is very concerned about our show. She's the protagonist, how can I not care? Zhang Yun got angry when Lin Xinyao was mentioned, and refused. If you want to notify me, go and notify me. I won't go. Liu Mingyang teased, the daughter of Hua Yao has a crush on you, why are you not happy? Come on, you still have a good impression of her? I'll be thankful if she doesn't torture me to death. Zhang Yun didn't believe a word of Liu Mingyang's words. Hurry up, will you die if you send a message? Why is a grown man so pretentious? Liu Mingyang urged. I'm the one who fell for Shang Jinya's pretentiousness, isn't that okay? Zhang Yun said as he sent a message to Lin Xinyao via WeChat. The rating of Star Road is 4.9 now, and it should go up in the future, so don't worry. Capital City, Jinshu Yuntu Villa area. Yao Yao, I heard from Xiao Jiao that the online drama you starred in got very bad ratings. Has anyone made personal attacks on you? Lin Guangyao sat opposite Lin Xinyao and asked seemingly unintentionally. Yes, the ratings are very bad. Isn't it you who arranged it on purpose? Fortunately, Zhang Yun has been a screenwriter in his dreams for more than 10 years, which saved the subsequent plot of Star Road. Just waiting for me to be scolded, so as to persuade me not to be an actor anymore. Today I will just tease you. Lin Xinyao glanced at WeChat and thought to herself, but she put on a forced smile, it's okay, not much. Seeing his daughter's stubborn attitude, Lin Guangyao was very satisfied. He said, how is it? Being an actor is hard, isn't it? This is just your first work and you've been criticized like this. If you perform more in the future, there will be more people criticizing you. What do you think you're going to do? Lin Xinyao thought for a moment and said, isn't it normal for an actor to be scolded? But you didn't have to be scolded like this. Lin Guangyao was so happy when he heard that his daughter was scolded. Yeah, I didn't need to be scolded. Lin Xinyao lowered her head and didn't want to say more. Seeing his daughter was a little depressed, Lin Guangyao hurriedly comforted her, so, let's not go to film in the future. If you really like it, I can let you be the producer, and you can go to the set and get to know those stars. Filming is tiring, and you will be scolded. How about we not suffer that? Well, I can think about it. Lin Xinyao hesitated, Dad, you are so good to me. Lin Guangyao was delighted, you are my daughter, if I don't treat you well, who else can I treat well? I really need to think seriously about whether I should continue to be an actor. Yeah, Yao, think about it carefully. Once you figure it out, I'll. Dad, I've thought about it. I still want to be an actor. Lin Guangyao. Didn't you take too little time to think about it? It's long enough. I'm giving you face. Lin Xinyao said with a giggle. Well, you were just kidding me. Lin Guangyao understood and said angrily, why don't you listen to me, kid? Are you happy when you are scolded? I'm not happy. Lin Xinyao shook her head and said, although there are people who scold me, there are more people who praise me. Impossible, your drama is so bad, why are there still people praising you? Lin Guangyao said. He heard from his secretary Xiao Jiao that the rating of Star Road was just as he had requested, it couldn't be worse. Who said, our show is bad? Isn't it? The rating is just over 2 points. Lin Xinyao laughed as if her conspiracy had succeeded. Dad, you are not well informed. The current rating of Star Road is 4.9. If nothing unexpected happens, it will exceed 6 points by the end. You can check online. Many people praise your daughter for being beautiful and having good acting skills. They like me very much. Some people even regard me as a goddess. How is that possible? Lin Guangyao couldn't understand. He hurriedly looked at his phone and found that what Lin Xinyao said was true. The Dubbin score of Star Road has risen to 4.9. Dad, I will keep working hard to make more people like me. Lin Xinyao smiled at Lin Guangyao, I will never let you down. Lin Guangyao looked down at his phone, then looked up at Lin Xinyao, his face blank. Why does it seem like it's messed up?